today I'm in here with somebody who I've seen their entire career from beginning to end, or not end, but from the beginning. And
for all them haters out there, man, I don't want to hear all this shit. Designer fell off. Designer never fell nowhere. You know what I'm saying? I fell into a motherfucking mansion. I just born in LA.
And so I feel like I gotta stay on my path. Niggas was saying I fell off when I was in high school.
Rappers often pour their hearts and souls into climbing to the top of the music industry. However, maintaining their spot at the peak can be even more challenging. Today, we'll explore the stories of 15 rappers who, unfortunately, ended up sabotaging their own careers.
You never want to rise to the top too fast in anything, because usually when you get to the top, there's no other way to go but down.
right.
How did Roddy Ricch go from doing concert performances like this to saying he was going to delete his social media after being bullied for how bad his music was? In 2019, Roddy was outselling Justin Bieber and even had Selena Gomez begging fans to stream her music over his.
I would love for the most important album I've ever released to become #1. So, if you don't mind streaming it.
While all Roddy did to go #1 was put out a Triller video. So how can an artist who is seemingly developing Drake levels of momentum fall from grace in such a short period of time? Or could one argue that his downfall is not what it's hyped to be by the hip hop community? Hi, I'm Louaista. I make video documentaries. Hi, I'm Louaista. I make weekly video documentaries of things I'm into. And today, we're gonna break down what led Roddy Ricch to regress from a big stepper to landing himself right back in the box he exploded out of. Raised in Compton, Roderick Moore came into the world in 1998, and from a young age, he already had a keen interest in hip-hop and learned to rhyme from his family members. But before becoming the huge star that he is today, Roddy Ricch faced a number of challenges growing up in Compton, a city known for its gang-related activities and high crime rates. As Kendrick Lamar once said, only 1 in a million would ever make it out of the depth of Compton, and he even once referred to the city as living in Iraq. So Roddy was against all odds from the moment he was born. He even once told an insane story of how one time he took a walk through the city's streets at night and saw an entire corner filled with blood, claiming that it was at this moment he realized how fickle his life was. And by the age of 15, he would become a member of the California-based street gang, the Park Village Crips, which was located on the west side of Compton. After becoming affiliated with this gang, it wasn't long before he jumped off the porch, as this would lead him to being kicked out from his house by his own mother.
I was like running around with my Crips, like all my cousins, like all my family, like Crips. Then I got older, like I jumped off the porch. I got kicked out of my mama's house when I was like 15, 16, so.
Things only got worse from here. He started kicking in doors and hitting licks to make additional income. But doors won't be the only thing Roddy will be kicking in this video. And later, we're gonna discuss how he would later transfer that energy to fans. This behavior was odd as he describes his family as very religious. His household consisted of a couple of his siblings, along with his mom and grandma, who took him to church every Sunday. But this experience may have done more damage than good to Roddy, as he has spoken in interviews about how he was always really skeptical about believing in God, since he knew a bunch of people who actively went to church and still had difficult lives. However, a huge turning point in Roddy's life actually occurred during a trip to church, where he had a life-altering encounter with another Compton native and icon, Kendrick Lamar, who attended the same church as Roddy's family during his childhood, and got a chance to meet him before he blew up. And their meeting proved to be transformative, as a young Kendrick offered words of encourament to Roddy.
Yeah, that's my big bro. I mean, because I knew him when I was young. I knew him when I was like young. 12 years old. And I had met him and his family, and he was like talking to me about like I rapped to him and stuff when I was like little like that, and he had told me like, man, you gonna be like something cool, like. You're gonna be something if you keep going, right? So then later on, like just for years, like I always kept that in the back of my head.
Now, it must have been amazing for Roddy to see someone like Kendrick set an example of what you can achieve despite coming out of the rough neighborhoods that swarmed Compton. But while Kendrick went on to redeem immense success from detailing the story of a good kid surviving in a mad city, Roddy took a different route. After becoming a member of the Crips gang, Roddy would commit robberies and start selling drugs to support himself. During his time in 8th through 10th grade, Roddy admitted that he would frequently ditch school and started to fail academically, and that during class, all he would do is listen to songs he recorded, which further emphasizes how school was not where he planned to redeem his ticket to success. It was also around this time he started experiencing symptoms of anger and antisocial behavior, which would set the foundation for his debut album that came out in 2019. Roddy tried to address his issues by going to therapy for his problems, but it didn't last long. And during the final 2 years of high school, he became deeply involved in street life and chose to discontinue his therapy sessions. However, his lifestyle would soon catch up to him. And in 2016, Roddy wrecked his car and found himself confronting a potential gun charge at the age of 18, leading to a week-long stay in the county jail as he awaited bail. During that period, the gravity of the situation became clear to Roddy. He realized that he could either spend the rest of his teenage years in prison or actually chase his dream, which was to become a successful musician. This realization had a significant impact on his mindset, and it was during this challenging time that he started to take his passion for rhyming and making music more seriously. He started off recording music at his uncle's house, but failed to gain any attraction online early on, even going on sites like Facebook to express his disappointment of how no one liked his music. This only gave him more encouragement to polish his sound, and he would start to gain a small buzz locally by posting snippets of him freestyling.
Ask these bitches who the hottest niggas, they gon' say us. All this jewelry on me, bitch, we shining like the last moon.
Since Roddy Ricch is from Los Angeles, he was sort of an anomaly, being that he didn't sound like anything coming out of the West Coast at the time, like Kendrick Lamar, YG, or Nipsey Hussle. Instead, he took a lot of inspiration from rappers in Atlanta, specifically Young Thug and Future, before completely wearing his influences on his sleeve and rapping exactly like the Florida rapper Speaker Knockers.
Hey, yo, bitch, she keep going on my phone, yeah.
But everything would change in 2017, when he released his Feed the Streets mixtape, which showcased a completely new and improved sound that was ear candy to hip-hop heads all over the world, dropping hits like Chase the Bag,
I'm not patient as fast, how the blue faces gon' fly to me.
and Fuck It Up.
I've been fucking with the same plug, I've been fucking with the rich niggas. Had to whip it with my wrist, nigga. Then I got it on my wrist, nigga.
These songs went viral on SoundCloud and YouTube, and it was here where he started receiving comments claiming that he's gonna blow up soon and that he was so slept on, leading him to be discovered by Nipsey Hussle, who helped him ink his first deal with Atlantic Records, where he wasted no time releasing the follow-up, Feed the Streets 2, and he had officially become the center of everyone's radar. But Roddy had no idea what was about to happen next, and that his lifestyle would completely transform only 1 year into the future. The Feed the Streets 2 mixtape had a song titled Die Young, which had a beat made by London on the Track, one of the most popular producers of this generation, who regularly produced for one of Roddy's main inspirations, Young Thug. It was released as an ode to the late XXXTentacion, who passed away shortly before releasing the music video, but despite the sad reality behind the track's production, the song was a straight banger.
I ain't tryna die young, so I gotta ride with one. Stood 10 toes down in my Balenciaga.
The song would become Roddy's breakthrough single, going 2 times platinum in the US, and the mixtape would go on to land a spot on Billboard's Hot 100 chart. From here, Roddy would just ride the wave to success, alongside picking up co-signs from Meek Mill, Mustard, who he linked up with for a major hit called Ballin', and the late great Nipsey Hussle, of course. And Roddy capitalized off his momentum for his debut album, Please Excuse Me for Being Antisocial, that released in December of 2019. And courtesy to the record's final single, he became a superstar.
Pulling out the coupe at the lot, told him fuck 12, fuck SWAT, busting all the bells out the box. I just hit a lick with the box.
Most people watching this video were most likely introduced to Roddy Ricch from The Box, as it became one of the most explosive hits of this generation. At first, this song didn't really pick up that much attraction, and it wasn't until it became a meme on TikTok where it would go on to be used over 1.2 million times and really showcased the power of going viral on the app, spending 11 weeks at the top of the charts. On top of this, Roddy claimed the hit song was made in just 15 minutes and told Time magazine that he had no idea it would be a hit upon releasing it. The song blew up mostly for the fact it became a meme for its iconic ad-lib in the beginning of the track. This song helped his debut album sell 101,000 album units in its first week, which is insane. For reference, Lil Durk is one of the most prominent rappers in the game today, and his last album just sold 100K units in his first week as well. So for a new artist who just stepped foot in the game, doing these kinds of numbers was crazy. It went on to stand as the longest running #1 debut rap album since 50 Cent's Get Rich or Die Trying that dropped in 2003, and would be the first time artists like Justin Bieber and Selena Gomez literally had to beg their fans to stream their music in a desperate attempt to go #1, but nothing could stop him. By the time he picked up a Grammy at the 2020 ceremony for Best Rap Performance for the song Racks in the Middle, Roddy was a household name. But like all things that rise up too quickly, Roddy's fame and success took a drastic turn when he prepared for his next album, something he himself may have even seen coming.
In life, a steady incline is the best thing. Even it just in general, like you never want to rise to the top too fast in anything, because usually when you get to the top, there's no other way to go but down.
Right.
These words would echo a false sense of reality, as Roddy Ricch would experience one of the greatest downfalls hip-hop has ever seen, since the likes of Chance the Rapper or Lil Pump. The problem was that after he had gained such an insane meteoric rise so quickly in 2019, he simply took too long to drop his next project, which would drop nearly 2 years after. This is something elite artists such as Kanye, Cole, or Kendrick Lamar can do. But for Roddy, a rapper with a mixtape, one debut album, and a TikTok song, this just wasn't the case. And by the time he began rolling out his next album, he was slowly fading away into irrelevancy. He also began to create expectations for what was coming next that he couldn't live up to. For example, in an interview with GQ that he did in August of 2020, Roddy talked about his next record as if fans were about to receive an absolute classic, saying, quote,
"The next album is going to be a full-blown masterpiece, a real idea, a real body of work."
Sheesh. It sounded like he was about to drop another version of To Pimp a Butterfly or something. Because the full-blown masterpiece he was referring to turned out to be the album called Live Life Fast that dropped in 2021. And boy, this album was genuinely not received well. It appeared that he was taking his abilities for granted and had morphed into complacency, as reviews for his album were so mixed that it's now listed in Wikipedia as an example of the sophomore slump, a music industry phase used to describe a rapper's next album grossly undelivering compared to the first one. The album was criticized for lacking the unique spark that set Roddy Ricch apart in the first place. Many argued that the album felt more like an obligation and simply followed a formulaic checklist to maximize streamability. The songs on the album just seemed to lack that innovation and standout qualities that made Please Excuse Me for Being Antisocial so special. Many tracks on the album were considered dull retreats of cliches, with uninspired lyrics and faceless posturing. So it's no surprise that many fans went on social media to voice their frustration, claiming how the album was bad because they know Roddy can do better, and that the project was lackluster for a 2-year hiatus, expressing the fact that this ain't Roddy Ricch on the album, and instead it was Roddy broke. Now, some critics were willing to cut Roddy some slack, but for the most part, it wasn't looking so good for Roderick. The real critics were honest and didn't hesitate to tell it how it was.
Because what he's doing here is just absolutely not special or stand out in any way whatsoever, especially in comparison with his pretty good debut album.
To make matters worse, the first week's sales deteriorated from 100,000 to 62,000, and fans were suddenly wondering what happened to him. But Roddy downplayed what had happened with Live Life Fast in interviews with the likes of academics.
Just because the numbers didn't line up or the timing or the plan didn't really fall the way it was supposed to fall, and now niggas got this different narrative of how they want to play it, but I know what's going on. I still know I'm an earner.
While this seemed like a pretty truthful statement, Roddy would make himself look a little dumb when he tried generating more hype for new music by posting a snippet to Twitter. The track in question was known as Out of My Mind, and the second he posted it, he got destroyed on social media for how bad it was, with users going viral for claiming that they are witnessing the Chance the Rapper-ification of Roddy Ricch. After the negative feedback, Roddy Ricch deadass deleted his Twitter account and would post an Instagram story saying, "Guess I'm a flop now, shit crazy." Now me, I didn't think it was so bad, and sadly, it never dropped, with Roddy clearly going back to the drawing board after his audience got to him. But later, he would explain that there were a whole host of other factors in his personal life that contributed to him deciding to do this. And it's kinda sad when you hear his side of the story.
I got a call that one of my close family members had a heart attack. Me and this family member, we never seen eye to eye, but he's a real foundation in my family, held it down for everybody, aunties, cousins, uncles, everybody. He look out for everybody, but we just, as men, we ain't see eye to eye, and that shit fucked me up, you know what I mean? Like, just the possibility of him not being with me here no more, I couldn't have those conversations. And like, a lot of that shit kind of was just playing in my head, fucked me up. And I had another serious conversation with my pops about my son. A lot of that shit just it was weighing down.
He would also later explain in a podcast with Joe Budden that another fact that led him to dropping a pretty bad album was the fact that he wasn't focused on music much after the success of his first album, as he was trying to find different means to store his money. Following his big claims of a no-skip policy on Live Life Fast that never came to pass, Roddy cooled down the sense of occasion in the lead up to Feed the Streets 3 in 2022, and suggested that he didn't have to attempt to reach any new peak, and wanted to steer away from going mainstream by making an album strictly for his audience. In the process, he even fired a shot to his own fan base for expecting too much from him.
What do you say to yourself when people try to have these expectations and they're so unrealistic?
I mean, that's on them. You know what I mean? I feel like I've just been having a great career in rap. You know what I'm saying? I feel like whatever people's expectations are, they need to put them on themselves. If I can't make you happy, go make yourself happy.
Who?
Roddy seemed to suggest that the focus had shifted from what he had accomplished in the past in order to justify his position, rather than delivering something groundbreaking his next time out. Besides, it probably didn't get any easier to motivate himself when he's since confirmed that he makes $500,000 per show, even providing receipts for the doubters. But despite tapping back into his legendary mixtape series, the Feed the Streets 3 mixtape brought further diminished returns, landing at just 14 on Billboard and selling just 39,000 units in its first week. Once again, critics and fans were underwhelmed and had this sense that he wasn't pushing himself enough, maybe out of fear of receiving backlash from his audience again. Left with a loosened grip on hip-hop, Roddy's woes may be a result of a creative downturn or his wealth getting in the way of his work, but there are also some personal issues that may have stretched him a little thin. For one thing, he's become increasingly embroiled in the internet drama that he's once pledged to avoid, as well as acknowledging that the pressures of social media got to him. The normally composed Roddy lost his cool when a Crip named Yael accused him of false flagging, which basically means he was pretending to be a part of the Crips gang that we mentioned earlier in the video, and engaged in a crazy argument on Clubhouse where he was seemingly trying to prove his credentials.
Saying that you ain't from the hood, you ain't been to the hood.
You saying I'm not from the hood? Who's saying I'm not from the hood? You saying I'm not from the hood?
I said what I said.
All the while flexing how much money he's made in the rap game. Elsewhere, he has also been previously caught on camera pushing his fans when they try to get selfies, and in one fiery exchange with paparazzi. But worst of all, he's even been caught on camera kicking an audience member who came up on stage when security had it handled already. Beyond that, he's also in a messy battle over his firstborn son, and his baby mama Alexandra Kaiser looking for full custody, and airing Roddy's dirty laundry in public. In recent court filings, she spoke about how he has been arrested on gun charge, domestic violence, and regularly indulges in promethazine use, all of which are concerns for her and their son. Claiming that he spends $20,000 in the club on a light night, his baby mama's expose pointed to a drug problem that, when you look back, he's been hiding in plain sight ever since he's talked about pouring up the whole damn seal on the box. With Kaiser claiming in court documents that he has an estimated net worth of $25 million, Roddy isn't going to go broke anytime soon, even if his music continues to be less and less impactful. Because of this, it seems like he maybe isn't trying to the same degree, as he is fearful of being confronted with the same sense of failure that he's experienced in both his professional and personal life in recent years.
I don't like disappointment, you know? I don't like to put too much faith in anything. Even being on the other side of it, like I know it's some people that are probably disappointed. So it's just like, just knowing that, and that's just not a good feeling altogether. So I don't really let myself get let down, if that makes sense. You know?
For sure.
So as you can see, this is a big change in attitude from the days where he had a lot of confidence in delivering a masterpiece. And combined with his alleged over-reliance on lean, it may go some way to explaining some of the wayward decisions in his everyday life too. At the moment, it seems like a combination of personal and professional factors has meant that Roddy has struggled to recapture the magic and is now facing allegations that he's fallen off.
And the BET award goes to Lil Baby.
In 2020, Lil Baby had the biggest album of the entire year in terms of streaming numbers, beating records from the likes of Taylor Swift and Harry Styles to claim the top spot. Then, in October of 2022, he simultaneously charted 25 songs on the Billboard Hot 100, becoming the youngest person to ever achieve this feat. But with an arena tour being cancelled due to poor sales, and his name cropping up less and less in cultural conversation, it seems as if Lil Baby is facing real adversity within the music industry for the first time. I'm Louaista, and today I'm here to answer one simple question. Did Lil Baby fall off? Or is his downfall being over-exaggerated by the hip-hop community? When Lil Baby first bursted onto the scene in 2017, he was seen as one of the most fastest growing rappers in the history of hip-hop. He went from practically being a nobody to being signed to the same label as the Migos, got the Drake stimulus package, and was already putting out songs that were considered to be anthems for the city of Atlanta. Now, this is insane, because only 2 years prior to 2017, Lil Baby was just another dude hanging out in the street. And during multiple run-ins with the law due to things stemming from marijuana possession, reckless driving, eluding police, and attempting to escape arrest after a high-speed chase. Yeah, that boy Baby was out here doing the race like TK in 2017. But this won't be the only time in the video where Baby will get penalized for changing lanes, if you know what I mean. And later we'll discuss the drastic effect this had when it happened in his career. But hanging out in the streets of Atlanta had both positive and negative effects on Lil Baby. On one hand, it led him to various trouble, but on the other, it also provided him with valuable connections. These connections allowed him to meet influential rappers like Young Thug and Gunna, who both played a crucial role in his success. Additionally, meeting Coach K and Pierre P. Thomas, who run the label Quality Control, which you guys probably know as QC, which became a huge turning point for him. This is the same label that had signed artists like the Migos and Lil Yachty and were instrumental in helping them skyrocket in their career. These people would all have to encourage Baby to rap, as they all believed he had all the characteristics that were needed to become a famous rapper.
Coach K used to always say, man, Baby got that swag. He got that real young Atlanta nigga swag. Man, I'm telling you, he need to rap. Coach used to always say that.
But rapping came at a cost, and Lil Baby was all about the bag, since rapping wasn't really making any bread, and Lil Baby had a duty to provide for his family by hustling drugs and playing dice. He needed to see money coming in to get away from that life he was living. Words of encouragement didn't do enough for him. Like they say, money talks, and thankfully, it was Young Thug who aided him financially, as he really believed in Baby's ability to hit the mainstream.
Young Thug really, literally, paid me to leave the neighborhood. Bro, you can rap, you got it, I'm telling you, you could be net, bro, you gotta leave the hood, I'm telling you. Bro, I pay you to come to the hood today. How much you gonna make today? I'm gonna pay you to come to the studio, just stay at the studio all day.
Gunna would also play a huge role, as he would act as Lil Baby's ghostwriter for some time, and when he got the hang of it, he was off to the races. Lil Baby even claimed he told QC that he wouldn't stop living the life he was living if he didn't at least get $5 million for a deal. Now, I tried researching what deal he was given by QC, but it was really difficult to find. However, it seems that he was signed to QC in 2017, and when he did, he wasted no time, and would go on to drop 3 projects that same year that really put him on the map, specifically for songs like Pure Cocaine,
Made a brick do a brick, gang whip up shit, this pure cocaine. Yeah.
And My Dog.
That is my dog for sure. That is my dog. That is my dog for sure. That is my dog.
But as if dropping 3 projects in 2017 wasn't enough, Lil Baby proved that he was only getting started, as he dropped 4 more successful projects in 2018, including the collaborative project Drip Harder with Gunna, the Street Gossip mixtape, and his debut album, Harder Than Ever. Peaking at number 3 on the charts, Harder Than Ever made it evident that Lil Baby was playing for keeps. And in a career that had been full of helping hands, Lil Baby was about to get another one on this record, when he became a beneficiary of what has been referred to in hip-hop circles as the Drake stimulus package, after he got Drizzy to make an appearance on the hit track Yes Indeed.
Did all the favors, they never repay me. It worked in my favor cause nobody said.
Brand new whip, got no keys. Tell him
Now, the song Yes Indeed was most people's introduction to Lil Baby, and it peaked at number 6 on the charts. But with the impact that it had on his career, it might as well been that of a number 1 in terms of what it did for his status. as was also the case for Drip Harder's title track, which landed at number 4, but ultimately went on to become Lil Baby's first and currently only diamond record. Suddenly becoming one of the most in-demand artists for features, Lil Baby would spend the remainder of 2018 and 2019 contributing to tracks for other artists, including Lil Durk, Yo Gotti, DJ Khaled, Post Malone, and many more. Throughout this time, he has been building up a buzz that made his 2020 project My Churn one of the biggest hip-hop albums of the decade. It was released in February of 2020 and sold 197 units in the first week, giving Baby his first #1 album. By the time he dropped the deluxe edition, he had his first and only #1 single with the Black Lives Matter anthem, The Bigger Picture, which was released during the George Floyd riot. Sadly, since this album was released during the pandemic, all the concerts and shows were closed down, so he wasn't really able to cash in and capitalize on the success of this album. Looking back, it's wild to think how big Baby's shows could have been in the My Churn era. It was literally the biggest record in the world in 2020, but he never got to take it directly to his fan base. And now it seems like many of his fans might have lost interest. And we'll discuss the reasons why shortly. Basically, in the aftermath of My Churn's release, it seemed that Lil Baby could do no wrong, with even the likes of the legendary Kanye West labeling him his favorite rapper. Before long, Ye asked him to hop onto Hurricane alongside The Weeknd, making him one of the many people who sought Baby's assistance in 2021 and 2022. He was so in demand that he even claimed to have charged about 300 racks for a feature back in 2022. After dropping the Voice of the Heroes collab project with Lil Durk, which did 150,000 first week units and another #1, 2022 looked to be the year that Baby took crown that so many people seemed eager to place upon his head. Intent on staying humble and in the moment, he said all the right things in terms of delivering a record that would surpass My Churn. As rather than focusing on the temporary high of chart success, Lil Baby insisted to The Breakfast Club that for him, it was longevity that really mattered.
What is important to you when you put together a project?
That it do well. Also that it do well for a long period of time. Like, that's what matters to me. Like, I wanted to stick.
But as we know, this wasn't the case this time, as for the first time in his career, fans would be left wanting more from a Lil Baby release. And soon, a man who had only known plain sailing as a performer was faced with a bombardment of negativity from critics and fans. Initially, the numbers all suggested that things were moving in the right direction when he dropped his third album in October of 2022. Upon its release, the album titled It's Only Me sold 216 album equivalent units, including 6,500 pure album sales, which is absurd for this day and age where streaming is everyone's go-to option for listening to their favorite music. While this is pretty amazing, there was something strange about this release. Unlike his other projects, this album stayed only 1 week on the top before dropping directly out of the top 10, and it seemed pretty fishy. To make things worse, the reviews were brutally unimpressed. Lil Baby is at his best when he's using those tricks to switch between moods. But there's only one on It's Only Me, wrote Pitchfork, who gave his album a 5.5 out of 10. And it's indifferent, not in the too cool to care kind of way, but in the way when words have no weight behind them. Perhaps even more shockingly, the album didn't deliver on the commercial front either. Although it helped Lil Baby make history becoming the youngest artist to have 23 tracks on the Billboard at once, none of them stayed there for very long, or made much of a lasting impact, making it seem as if returning fans listened to the song a few times and weren't really feeling them, leading them to quickly dispose of it. Where other albums had big singles to anchor the rollout around, It's Only Me's lead single, Hey, peaked at number 21. Meanwhile, California Breeze and Friday briefly hit the top 10, but disappeared soon after. In the view of academics, who found himself getting dissed on the album in the shape of bars like, "Academics know he ain't richer than me." The problem was due to the amount of success he had obtained meant that no one was willing to challenge him on his artistic missteps, instead opting to hold on to their meal ticket until it went into the shredder. Basically, bro had a bunch of yes men surrounding him. And what can they really say when the past couple of years, everything Lil Baby had touched turned to gold? Sharing footage from inside the studio, academics blasted his crew as nothing but yes men, writing, "Look around at everybody in the studio this day you previewed the song. They're all liars. This should have never left the engineer's headphones." And during his appearance on the Flagrant podcast with Andrew Schultz, Ack outlined a reaction to the project within the inner circle of the industry, as well as diagnosing what he felt went wrong.
No, I talked to his peers too. I talked to other people who rap. They're all shocked that this is the album that was dropped. Even though it's not trash, I'm gonna amplify the fact that it's mid, which might be just as detrimental if it was trash.
In this sense, the achievement that Lil Baby pulled off with It's Only Me flattered to deceive a little. Or as one Twitter user put it, Lil Baby occupying the entire top 23 on Apple Music with songs from It's Only Me doesn't mean the album ain't mid. While My Turn's success was a catalyst for a period of dominance, this certainly wasn't the case for It's Only Me. And as a result, by the 20th of December 2022, chart data reported that Lil Baby is not present on the Hot 100 for the first time this decade, ending a 176-week streak of charting. And while this was likely a major blow to his ego, it was nothing compared to what was coming. As I said in the intro, Lil Baby's star is in a bit of a tailspin at the moment, as he's now having to cancel some shows during his It's Only Us tour. Even though he's tried his best to sweeten the pot by taking the likes of Glorilla and the Kid Leroy on tour with him, shows in Phoenix, Sacramento, Salt Lake City, Denver, Indianapolis, Louisville, and Pittsburgh were all canceled without explanation. But in all likelihood, it's because these shows were simply not selling. Almost instantly, Twitter did what they do and went crazy, basically jumping to conclusions about the fall off of Lil Baby. And while that might be a little overzealous to some, it's certainly not a great look. For starters, even with hip-hop's dominance on the charts, it's still uncommon for MCs to be able to accomplish the feat of selling out arenas. And many of these venues Lil Baby was trying to sell out had capacities of upwards of 20,000 people. In terms of mainstream hip-hop, you need to be as elite of an artist as the likes of Drake, Eminem, Nicki Minaj, or Ye to comfortably fill a basketball stadium or bigger. Even Travis Scott is experiencing a little bit of blowback from audiences who aren't convinced that he can sell out stadiums single-handedly. Besides, it's not like It's Only Me was his strongest project. Simply put, even though It's Only Me outsold My Turn in the first instance, he hasn't gotten anywhere near the degree of adoration from the audience and industry in general as he did back then. And the album basically disappeared from the world's collective consciousness. But what contributed to this pitfall? And how does he fix it before it's too late? One argument would be that, as often happens, his wealth has made him complacent and robbed him of the fierce work ethic that he had back in the day. For starters, he admittedly stopped sharpening his skills, and now is only doing features purely for money rather than to advance his talents as an MC.
What's your feature price right now?
Like 300, but I ain't been doing feature lately.
What's the thinking behind that?
Like now I'm about to put out an album. So
makes sense.
But if I I ain't putting out no album, I don't got nothing going on, like why not?
In terms of the music on It's Only Me, one common critique that's come up from online reviewers like Anthony Fantano and the NFR podcast has been the staleness in production. A familiar criticism that's been leveled at someone like NBA Youngboy in recent years, as they continue to make the same songs over and over again and expect to continue striking gold. Lil Baby continues to use the likes of ATL Jacob, Chi-Chi, Murder Beats, and Wheezy, among others, rather than reaching out of his comfort zone. As a result, some Redditors have wondered if he needs to lock in with just one producer to deliver a degree of cohesion to his work. While the beats may be one reason for how uninspired he sounded on the project, this manifested in his lyrics too. A record which featured songs about adjusting to fame, rather than the honest, insightful bars about his life that made his name. There's every chance that people were perhaps expecting something more on the content front too. As when you consider it's his only #1, the bigger picture technically remains his biggest song. When it initially dropped, Coach K maintained that the song was literally a gateway drug for people to get into Lil Baby. But given that he hasn't had any #1s since, it appears that those fans didn't necessarily stick around, and maybe they were relying on some of those conflated numbers who listened to the track to fill those arenas. Plus, it doesn't help that since then, Lil Baby has publicly renounced that direction. The more I'm seeing what's up with all that shit, the more I'm like, let me back off politics. He told GQ in 2020, I don't want to be no Malcolm X or Martin Luther King. I stuck my nose in it. I'm good at that. Now operating in celebrity circles, Lil Baby has become a household name. And while that sounds positive, It likely informed him and his team that they were on the right track when they were really setting themselves up to experience diminishing returns by not evolving enough. Appearing in Axe body spray commercials and getting clowned for his TV spots for the Billboard Music Awards, Baby has gone from Oakland City to hanging with billionaires. And it's clear that's exactly the kind of territory that he wants to be in.
It seems you've been spending a lot of time around billionaires. What are you learning from being around these people?
Being around those type of people, I learned a lot of different stuff in business. Business and like how to spend money when I get my money.
Now pictured hugging Michael Rubin and attending all-white parties, Lil Baby has shed his original image, and while no one is suggesting he should have stayed in the hood, it seems like he's trying to speedrun his hip-hop career to the point of being an arena-selling artist with a massive net worth, when he hasn't necessarily did all the work required for that. And now it appears that some of those same listeners that made him a star are beginning to sour on him, or, as is often the case in a genre as fast-paced as hip-hop, have since moved on to someone else. To Lil Baby's credit, he understood this was a very viable possibility given how fickle the game is, and opened up about it during an appearance on Revolt's Big Facts podcast.
You can do this shit forever.
Right. It's possible.
It's possible too though.
Yeah.
You feel me? Like, but for the most part, it be like, you have a little window.
A previously humble artist that now has his own label's IG account saluting him as the best artist of his generation, it seems like the celebrity lifestyle likely lulled him into a false sense of security in terms of his power as a draw. And as a result, he didn't necessarily take on the musical evolution needed to keep his fans engaged. For all these reasons, Lil Baby is now facing the toughest crossroads of his career. But is there still time to course correct? Well, in Lil Baby's opinion, it seems so.
Do you feel like you've mastered your craft yet?
Not at all. I just say my craft as a rapper, I feel like I'm 20%.
Why do you say, what about the other 80?
I gotta get there.
Man, you know a young ugly guy, bro. Looking better than your dad, bro, but you know I'm already on the same gang shit, nigga.
Back in 2017, this is what Ugly God's performances look like. However, if you search up his name today, you'll find questions like what happened to Ugly God, or get greeted by articles of how he's been arrested and fatally shot his best friend's father. I'm Louaista, and today we're gonna discuss Ugly God's rise and unexpected disappearance in the rap world. Royce Rodriguez, aka Ugly God, never took making music particularly seriously. When he was a kid in Mississippi, he started rhyming in the 10th grade under the hilarious name of Pussy Bacon.
Now, did you have like an original rap name?
Yeah, my original name was Pussy Bacon, bro.
Luckily, he decided to switch it up to Ugly God, but his content didn't necessarily get more mature. Take his first song released on SoundCloud, for example. The song was called I Beat My Meat.
Bitch, I beat my meat. Give a fuck about what you think. I know all up in my sheets. Bitch, my swag is so complete.
Sadly, many people in his social circles didn't find this track too amusing.
So you came out with Beat My Meat, and then your basketball coach makes you take it down.
Yeah.
Why?
I guess they feel like I want to pursue a basketball career, and that didn't compliment it with that song.
Eventually, Ugly God would graduate from high school and began attending the University of Southern Mississippi, and would later upload the track back on his SoundCloud. And amazingly, it did numbers. The song was really well received, and fans loved how funny it was. Considering that he had hit the scene as a teenager, Ugly God knew what it took to make content pop online. And his initial buzz didn't even specifically come from his songs. A good example of this was when he would make videos of putting lizards on his nose. Although it was something simple, it had fans commenting things like, I can watch this over and over again and not get tired of it. This is the funniest shit ever. How does he catch them so easily? He really is a god. Ugly God even claimed that he used these viral videos to promote his music. And on March 2017, Ugly God would officially become a household name after he dropped a single titled Water that went stupid.
Water, yeah, water, goddamn, water, water.
This song was also co-produced by him, and the beat was truly something special. The release of this track correlates perfectly with the time that his SoundCloud began picking up traction, amassing around 60,000 followers by the time of June 2016. Within weeks of the track coming out, it racked up millions of views. landed number 34 on Billboard, and a year later it was certified platinum. Later in the video, we're gonna discuss how this song would play a huge role in his downfall as a rapper, but for now, just know that this song was really big. The single's release even helped him ink a deal with Asylum Records on October of 2017. And suddenly, Ugly God was unavoidable. Once everyone had their eyes on him, Ugly God attempted to follow up with another hit and tried a number of different tactics, including a diss track against himself titled Fuck Ugly God. This song also did really well, and fans couldn't get enough of your boy Pussy Bacon. From here, he was on the top of the world. He was performing at large venues, getting features and collaborations from other famous rappers, and of course, making that bag in the process. Despite his success, Ugly God began to face his first problem with his newfound fame when he took issue to being grouped into the category of mumble rap. This term was coined by real hip-hop heads who disapproved of the direction that hip-hop was going. However, Ugly God didn't believe that mumble rap was his calling and considered it a slur against his generation's artistry.
Some people throw me in that realm, some don't, but I think it's just a kind of a disrespect word called mumble rap when you can really actually understand what they're saying.
Many fans agreed, with some claiming his response made him seem less of a mumble rapper and more of a humble rapper. Humble is a great way to describe Ugly God's persona. However, as you will see later in this video, his humbleness may have came at a cost to his rap career. But instead of trying to defend the quality of his music, he just publicly acknowledged that the songs he made were just as mediocre as his critics claimed it to be.
You said that you feel your music is trash.
Oh, it's trash, terrible.
So you're saying your own music is trash.
Fucking trash.
Okay.
This is a tactic used by rappers like Tyler, the Creator, to promote their album. By lowering expectations, listeners can be pleasantly surprised and end up liking the song even more. It also shows respect to the listener, as the artist appears to be more humble. Nonetheless, Ugly God's song Water was a huge hit, so he then followed this up with his debut project, The Booty Tape, which did okay, landing at number 27 on the charts and even had a Wiz Khalifa feature. However, singles like Bitch and Stop Smoking Black and Milds didn't really pick up the same traction that Water did, hinting at the fact that he may have been a one-hit wonder, but more on that later. In 2017, he was also on the XXL freshman list with popular artists like XXXTentacion and Playboi Carti. Many artists from that list did really great and went on to have incredibly successful rap careers. But Ugly God's career seemingly stagnated. He didn't really drop much music after and would rarely pop up in interviews or social media. So what happened? In a No Jumper interview from 2019, Ugly God actually expressed remorse over doing the XXL cover, as it created a situation of too much, too soon.
So like what I've said before is that before XXL and even the Water shit, I even say Wild Water was coming out, but my fan base was growing so like steadily and organically. And then like just looking at my numbers, which I fucking hate going by numbers, but sometimes it matters, and like going by numbers and like as far as my followers and like my analytics and stuff, as soon as XXL happened, that shit shot the fuck up.
I bet.
And it was I feel like I didn't get my core fan base where I wanted it to before, you know, that.
Except for a mixtape known as Little Something Before the Album, and featuring on Lil Yachty's Boom, which earned him his second and final gold plaque, 2018 began to mark the moment that Ugly God began to step away from rap. And if we take a look back to an old Snapchat video that he posted in late 2017, we can find some answers as to why he did so. I talked to one of the smartest guys I ever met in my life, and he helped me come to my senses, he wrote. While my joke around songs are fun to make and churn up to, I'm creating no kind of substance or mark. I just want to bring to light that I am very versatile, and I have been scared to show my versatility for all this time because I didn't get into this position I am in now because of my versatility. I feel like if I did show my versatility, people would stop fucking with me. But if people genuinely did fuck with me, they would respect what I do regardless of what angle I try to approach. I just feel like I'm on the edge of permanently being taken as a joke, and that would be the downfall of my career. With Ugly God being known for making people laugh, and his personality helping him make a name for himself in the music industry, this was a big shift. And although the likes of Tyler, the Creator, once again, made a similar statement before, it seemed like he was making the switch at the wrong moment in time. Being that he said this during a tough period in his personal life, when he was struggling with his mental health. After making this statement, he went on a 1-year hiatus instead of going to the lab and getting straight to work. Then, in November of 2018, he spoke about taking some time away from the game, tweeting, "All bullshit aside, I hope y'all can tell I'm back on my bullshit. I really was super depressed for a whole year and nobody even noticed. But it's okay. I shouldn't expect y'all to care about my personal life. I'm just here to be a good friend and deliver good music to y'all." However, he continued to remain out of the spotlight before returning as a healthier person and believed that his music could still be great even though he had been less active for a while.
So you took a fasting from the internet.
Yeah.
How does that help you? What effect has that had on you?
It's so much bullshit going on, and I'd rather just not see that shit. And I'd rather not get inspired by, people doing shit. you know?
Okay.
Does it make it harder when you return though?
Kinda, but I'm confident in what the fuck I'm putting out. So
Right.
it's gonna slide.
Right.
But as it turned out, he was mistaken. In the lead up to finally releasing his debut album on Asylum Records, he dropped singles like Hello with Lil Pump and Lost in the Sauce. But for all his talk about switching up his style due to his expiry date on his old approach, the record suggested that maybe he just wasn't capable of delivering anymore. Released in August of 2019, his new album Bumps and Bruises peaked at number 46 on Billboard, which, don't get me wrong, this is still really good, but it proved that he definitely didn't strike while the iron was hot. It was a good run, but 2 years is a long time in viral rap years, wrote Pitchfork in a 3.6 review. And Ugly God's debut album, Bumps and Bruises, confirms everyone's suspicions about the relationship between viral hip-hop fame and rapping abilities. Fans were also seemingly unimpressed. Ugly God has become a basic trap artist. Average production, bad punchlines, and also boring and repetitive. All of the songs before the interlude I liked, but everything after was kinda trash. While there was obviously some hardcore fans who defended it, claiming that he was becoming overhated, it seemed like the tables were beginning to turn for Ugly God. And it was clear that the feedback was getting to him. Because once the record came and went into the culture, Ugly God retreated to the shadows once again. And rather than trying to build on his latest release, he has basically taken a vow of silence. And when he did pop back up online, it would only be to express his frustrations with the industry's lack of attention span, while also pointing the fingers at others as to why he never got a real second wind in the game.
Being inconsistent, bruh, that shit was totally my choice. I didn't want to burn myself out. Bro, I felt like low key, bro, I couldn't bounce back unless I had a good ass feature on the shit, you feel me? So my Whoa Now song, bro, we got some good ass ad-libs on it, bro. This shit's so amazing, but niggas been bullshitting me on that song for 2 years straight, bro. Since I previewed it, bro. Like my brother said, like my brother Cash said, this rap shit just like high school, you feel me, bro? Niggas want to be around, who the coolest niggas, who the hottest, who around, who all in the scene and shit. Y'all know that's just not me. So shit, fuck it.
It only got worse in January 2022, when photos began circulating of someone who looked just like Ugly God working at Walmart, leading many fans to believe that the rap money really dried out, but it was quickly denied. Fans also began to notice that Ugly God's physical appearance was seemingly deteriorating, with many claiming he was possibly using drugs, such as cocaine.
But half of the comments is niggas thinking I'm fucking snorting coke, doing meth. Niggas call me a crackhead. That shit like hurts my feelings, nigga, because for the last 2 years, I've been fucking running every single day, every single morning at 4 in the morning, eating right, drinking water, and working out. Just to look how I want to look, got the right, like, just to reach my goals, just for niggas to then think I'm on drugs or snorting, whatever the fuck. So stop saying that shit. That shit hurts my feelings, nigga. I work for what the fuck I got.
While this was great to hear, it did seem like there was something deeper going on that he wasn't telling us. But all of this news is harmless compared to what happened a couple months back. For a little while this year, it really seemed like Ugly God was gearing up to resurface. After staying pretty inactive on social media, he was suddenly tweeting again and released a 2-pack of music on SoundCloud in May. But weirdly, it wasn't put up on any major streaming services like Spotify or Apple Music. Along the way, he seemed to be teasing a new project with space travel inspired artwork and a recurring hashtag called Floatery, suggesting that there was something for his fans on the way. And while he had previously complained that he hadn't built the base that he wanted to by coming out the gate way too early, he was still commanding 19 million listeners and 97 million streams a year on Spotify in 2022, which totals to about $200,000 in yearly income. Obviously, his label Asylum was taking a huge cut of that, but at the very least, it proved that there were still people out there checking for him, even if the vast majority of listeners moved on once he dipped out of sight. But whatever he was planning was seriously disrupted after he began making headlines claiming that he was named the gunman in the death of 50-year-old Ronaldo de la Valade. Reports claim that Ugly God killed his best friend's father during an argument. While the evidence is still unclear, some reports claim that Ugly God and others supposedly convinced Ronaldo to come back to the house by claiming that his 11-year-old son was in danger. When Ronaldo was leaving, he allegedly got shot 4 times in the face by Ugly God, resulting in his death. The account of what happened has mainly come from Ronaldo's sister, identifying as Tisha online. In her post, which detailed the killing, she claimed that Ugly God had bragged about his involvement in the shooting online and planned to use the fact that his uncle is a judge in Mississippi to avoid prosecution by using self-defense as a motive. When the news broke, the hip-hop world was completely shocked, with many in disbelief that the guy who made the song titled "I Beat My Meat" was the last person you would expect to be bagging up body. But what was more shocking to a lot of people is that after he had all that momentum back in the day, this was the first time that they heard his name even uttered in years.
Who is Polo G? A dope-ass artist coming out of Chicago, gonna be considered one of the greats one day.
In recent years, Polo G has been doing everything needed to obliterate his image as a rapper. From telling fans to self-delete themselves for making fun of his music, to getting arrested and even throwing shade at the officers by claiming he has more money than them.
Oh, here we go about the broke and about the money. Oh my God.
It's crazy to think that a year ago today, he was on top of the world with a #1 Billboard hit, where he claimed to have been making $2,000 per minute. Yet recently, he announced that he will be retiring from making music after the release of his next album. And on a more serious note, he's also been arrested on charges stemming from kidnapping, robbery, and assault with a deadly weapon. What the hell happened to Polo G? And what events led him to seemingly jeopardize the career he worked so hard to build? Hi, I'm Louaista. I make weekly video documentaries of things I'm into. Today, we're diving into why Polo G might be his own worst enemy, and how this attitude might cost him his career. But to really get it, we need to rewind back to see who Polo G was before fame took over. And maybe you too will understand why he wishes he could turn back time.
So what part of Chicago you from, Polo? Right here, man.
Taurus Tremonti Bartlett, aka Polo G, aka Lil Cap-A-Lot, was born on January 6, 1999, and began writing raps at the tender age of 9 years old. And before he would be performing on big stages and dropping Billboard charting hits, it was a struggle to get where he is today. He was raised in the Marshall Field Garden Apartments, which is near the infamous Cabrini Green projects located in the north side of Chicago. This area is widely known as one of the roughest housing projects in American history. He remembers going to school with an empty stomach and also hated seeing his parents struggle to make ends meet. However, he was willing to do whatever it took to make it out the hood.
As a young kid, my goals was always just to break the curse of poverty. At one point in time, I wanted to be a boxer, but I always had rap as a hobby.
He wrote his first song when he was just 9 years old and would practice rehearsing it all day long. He didn't want to play with no toys or no games. He just wanted to stay inside and rap.
Stop that, his hard drop, when it's rolled down and the Glock's cocked, they go pop, pop, then his hard
As a kid, he was so talented as a rapper that it's actually the reason he was able to avoid flunking out of high school, even though he often skipped classes and had a tough time with grades. His English teacher offered him a deal that he couldn't turn down. He said that if he just joined a local poetry contest, he would allow him to pass so he can graduate. He was really looking out for me because he knew I had talent, Polo G said. Even though everyone, including his family, knew Polo G had a bright future in making music, there was one thing holding him back, which was, of course, the streets. As he approached his teenage years, Polo G got involved with a ton of gang activity. Many fans recall hearing Polo G repping the number 1300 in his music.
1300 block a bitch, I call my last cases.
Well, he reps this number because it represents the number of the gang Polo G is affiliated with, being that he was raised in Cabrini Green, which is the block of 1300. It was here where things seemed to have taken a drastic turn in Polo G's life. But despite the fact that this area is said to be a haven for gang violence, Polo remembers his childhood being fun.
So, growing up on the north side, man, how was that like?
It was fun. For the most part, I said.
While he did enjoy being outside with family, friends, and other members of his gang, his involvement in the streets also led to a few experiences that left him traumatized. When he was 15 years old, for example, his close friend Gucci was killed in Chicago. To honor him, he changed his name from Mr. Do Too Much to Polo G.
The G stand for Gucci. That's for my friend who passed away.
Oh, that's cold. Now, I mean, can you talk about your friend Gucci that passed away and how that impacted you?
It's like that really like messed up my understanding. Like I ain't understand like how I'm only 15, my homie only 16 years old, and he, you feel me, died to gunfire. Like it really messed up my understanding for like.
You can see Polo G's face tighten up when asked about this, almost as if he was about to cry. And to show more of how much he cared for his friend, he even once claimed that he tried to attempt to avenge Gucci's death.
I still want that point for Gucci, look, it's killing his eye. My bad, I never scope y'all, but at least a nigga tried.
Events like this led Polo G down a dark path. He began taking drugs like ecstasy and Xanax to fight his depression.
Addicted to this ecstasy, I like how it feel. It's like I've been popping X ever since I tried a pill.
The pills helped me get through hard times. In the middle of all this, Polo G started moving away from his dream of becoming a rapper and was instead getting in trouble with the law. Even though he was still making some songs here and there, he just wasn't focused. Since he felt too broke for college, Polo G said he began selling drugs, hoping to finance his rap career.
I was chasing the whole rap thing. Everybody wasn't into that. Like my OG and my daddy, they wasn't into that. So it was like I had to get the money myself and do it.
However, the street life Polo G was wrapped up in began to catch up to him. When he was arrested for stealing cars and leading police on a high-speed chase at the age of 19. At this point, it seemed like everything was going horrible for him. But like the legendary Tupac once said, if you can make it through the night, there's a brighter day. And after all the tough times, Polo G finally saw some hope ahead.
I can't sleep at night.
Getting locked up may have been the greatest thing to happen to Polo G. After getting out on May 16th, 2018, he promised himself that he would never go back to jail and would chase his dream of becoming a rap superstar. But as we'll see later in this video, this promise didn't necessarily age well. And one could make the argument that he caps a lot, if you know what I mean. But jail clearly lit a spark in Polo G. Just 12 days after getting out, he released a remix of a song called Never Cared by another Chicago native, G Herbo. The song went stupid.
That was the first song I ever had to hit 1 million views.
The song's success prompted Polo to drop more songs, and fans were beginning to see a bright future in the young artist. But as Polo G continued to upload more videos, he started to realize that he didn't enjoy making these aggressive type songs, often referred to as drill music, which became popular among Chicago artists after Chief Keef's rise in 2010. Instead, he wanted to explore something that could truly convey the emotions from his difficult upbringing. So he began creating music that could be a voice for kids in Chicago like himself, whose stories often go unnoticed. This shift led him to adopt a more emotional and melodic style, which was first heard in songs like Finer Things, released in August of 2018.
Yeah, I know. You be posted up from Sunday to Saturday night.
Now, later we'll discuss how this shift was a double-edged sword. But for a song that he claims to have written while he was in prison, it's pretty incredible, considering how rapidly it gained popularity. Following his success, he came out with another hit called Hollywood.
This shit let me shell shock and traumatized. It's hard to speak on what I'm feeling up inside.
After these songs were dropped, Polo G wanted to prove that he wasn't just a one-hit wonder like many other rappers blowing up at the time. So he teamed up with Lil TJ, who was also an up-and-coming artist from New York. Together, they dropped Pop Out, which went crazy, peaking number 11 on the Billboard Hot 100. The music video on YouTube gained over 300 million views at the time of this recording, and Polo G's talent earned him a record deal with Columbia Records. From there, he was just on a winning streak. He released his first project, Die a Legend, in 2019, further cementing his place in the industry. Everything finally seemed to be falling into place for Polo G. He was dropping hit after hit, selling out venues, collaborating with other popular artists, and making more money than he ever had dreamt of. However, problems arose when he prepared for the release of his next album, The GOAT, the following year. And it appears that he might have made some choices that jeopardized his career and led him back to prison, breaking the promise that he made to himself in the past. While the rest of the world was going through it in 2020, Polo G was at the top of his game. He officially vowed to become sober from drugs after a life-threatening moment where he was hospitalized and almost overdosed on Xanax pills. This inspired him to go even harder. After dropping major singles like Heartless and the much harder trap banger with Go Stupid, the whole world was waiting to see what he came up with on The GOAT, and he didn't disappoint. The album had some huge tracks on it too, like Wishing on a Hero and Martin and Gina, a street serenade to his baby mama Crystal Bleece, which he admitted was designed to trigger that female fan base. And this wouldn't be the only track he would write about her. Songs like So Real and Mrs. Capalot are also about her, and yet she still cheated on him. But as I mentioned earlier, Polo G shifted to a more melodic style before the GOAT, and the success of this sound became a mixed blessing. On one hand, he enjoyed newfound fame and a luxurious lifestyle, but on the other, it seemed to inflate his ego significantly. This ego shift became evident on June 7th, 2021, when he got pulled over by the cops for overly tinted windows while returning back from a party. Unfortunately, what started as a minor traffic stop escalated, leading to his arrest on charges of battery on a police officer, criminal mischief, resisting arrest, and threatening a public servant. How the hell could this happen? Well, if we take a look at the footage of the arrest that surfaced shortly after, it really showed a different side of Polo G compared to the motivational character he portrayed in his music.
Oh, here you go about the broke and about the money. Oh my God.
Broski, bro, I'm just saying, you got $10,000 in your bank account right now. You got $10,000 in your bank account.
It seems that Polo G didn't live up to the promise of never going back to prison. And shortly we'll discuss how he ended up there yet again. But his failure to stay out of trouble with the law wasn't the only thing he struggled to change. People also started to say that his music sounded extremely repetitive. Even though lots of people liked it, some thought that he needed to change things up because it felt like he was using the same style with emotional lyrics and piano type beats all the time, saying things like Polo G fans forcing themselves to listen to the same piano beat, Polo G if pianos were never invented, as well as famously being dubbed as Piano G. At first, Polo G would play around with the meme and didn't really seem like he cared that much. But soon enough, the opinions of his audience would begin to get under his skin a lot more. After releasing the mega hit Rap Star on the way to dropping his 2021 album Hall of Fame, Polo G should have been on cloud 9 instead of being happy. It turns out that Polo had spent too long over-analyzing everything that fans were now trolling him about. To say that Polo is a little salty about this would be an understatement, but he initially tried his best to pretend to be chill about it.
I know you have a specific sound that you like, but are you ever like, all right, I'm gonna try to move out my zone?
Yeah, because let the internet tell it I'm Piano G, and all I use is a piano beat. I'm like, come on, like of course I'm gonna revert back to what got me here.
Over time, Polo did the worst thing that he could possibly do. He let people know that it bothered him. With how the internet works, that's like telling a school bully that you still wet the bed and expect him not to bring it up. There's definitely an argument to be made that Polo G got more flack than he deserved. Although Hall of Fame wasn't his best record, and had some major misses like that collab with Nicki Minaj, it was still a solid project. But you know how fickle hip-hop is. Once something's popular and they can't play the gatekeeper anymore, some people will decide it's washed. This isn't an uncommon issue for a lot of rappers. The problem with Polo is that he takes everything so personally. Bro is supposed to be from the streets and was out here dissing a streamer like Aiden Ross for being gay. He has also blown up at fans time and time again in a way that's only going to keep people poking at the bear, going as far as to tell them to self-delete themselves, and that he would put their skinny cinnamon stick off the Apple Jacks box for $1 in a blender, whatever that means. Let's not forget how he also once dissed someone's dead grandmother for calling him ugly. And no matter how many times he said he doesn't care, the fact that he even dignifies it with a response proved they got under his skin and triggered his insecurities. And when nothing else worked, he eventually opted for the lamest response in the book: I'm richer than you, before then claiming he needs to limit the amount of feedback he takes from fans. The so-called critics are even affecting his creative process at this point.
I had a pretty good reputation with just dropping good music, but I had that hovering over my head like, oh, he only used a piano beat. Yeah. So coming into Hall of Fame, my album after that, I ended up trying to be selective and picking beats that wasn't that, and I really veered away from my sound. I got away from my sound.
When he should have been celebrating, Polo has been soaking over hate, and it's only gotten worse to the point that he's not just considering throwing away his career, but maybe his life too. As I mentioned earlier in this video, the street life seemingly got to him as well. 2022 is a down period for Polo, where he only dropped a few loosies and features. As usual, Polo let his feelings be known. Music-wise, I post to be churned this year, especially this summer. I feel like I let my fans down being inconsistent. this shit be so weak. It seemed like Polo was getting back on track this year when his next album Hood Poet was announced, and with barely holding on, racking up millions of views and streams in days, it's clear that he's still got it. But it looks like Polo is going to reject hip-hop before it can reject him, as he turned to Twitter to reveal some statements that took his fan base by surprise. This rap shit got so lame and watered down, it ain't no fun in it no more. Honestly, after my Hood Poet album, I'm considering retiring from music. Contemplating retirement at the age of just 24 years old, it seems like Polo might have taken all the fun out of rapping himself by giving into the criticism. And when you're creating without passion and aiming to live up to expectations, how can you ever expect to be fulfilled? At this point, it's clear that Cap-A-Lot hated being famous, or at least the scrutiny that comes with it.
He attained so much success, there's a lot of hate that comes with that. Like, I got my fans that could appreciate where I come from, how hard I work, feel me, the shit that I do, but then you got the people who hate where they gonna always have something negative to say. You just gotta learn how to be able to embrace the hate and, you feel me, everybody who really supporting you.
If Polo actually meant any of what he said there, he might have been in a very different headscape when it comes to rap. Unsurprisingly, he's now getting hella love after teasing retirement. So maybe leaving the game is the only way that Polo can actually get the flowers he obviously craves. But seriously, what will he do on the other side that'll make him happier than music once did? When Jay-Z retired, for example, he had being president of Def Jam, Rockaware, the SC collab with Reebok, and sleeping with Beyonce to keep himself busy. And yet he still came back to rap. So unless he got some kind of stock portfolio we don't know about, Polo doesn't have anything going for him other than music itself. Sure, he launched the ODA label that we never hear anything about, and it seems like Scory and Sienna and Mike are the only artists signed that aren't his brother. And they're both Polo G clones, for crying out loud. Now, there's also drama involving his younger brother Trench Baby. It's been reported that Trench Baby was involved in a robbery during a video shoot at Polo G's home. This led to a raid of his $4.9 million mansion in California, and when they originally came to arrest his little bro, they found an illegal short barrel rifle and took Polo in too. They really out here in Cali with enough guns to arm a cartel. Initially, he was released without incident, but after police conducted their investigation, Polo and Trench were hauled back in on kidnapping, robbery, and assault charges stemming back to an incident in April. He obviously posted the 100-gram bail with ease, but Polo should be a million miles removed from this stuff by now. For most rappers, the whole point from moving out of their hometown is to escape that kind of lifestyle. Without going into detail, academics recently suggested that Polo G is letting that life creep back in and is getting in over his head.
Polo G, you're a rapper. You're in an industry where everybody talks, and everybody knows what goes on. You're not in the streets anymore, neither your family. The LAPD raiding your house. It's bad press. It made you look horrible. By the way, I will tell you this. Polo G, you gotta tighten up. Because if you have the feds kicking you down your door to execute search warrants, they're not trying to lock up hanger on number 5. Guy we don't care about number 3. They want you.
Hey, bro. You need to get back to that gangster shit. Like, if you don't shut your bitch ass up, like, what do that even mean? You know what I'm saying?
They want you to talk about busting them guns, man.
Vince Staples could have literally become one of the biggest rappers in the world. However, after he got famous, his entire mindset on the industry shifted. Whether it was for something as simple as radio hosts asking him to freestyle.
Cause I'm not gonna be sitting there rapping for no white man for no hour, man. That's the auction block, but.
Or something much deeper, like labels exploiting dead artists for money.
That's why they put out albums after you died. If they cared about you as an artist, they wouldn't do that.
There are plenty of reasons why he chose to abandon his career and purposefully become a forgotten rapper. But instead of this being a traditional fall off, this may be what the rapper from the LBC wanted all along. Hi, I'm Louaista. I make weekly video documentaries of things I'm into. And today, it's time to learn why Vince Staples sabotaged his own success. To understand that, let's go back to Vince's roots and the shocking truths he uncovered as he started his music career. When you hear a story about a rapper's come up, they'll often tell you that all they ever wanted to do was be on the mic. But not Vince Staples.
I don't really have anything against rap, I just didn't want to be a rapper. I mean, it wasn't like, fuck it, I'll never be a rapper, it just literally had never crossed my mind.
Instead, his youth on the north side of Long Beach led him down another road when he joined the Naughty Nasty Gangsta Crips.
I was a gang member for a very long time and a very good one. So I don't want to do that anymore. So I'd rather spend my time doing something good.
The son of a gang member who was in and out of jail and mostly raised by a single mother, Vince fell into that same path. In fact, he bought into that life completely. I started gangbanging because I wanted to kill people. I wanted to hurt people. There's no reason. It's a bloodthirst. That doesn't really sound like the hilarious, insightful Vince you probably know. And considering where he's at now, he's probably ashamed that he ever thought that way in the first place. As I said, Vince didn't intend to be a rapper and only started doing it to stay out of trouble. Suddenly, Vince went from hanging out with homies, chasing a dream, to becoming an honorary member of Odd Future, a crew created way back in 2010 by Tyler the Creator and featured rappers like Earl Sweatshirt, Frank Ocean, and many more. This led to a feature on Earl Sweatshirt's legendary Earl mixtape on the song E-Par. If you've heard this track and the graphic lyrics Vince spits on it, you'll probably be able to tell that he wasn't looking at rap as a career.
You know it's not rape if you like it, bitch, so sit down like a pretty hoe.
But something clicked when he had the opportunity to perform at one of Earl's shows. He suddenly realized there was an easy way to make money in the rap game. And as I'll explain later in this video, Vince's desire to secure the bag has remained a driving force throughout his career. However, unlike many artists who chase trends and chart hits for success, Vince took a different path. Either way, love for the art of rap was never the primary motivation for him. It simply provided an escape from the life he had been living. At the age of 17, Vince dropped his debut mixtape, Shine Cold Chain, which immediately created a buzz for his dark, gritty, and violent lyrics.
Using cops to target practice, they owe us a couple L's. How we gon' know the future when we barely know ourselves?
Many praised this album for his unique way of storytelling, its raw and aggressive tone, and some even claimed it was a masterpiece. This led him to catch the attention of Mac Miller, who gave him a major cosign early on in his career when he produced an album called The Stolen Youth Tape, which, by the way, Mac refused to take any royalties for. This further showcases how even legendary rappers like Mac Miller had seen so much potential in the young artist. At a time when the West Coast was back on the rise, Vince looked like he might play a crucial role in it, as he continued to drop more hits like Nate and Blue Suede. Songs like these helped him gain the attention of major labels, and Vince Staples officially signed his first deal with Def Jam in 2014. However, Vince claims that he only signed a deal because he really needed cash quickly.
So why even be on a major label? Like why? Like why not tell Def Jam beat it?
Because they helped me out when I needed the money, to be real. My mom was sick and I was going through something, you know.
After his Hell Can Wait EP was released, he had full attention of critics and fans, even getting a whopping 8.5 rating from hip-hop's most infamous review page, Pitchfork, and even a 7 out of 10 by internet's most busiest music nerd, Fantano. Vince had a ton of momentum, and it led him to release the debut album in 2015 called Summertime 06, and this is when things really started to pop off for him. Many people from my generation, who are really into hip-hop, consider this album a classic. However, for some, this album marked the extent of their interest in Vince's music. In Summertime 06, Vince told the story of his youth, similar to how Kendrick Lamar did in albums like Good Kid, Mad City. But what set Vince apart was that he wasn't just a passive observer like Kendrick Lamar was. He had actually lived through the experiences he was rapping about. This authenticity allowed him to create modern gangster rap anthems like Get Paid and North North, which till this day are some of his biggest songs. Even at his height of popularity, Vince was already being described as a gangster rapper with a conscience because of the way his rhymes avoided the glamorized versions of the streets that hip-hop made popular. But to begin with, he didn't want to be anyone's savior.
The job of my music is for me to tell the truth about my situation in my life, and what happens from there is up to anyone else who listens to it.
Looking back, this is pretty crazy, because in the years to come, Vince would view his responsibilities as an artist in a whole new way, and that change was so important to explaining why he essentially derailed his own career. Even though he was seen as a gangster rapper, Vince never really fit the stereotype. For example, even though he came from the state that made the Chronic and drinking 40s famous, Vince actually opted to staying sober, something that's extremely uncommon in the world of hip-hop these days.
Why is not smoking and drinking important to you?
It ain't even that it's just important, it's just nothing I did. Like, I'm not about to start now.
With the drug epidemic hip-hop's got on its hands now, Vince wasn't far off. This was another reason why people gravitated to him, because even back when he was a little immature, he always seemed wise beyond his years, while at the same time staying 100% real and hilarious with it too. I love hearing him speak and share his thoughts. This dude is so damn intelligent and has a lot of things discovered at such a young age. Wish there were more artists like him. On top of the gems he would drop during interviews, Vince stood out from the typical rap persona by not wearing fancy clothes or jewelry.
I have never worn a chain in my life and I never will. I had a G-Shock in like the 9th grade. That's about it.
He was also hilariously open about his opinions on Twitter and would often make headlines for his hot takes on the rap industry, such as calling Eminem trash and clowning rappers from Atlanta. Because of this, Vince was easy to root for, and although his album Summertime '06 didn't really sell crazy numbers, the impact that it made meant a lot more than Data, as did the rep that he got for being a great rapper. Still, to this day, tracks from that time period are his best performing and most widely loved releases. Unfortunately for those people who wanted Vince to stay in this lane, they had another thing coming. He would soon move far beyond that sound, letting the industry know that he wasn't going to sacrifice his beliefs for the rap game. People were not happy, and his label probably wasn't either. I mean, the guy was a ready-made star, but it soon became very clear that Vince couldn't care less. And from here on out, Vince would double down, alienating his audience in ways that none of the biggest experts in the music industry would ever believe. I don't know what the fuck some of these people are on. How can you hear Senorita, North North, Blue Suede, and then this and say Vince is getting better? He sounds so goddamn bored on every song. Vince Staples in general has gone downhill. Honestly, all of his newest singles and features have not been good at all. These are the type of comments that you will read on Reddit threads about the artistic evolution of Vince. But this transformation didn't happen solely due to a change in his music style. It was because Vince began to confront the trauma from his gang-related past that he often glorified in his songs. Initially, he appeared to be at ease with his past and even took pride in it.
If you on Long Beach and ask about me and my homies and what we did at that certain time period, we did a lot. We shifted a lot of stuff. Like, I wouldn't give up the era I grew up in for nothing, man, because we got, we changed the way that the city is ran. From 2006 to 2013 when we had a run. And I only say that because I'm doing what I'm doing now, but it was great, man. Like, I got a lot of homies that's gone over this. But the dead are in jail, so I would trade that for the world, because they died for the cause that I represent within this music.
That was back when he was promoting the song Blue Suede. And to say that his outlook has changed since then would be a massive understatement. After the release of his breakout album Summertime '06, it seemed that the album's exploration of his Crip past had allowed him to move beyond it and confront all the pain he had both experienced and caused to others. One major incident that seemed to have haunted him since then was the death of his best friend, Jabari Benton. This would change everything for Vince and lead him to head down the path to limiting his own mainstream appeal. How did the death of your close friend affect your life/music? Vince was once asked in an AMA on Reddit. It affected my life in every way possible. That's nothing a child should experience. In 2011, 15-year-old Jabari Benton was killed in his own hood after being shot in the abdomen and back. The butterfly effect that this would have in Vince's life really can't be understated. It was a turning point, but its importance didn't really become clear until he was already a star. Since he got famous, Vince has carried around some sense of survivor's guilt over what happened to Jabari, alluding to his story in rhymes and during interviews. And when he does, it's clear it still cuts deep and makes him consider the impact of his bars.
I thought we was studying. Niggas killed Jabari for nothing. Think I'm finna morning, nigga, over bars and you bugging.
After Summertime '06, Vince completely switched up his style. On Big Fish Theory, he dabbled with different sounds such as EDM and house music. And the lyrical content displayed completely changed as well. Instead of lyrics about being a gangsta Crip, he was instead wondering, how am I supposed to have a good time when death and destruction is all I see on songs like Party People? It was clear he no longer wanted to make music that would make people want to commit more acts of violence than he already saw throughout his entire life. He wanted to tell his story his way, but this time a little differently. Sadly, his fans weren't too amused with this at first, leading Vince to have to discuss the transition of his sound in various interviews.
Because like, motherfuckers be like, man, go back to that gangster shit, blah, blah. Nigga, the homie just got popped in his face at the park being 15 years old. And you want me to go back to that? So I can play something that's gonna make a nigga wanna get in the car.
Vince had a wake-up call, where he realized that rapping about pain and sorrow is what's popular across black entertainment, and he didn't want any part of it.
For black people in general, cuz we sell trauma. Every hot movie, 12 Years a Slave, and that Turner movie, Django. For black people, the black business is trauma. That's what we got. Keeping Up with the Kardashians, all these other shows, they having a good time. It's reality TV just chilling. We can't even have reality TV where niggas ain't trying to squabble.
Unfortunately, the public didn't necessarily get the message and expected him to continue making music like North North and Blue Suede for the rest of his career. And Vince opened up about how frustrating this was to him.
It's funny, like, I be getting the most random messages from the most square niggas, like, hey, bro, you need to get back to that gangster shit. Like, if you don't shut your bitch ass up, like, what do that even mean? You know what I'm saying?
They want you to talk about busting them guns,
yeah,
man.
Hey, why you ain't kill a nigga on this album, man? I'm not fucking with it. It's like, I be over that, bro, just because that shit is so draining, man.
This majorly contributed to the self-sabotage of his own market share of the audience. Because if you know Vince, you'll know that he wasn't going to back down. And this only intensified in the years to come. If Vince simply played along like every other rapper in the industry, he could have easily had massive chart success. Summertime 06 landed number 2 on the rap charts, and tracks from the record remain his highest performing songs on YouTube by literally millions of views. But from here on out, Vince refused to play ball and deconstructed the idea that he was a rap star in a conventional way, rallying against basically every common trapping of the industry in the process. After Big Fish Theory, which is actually his best-selling album, every project Vince has put out since hasn't appealed to mainstream audiences and left them wishing he would go back to his early sound. Yeah, I don't get it. He was my favorite rapper up until Big Fish Theory, but nothing since then has held my attention. Still, Vince refuses to try and make amends, even with some fans abandoning him. If anything, he only dug his heels in further, making the music he wants to make and exposing the music industry in the process. But even though some people would see this as a career suicide, Vince is just too real for there to be any other option. And in the past few years, Stables has done a few things that would completely seal his fate. Since blowing up, Vince has always been a rebel that just so happened to have star quality. He never wanted the fame, he just wanted the financial rewards that came with it. A lot of things are purposely done that might hurt my career, but I don't care. Separation is very important to me. I don't strive to be a celebrity. My music has nothing to do with me at the end of the day. Once it's made and is purchased, it belongs to whoever. Vince said this way back in 2015, and he's only gotten more jaded about fame and fortune since. As a result, he could never live up to the potential that Def Jam first saw in him because he didn't want to sacrifice his authenticity for anyone. This is a guy that hilariously compared freestyling to slavery.
Cause I'm not gonna be sitting there rapping for no white man for no hour, man. That's the auction block. But
over the years, this has progressed from comments that make Charlemagne laugh to exposés on how the music industry monetizes people's struggles, pain, death, and murder.
This is a business. They want to use you and destroy you, get your money, and it's better for their business if you're dead. That's why they put out albums after you died. If they cared about you as an artist, they wouldn't do that. They would just give your parents the remainder of your contract.
Can you imagine Drake or Travis Scott saying something like that? Didn't think so. They're focused on keeping their position in the game. But Vince, he's still about the bag, but on his terms. Not for the label, the fans that want the old Vince back, or anything else. During his appearance on the Drink Champs podcast, he spoke about how the Big Fish Theory album was made to be synced for movies and has done that since.
They was going for the most abrupt sounds to kind of separate the scenes. So then I started making music with that in mind. So basically that changed my whole life.
It's crazy, like some rappers are out here fiending for Spotify playlist placements, while Vince is out here finessing the entertainment industry and getting soundtrack bags in Spider-Man, Black Panther, and more. Still, it's fair to say that this has come at a price. Between no longer making music that was designed for the mainstream and leaving Def Jam behind in 2019, it's really no surprise that his music isn't selling like it used to, particularly because a lot of people are open about the fact that they're not checking for him the same way, while others act like he's still a rookie just because they haven't heard anything other than his old gangsta rap cuts. I'ma be real, I didn't even know there was an album, much less a rollout until I saw this post. He has some top shelf tracks like North North, Blue Suede, but not a lot. Most of his stuff is a couple of levels below. Great artist with potential for sure. Other rappers' oversized egos would probably mean that they would be insulted by something like that. But Vince is content at where he's at and hasn't sacrificed himself to get there. Nowadays, Vince is in a weird position where most people know him better as a personality than for his records. There's plenty of people who won't have heard of his album FM, his 2020 self-titled record, or 2022's Ramona Park Broke My Heart. But they will always tune in whenever he pops up on the Joe Budden podcast or any other platform to deliver his hilarious hot takes. At this point, I think the media is where he would be likely to achieve more success, and many fans agree as well. When he finally listens to Joe Budden and gets a podcast, he's going to blow up. I would listen to a podcast all day without getting tired. With that kind of demand, many rappers would have taken a lucrative deal with Spotify, like Joe Rogan and Academics, immediately. But Vince always seems to prioritize his happiness and freedom over money and fame. Because even though he could have been a superstar, Vince is super comfortable where he is in life.
With me, it's like, man, it's like I'm getting paid like I went to a 4-year university.
Right.
Doing good. So that's enough for me.
Like, this man has big Records. We got New York's own. We got Staten Island's own.
Yes, sir.
2 years ago, CJ was one of the most popular names in the hip-hop genre after dropping his explosive hit record titled Whoop-Dee. In the span of less than a year, he went from being a nobody from Staten Island to having a #1 hit record on the charts, co-signs from some of the biggest names in the industry, and scored a major record deal with literally just 2 official songs to his catalog. However, over the last year, CJ's audience has decreased by nearly 90%, according to Social Blade, and his Google Trends graph further shows just how much he has faded into irrelevancy. Earlier this year, it was also reported he was officially dropped from his label, which showcases just how bad his falloff has become. It's your boy Louaista, and today we're gonna investigate why CJ disappeared off the face of the planet. When CJ dropped his song Whoop-Dee on July 30th, 2020, it popped off immediately, which was pretty sus for a few reasons. I mean, for one, if we use the Wayback Machine, we can see that this guy barely had 40,000 subscribers on his channel when he somehow managed to pull in 7 million views on a video. A month later, it jumped to nearly 80 million. So how did this random Latino guy from Staten Island, New York, absolutely decode the secret to going viral in the modern music era? Did he simply find the recipe to success that quickly? With rappers like Ice Spice, Chance the Rapper, and Baby Keem all being tagged with the industry plant label, naturally, people started wondering if CJ was next in line. However, is it possible to make the claim that he had just made a banger and it hit at the right place at the right time? Cause in interviews that surfaced shortly after the song's release, CJ claimed that Whoop-Dee was nothing more than a random first attempt at making drill music.
For the people that don't know, Whoop-Dee was my first drill record I ever made in life. I never experimented with drill. I never made a drill record before that.
As you may or may not know, drill music is a subgenre that was becoming massively popular in New York at the time. It's also important to note that Pop Smoke, who was seen as the face of drill music around the time CJ started blowing up, had passed away just 5 months before Whoop-Dee came out. So there's an argument to be made that people were just hungry for something new, and it felt like the perfect moment for someone like CJ to step in to fill a big void in the drill music scene.
Drill was just so hot at the time. I was like, yo, let me see what I could do on a drill beat. You know what I'm saying? I was just playing around. Like, I'm not a drill rapper. I had no intentions of being a drill rapper. Today, I'm not a drill rapper. It just happened to be I blew up off of a quote-unquote drill-based song.
What makes things even all more crazier is that the beat for Whoop-Dee was already used by Pop Smoke, King Von, and other drill rappers. So what was it about CJ's inclusion of it on Whoop-Dee that blew it up out of proportion? Could it just be the fact that he made it more catchy and simple for the average listener to understand, making it much easier to sing along to? Or is there something that went on behind the scenes that he was hiding from the audience? The second the song dropped, it went on to become a viral dance challenge on TikTok, which could be one of the main reasons it was able to climb the charts so quickly. But something that was pretty suspicious was the fact it was also given a huge push when Cardi B played the song on her Instagram story. French Montana then made him an honorary member of Coke Boys with the gift of a chain. He then got legends like Busta Rhymes to feature on his songs, and even Mark Wahlberg was seen hanging out with this dude. So it's no secret that something deeper was probably going on behind the scenes. With all these people in his corner, it didn't seem too out of pocket when he said he wanted to be one of the greats, although it was an extremely high bar to set for someone who had just a solo single on Spotify up at the time. While the industry plant allegations piled on CJ, things went from bad to worse when he did this genius interview that took place on November 27th, 2020, where he went on to discuss the meaning behind the word Whoop-Dee.
Whoop-Dee. I'm outside of some movie. Pretty much Whoop-Dee, like, it's worldwide now. You know, I got babies, you know, saying Whoop-Dee. I got, you know, middle-aged people, you know, older people. Pretty much it's just like a roll call, you know, whenever I see my guys in the street, and, you know, that's how we greet each other. It's like a New York when people say, yeah.
While this interview seemed simple on the surface, it resulted in a whole ton of drama for CJ that would become inescapable throughout the duration of his career. To preface this segment, it's important to know the severity of what being labeled a fake gangster can do to your reputation as a rapper. For some reason, it seems that people enjoy rappers with a gangster persona, as some of the biggest rappers rappers in the world are tied to some kind of gang affiliation. This was kind of the case for someone like Gucci Mane, who literally murdered someone in 2006, which many would consider the time period where the rapper was in his prime. Even Chicago rappers like Lil Bibby claim that him killing someone was the reason he liked Gucci Mane so much.
Man, you know, Chicago people just love Gucci, man. He like everybody's idol, man. He like a gangster, man. First of all, he killed somebody for trying to rob him. And then he rapped about it, and he made all the type of diss song. Man, Chicago just like negative shit, man. We like people that's really gangster, man, you know what I'm saying?
However, this only seems to be the case for a rapper who actually stands by the words they say within the lyrics. And for this very reason, the music video for Whoopty would also cause a ton of unwanted drama for CJ. Because as you probably know, the video for Whoopty shows visuals of CJ rocking red bandanas while also hanging around members of a Bloods gang from New York. Rappers like Slim Jesus and 6ix9ine showed the whole world the type of success you can achieve by this marketing gimmick, which seems to perform even better if the rapper is not black. It's not just a coincidence that all of these artists' biggest songs just happen to feature a substantial amount of gang activity to help increase shock value. And speaking of 6ix9ine, he also had a hand in CJ's drama, but we'll delve into that part later in the video. Of course, these aren't the only reasons the song blew up. It also had a banging beat and a hell of a catchy hook. However, problems began to arise when people started to dissect what the word whoopty even means. And much to their surprise, it wasn't just some made-up slang, as CJ made it seem in his interview with Genius, but rather the word had an incredibly dark history behind it. The Rap Dictionary defines whoopty to be a noun, meaning a gang calling, greeting, salute, or acknowledgement for New York Blood gang members. Upon further investigation and fan speculation, people began to question CJ's authenticity of being a real Bloods gang member. Whoopty is a slang that is closely linked to the Mac Baller Bloodhound Brims, which is a notorious gang in New York City that's been around since 2005. At one point, it was considered to be one of the most dangerous gangs in New York. According to a post that dates back to 2014, the Mac Baller Brims were known for doing some pretty serious stuff. For instance, some members actually kidnapped a dad, whose child is a prosecutor in North Carolina, all because they were mad about the sentence one of their own got. And there's another tragic story of a 14-year-old kid who got mixed up in all this and ended up getting shot by the cops. It's also said that joining this gang could mean you've got to commit murder as your initiation. These incidents show the dangerous and risky world CJ was stepping into, and if he really wasn't about that life, he was making a big mistake for clout. And it's clear that CJ was definitely affiliating himself with this group, as people began to notice that he had referenced specific gang members from the Bloodhound Brims in his lyrics when he said,
I got all this water on me like Fiji, I'm posted up with hats and the sleazies.
In this line, CJ is heard referencing sleazies, which is a shout out to a New York rapper named Sazmula, who is part of the Mac Baller family and goes by nicknames like Big Sleaze or Sleazy. Also, when the song mentions hats, he's once again referring to members of the Brim Gang Bloods. These are the kind of details that shifted the whole conversation. Suddenly, people started to question CJ's realness. They wanted to know if he was genuinely part of a gang, or if he was just borrowing their lingo and reputation to make a hit song and grab some attention. But at first, CJ didn't back down and was pretty sincere about not only being a gang member, but also the fact that he had simply made up the word whoopty. Besides claiming that he and his friends invented the word, he went as far as to filing a trademark to own the rights to the word whoopty. But this only made things worse. It eventually caught the attention of the leader of the Bloodhound Brims, LeBrim, who, despite being arrested for 30 years for narcotics trafficking and firearm offenses, took the time to make a phone call in reference to CJ.
Yeah, this your boy, Latik La Brim Johnson. So I'm going to take a moment to set the record straight for you. I see there's a lot of controversy over this whoopty thing. So first and foremost, CJ made a hot song, but the content that he used is not his content. So his foundation is based off a lie. He's not whoopty. He don't know nothing about whoopty.
He went on to state that CJ knows nothing about whoopty, and that he literally stole the term, claiming that his song was disrespectful to the entire gang.
That I heard the kid was trying to claim it as something that he made or that him and his dudes grew up with. I didn't appreciate the fakeness and the fraudulent with that. That to me, like, that was some fraud. That was some busted. Like, everybody know where whoopty come from. He didn't even understand what whoopty is. So I was very disappointed with that situation. Very.
This phone call from LeBrim had a quite severe impact on CJ's street cred, with more gang members and affiliates questioning CJ's authenticity. One user wrote a comment stating CJ owes them royalty percentages, while another claimed that New York Bloods were getting finessed. A member of the Bloods gang by the name of G5 Reels hopped on Instagram Live to fire more shots at CJ's inauthenticity.
Gangster, you got around that been putting on for this shit for years, nigga. You got my bro up north for 30 years right now, nigga. Pull the fuck up right now. Pull up. Cause it's not a game no more, bro. Like,
with the industry churning against him, after they realized he wasn't about that life, the fans followed, and were now churning on him in the comment section. Most fugazi blood I ever seen. How has this dude not gotten clapped up yet? Only one song in, and CJ was facing his real first beef in hip-hop. But rather than it being a big publicity stunt to gain traction and new listeners, this one quickly got serious. As if things weren't bad enough, he'd soon be hit with allegations that he stole the entire flow of other MCs. If you're new to hip-hop, let me make it clear that this is one of the worst things you can be accused of. Biting another MC's bars or flows has been at the center of plenty of rap beefs over the years. So when two rappers named Busy Banks and 22Gs came out to say that CJ was a little sus and had basically jacked their whole style, it became another huge problem for him to deal with. Real CJ giving me 6ix9ine vibes, and boy from Staten Island, the safest bureau in NYC. Heard he ain't even whoopty for real. That CJ dude need to give me my credit, no cap. Busy Banks then said on IG, dude jacking my lingo and flow. I'm tired of not getting the recognition I deserve. I started this new wave of drill rap. Let's talk about it. Rather than being a vague accusation, people actually began to put together side-by-side comparisons to show how his style sounded next to Busy's. Check this out.
Can't fuck with no bitch, that's basic. Look at my swag, the drip is contagious.
can't fucking no hoe, that's basic. I used to run up chasing really break.
Slide, hop in the V, let's go for a ride. Wait, slide. She said she feeling a vibe.
In the immortal words of Soulja Boy,
word for word, bar for bar.
22Gs would then follow this up with a whoopty remix titled Goofy, where he then went in on CJ.
Leave a nigga like Hoffa. He won't even need a doctor, nigga who shot you. Not even whoopty.
The song went viral, racking up nearly 1 million views, and fans were loving every bit of it. In a Reddit post discussing the disappearance of CJ, some fans claimed that 22G's diss was the nail in the coffin. But yet again, CJ wouldn't back down, and would keep pushing further into his gang member persona in a song called Hit Up, where he fires shots at 22G's gang, the Gangster Disciples, as well as throwing up their gang signs with his hands in the video.
Get you hit up, no pop, come to your block and set up shop.
The song also went crazy, gaining 3 million views. However, his fans were beginning to worry about CJ, being that he was now putting his whole life on the line. Then on April 7, 2022, CJ made another bold move when he showed up to DJ Vlad to discuss the beef, claiming he would beat up 22Gs and Busy Banks if they kept dissing him.
If it really came down to it, like, we could squabble, you know what I'm saying? Like, we could just get it on, you know what I'm saying? Like, if it's that serious, you know what I'm saying?
It was like every other week from this point on, CJ would be confronted with another gang member attempting to prove he was a fraud, going on live stream after live stream to try to clear his name, and receiving countless amounts of threats.
Yo, we talking about CJ.
I know
nobody. I smacked this out too.
I see the tags. I know we talk about.
In the span of less than a year of blowing up, CJ was dealing with allegations of being an industry plant, a fake gangster, and now a flow stealer. But in 2021, his entire empire would crumble into pieces. In January of 2021, the table officially flipped on CJ when the Pitchfork news site published an article completely exposing him, titled, "New York drill rapper CJ is nothing but a shameless ripoff." In this article, they detailed that CJ's rise to fame wasn't just some random luck like everyone assumed, and exposed crucial details about CJ that no one knew about when they claimed that his uncle was James Cruz. For those who aren't familiar, James is a high-powered executive in the music industry. During his time at Violator Management, he helped oversee the early careers of 50 Cent, Nicki Minaj, and Busta Rhymes, who, like I mentioned, gave CJ a pretty big feature early in his career. He also served as the president of Bad Boy Records for nearly 2 decades. The same Bad Boy Records that is run by Diddy and had French Montana on its roster for nearly a decade, which also explains the French Montana cosign that I explained earlier as well. You see what I'm getting at here? Having a connection like that is huge because it opens doors. James's influence could easily get CJ's music music played on radio stations, giving him an advantage most upcoming artists could only dream of. Now, here's another fun fact. One of CJ's first tracks was actually released back in 2018, the same time period that 6ix9ine was dominating the rap scene with hit after hit. Interestingly enough, CJ and 6ix9ine actually teamed up for a song called Pop that many people aren't aware of, as it was only released on SoundCloud. Fast forward a bit, and that collab came back to haunt CJ. It resurfaced online and got people talking on platforms like Reddit, claiming he was an industry plant. His uncle James didn't exactly shy away from the fact that he had a hand in CJ's career either, and straight up exposed him in an interview discussing CJ's success, where he literally revealed that he came out of retirement just to manage him.
And I said, okay, play me the record. They played me this record called Whoopty. I go, shit, you got a record. Like, you got one. Like, damn, I didn't expect that. And then I said, what else you got? He said, what else I need? It ain't gonna work with one record. What you want? What you want me to do? You want to perform on Carnival Cruise Lines in 30 years? Like, you need a body of work.
Looks like Uncle James could have been onto something, as that's basically how his career played out now. As you will see, he basically told CJ his future. Still, he called in some favors to get CJ positioned for success.
I'm gonna help the kid. I'm gonna help him. He deserves it. He's family. His pops called me, and I gave his pops a promise, and I spoke to his moms, and I said, I got this. Get him a record deal.
To make matters worse, James didn't even step aside after CJ was set up. He was heard telling his nephew what to reveal and what not to during interviews.
Somebody said, shh. Yeah, oh, we ain't supposed to be talking about that? You gotta have 2 different album deals? Shout out to James Cruz.
When you're already suspected of an industry plant, allowing another man to publicly tell you what to say isn't going to help things. Even if he was trying to put his head in the sand and ignore it, that didn't mean that a change in the public's interest in CJ was taking place. It didn't stop there either. Once the track's uncleared sample nearly led to Whoopty being taken off streaming platforms, Uncle James took out $80K of his own daughter's college fund to keep the track online. So even though CJ initially tried to paint himself as this self-made rapper who did it without a deal or a team having made it to the top, the truth was much different than the story he'd sold to the public. Initially, CJ tried to move past the industry plan talk, just as he'd attempted to overcome the rumors of being a fake blood.
There's no response, you know what I'm saying? I don't pay that no mind, you know? Everybody got an opinion. You can't satisfy everybody, you know what I'm saying? So it's like, I'ma just keep doing what I do, you know what I'm saying, and elevating, you know what I'm saying, and perfecting my craft. I don't really pay no mind to, you know, what the internet's saying, so.
So when he dropped an EP called Loyalty Over Royalty in 2021, it pretty much fell off the face of the earth without anyone noticing. Later, he would try to shoot himself some bail for that EP, disappearing quicker than Jimmy Hoffa.
It started becoming so much of a conversation that it got in my head that I was. So I started making more drill music, you know what I'm saying? Cause I was getting so much love from that movement that I was like, fuck it, I'ma do a whole EP of this shit, and I did. But then I realized, I'm like, yo, like, I gotta be me, and I can't get caught up in that drill shit. That shit came with a lot, bro.
Basically, he tried to replicate the success of Whoopty and found that the audience that had helped make that track a hit wasn't checking for him anymore. And to make things worse, no one bought his excuses either. CJ ain't a real artist. He realized it when the gangsters started calling him out for jacking the style and ain't really about it. He faked it to be a blood, and he's a wannabe. His 15 minutes are up already. Fast forward to today, and he's still trying to dress up the fact that he chased a wave and had it backfire in every interview.
When a label hears a song, they're coming to you like, tell me you have 5 more of these.
Of course.
Now, in the back of your mind,
that's everybody's dream, yeah, that's, you know.
In the back of your mind, you'll probably be like, it's not the type of artist I am, but I did make the song.
Exactly.
Now, also, people in the streets are trying to bring you into, like...
Exactly. I kind of just wanted to, like, steer away from that a little bit, you know what I'm saying? Get back to my melodic shit, jump into the Latin shit, do this, do that, just so I don't get that pigeonhole label, you know what I'm saying?
The track Replica got some viral success. It obviously wasn't enough for CJ though, because he's returned to trying to make drill tracks that tried to capture the essence of Whoopty's success. In some cases, he just basically copied the song to the letter, and the results are pretty ridiculous to be honest. Peep this clip of Dubai from August of 2022.
You wanna cry Miami? Huh. Or you rather cry Dubai? Too fly. She said she loving my new style.
Joe Budden once said, that shit was
a 2-pack of ass.
In February of 2023, Warner had enough and severed their relationship with him once and for all. Users commented things like, took the hit and canned him, damn. The song was lit until the world found out he was fake claiming. In the months that followed, CJ tried to reframe it like it was his decision to leave with his masters because Whoopty was enough for him to recoup on his advance. But if Warner thought that there was any value left in him, they would have tried to lock him back in. Once again, people weren't buying it. Sounds like the label didn't think he was capable of making another hit.
Having a gun don't make anyone gangster. So rapping about guns don't make you want to be gangster.
Can you imagine if a suburban Eminem lookalike took over hip-hop with fake gangster credentials and guns as props? Well, if you were around in 2015, you'll remember the moment that Slim Jesus arrived on the scene. Video after video, he was going viral on WorldStar at will, and he was even courted by major labels, as they truly believed that he could be right alongside Chief Keef and G Herbo as one of drill music's biggest stars. But as it turned out, he bit off more than he can chew, and after one fateful YouTube upload, everything that he had built began to crumble into pieces, and soon he was being chased off stage and laughed at by the entire culture. Raised by a single mother, Slim Jesus lived a pretty ordinary life in Hamilton, Ohio before he'd reach worldwide fame. A longtime lover of hip-hop, Slim's music career began while he was working at a grocery store. In between shifts stacking shelves, Slim, real name Robert Church, began uploading music to SoundCloud and YouTube. At some point, he must have had second thoughts because these tracks would eventually be deleted. But when he returned, Slim had struck gold in the most unexpected of ways. As an avid fan of rap, Slim was up on the new wave of drill, making its way over from Chicago, and to him, it only seemed natural to make some himself.
That's a lot of what I listen to, and I'm influenced. I'm no way trying to steal their thing. Like, I'll give credits to Chicago. They created the drill movement. I listen to a lot of Chicago rappers, and that's just what I'm influenced by.
But in a decision that worked in the short term but would go on to ruin him, Slim didn't put his own spin on drill. Instead, he emulated everything he saw, from the gun-toting imagery to the tales of hunting down ops in his lyrics. Armed with a Cocky Beats production, Slim created the song Drill Time, and within days of its release, he'd shook the world.
You can find me posted up on Frank Block with my fucking gang. You ain't really bout shit.
Whether it was the music itself or the shock value of seeing the skinny white dude that created the track, it didn't take long for the WorldStar video to become a must-see event. Straight away, people couldn't decide whether they loved or hated it. Talking like he was the Grim Reaper of an area that he referred to on the track as Frank Block, everyone was fascinated by it. Soon, he was being interviewed by outlets like Complex to discuss the overnight success of Drill Time. It got like 4,000 in one day, and that was crazy to me already. And now it has like hundreds of thousands. Today, it sits at over 62 million views on YouTube, which is astonishing for someone that was literally a nobody days before it dropped. Slim was the odd man out in drill, and in an era before 6ix9ine, Lil Mabu, Stitches, and other rappers who make a living off falsifying hood backgrounds, this was hard for hip-hop fans to process. Unsurprisingly, a lot of people just straight up clowned him, saying things like, "If Slim Jesus walked in and slapped my girl's ass, you better know I'ma stay looking at my feet. His ass looked like a grown Dewey from Malcolm in the Middle." For others, it was his resemblance to Mr. Marshall Mathers that was the most fascinating, with some people even speculating about whether or not he was Slim Shady's illegitimate child from a tour stop in Ohio, or claiming Slim was his retarded brother Skittles. To his credit, Slim knew that he wasn't in Shady's league and tried to downplay any of those comparisons.
The Eminem comparison is literally just because we're white. We don't make the same kind of music. I don't rap the same. People stay talking about, man, has Eminem tweeted you yet? No, and that shit probably won't happen because we're on completely different bars. I'm not lyrical, I'm ignorant.
Considering he was the white guy doing drill music, it's no surprise that some artists saw him as a culture vulture, and soon after he had put the track out, another rapper from Chicago by the name of Lil Mouse jacked the song's beat to diss Slim Jesus for all of his tough talk.
These days niggas characters finna shoot a movie, pit him in and say, you did a song with niggas from here, but real talk, they ain't no shit.
Throughout this video, a recurring theme is real deal gangster rappers questioning Slim Jesus' authenticity. Because Slim was getting so much publicity at the time, it's not exactly shocking that dissing him gave Lil Mouse one of the most viewed tracks of his career. But according to Mouse, it wasn't meant to be for publicity. It was just letting Slim know that he can't play with gangsters and expect to get away with it.
It's just me stating facts, letting you know that ain't something that we honor, we don't joke about that, we done lost homies over that shit, so they just letting you know I'm stating facts.
Although some Chicago drill artists thought it was disrespectful, it wasn't all hate coming Slim Jesus' way. Unexpectedly, some real drill artists came forward to co-sign him, such as Lil Bibby, who said, "What they on with you, Slim? Why they dissing my youngin'?" in response to people dissing him. While outside of Chicago, superstar DJ Diplo gave the rapper his seal of approval too, declaring that he was just at home with friends listening to Slim Jesus. As for the game, his stance was a little different. He was just concerned that if Slim was capping, then it might lead to some serious problems in his future. "I think that Slim Jesus either really be fucking killing, or he's gonna get his ass smoked. I worry about kids these days rapping about things they're not really about. Sometimes I think it's sad because lives can be lost while playing those games. Be careful, Slim Jesus." At this point, Slim was playing his hand perfectly. He made a diss track back to Lil Mouse, claiming he had bigger fish to fry.
Who the fuck is Lil Mouse, man? I got bigger fish to fry.
Instead of making himself really visible and exposing himself as a suburban kid, he safeguarded his mystique and kept people wondering, was Slim Jesus really active like that? But this facade couldn't be kept up forever. And the first sign of his slipping came when he invited real drill rappers into his hood for the remix.
Stay me, I can't do that shit. Got a red dot with a ruler clip. That's 30 shots, show medulla, bitch. I'll be flexing hard.
While Lil Mouse was busy dissing him, other rappers in the Chicago drill music scene, such as King Yella, P. Rico, and Killa Kells, saw a potential bag appearing alongside Slim for a new version of Drill Time, which debuted on Worldstar's YouTube channel. But when they got to Frank Block, that's when King Yella, a well-known Chicago drill rapper, first realized that Slim wasn't the person he portrayed himself as in his rhymes.
It was not real at all. Everything, it was not real. So we had to figure out, we didn't want to shoot right here. It wasn't real. Like, how the fuck, I don't know how y'all finessed the camera to make it look like this was a real hood. Wasn't nothing going on.
Rather than expose him, King Yella kept the secret to himself, cause by associating with him, he got a pretty big publicity boost. And soon, he wasn't the only drill rapper to use Slim like this, even if they denied it. 4 days after the remix to Drill Time dropped on Worldstar, Slim was still seen as such a hot commodity in the drill world that he was flown out to Chief Keef's album launch party. Despite being pictured together, Keef denied co-signing and acted like he was just another fan who came by. Clearly, Keef wanted to prove that he wasn't putting Slim on, cause despite the huge number of views Drill Time generated, showing there was a financial benefit to collaborating with him, the streets wouldn't have it when there was still debate over if Slim was really about that life. But even with Sosa acting like he had nothing to do with it, academics told another story.
Come on, bruh. You brought him out to your show. He probably didn't ask to come out to your show. You brought him out, right? You had him backstage. If you really didn't fuck with him, don't try to use him for his buzz. What probably was gonna happen, and I'm not saying Chief Keef probably set this up, maybe his record label, they probably brought dude out because if Slim Jesus did his first performance at a Chief Keef release party concert, it would make national news, right?
Looking back, this really shows how much of a big deal Slim was at the time. Chief Keef was the man that brought drill music to the mainstream with tracks like Don't Like and Love Sosa. But in 2015, his label thought that he could use the help of a scrawny kid from Ohio? It's almost insulting looking back at it. At the time, labels clearly saw Slim as a gateway for drill to reach white suburban kids. Adam22 once pointed out that there was a brief moment where it looked like working with Slim could boost the profiles of rappers from the trenches.
It was a stimulus package, Slim Jesus stimulus package. It was for a little while. I mean, a lot of people kind of got whatever they needed to get out of that situation.
But this isn't a level of respect or consideration that Slim would have time to get used to, because in the space of one interview, everything would change. As I said earlier, Slim Jesus did a really good job of maintaining an air of mystery during the initial frenzy over Drill Time. However, he was about to slip up and do irreparable damage to his earning potential in the future. On September 30th, 2015, Slim Jesus appeared on Vlad TV for his first major on-camera interview. When asked about his gang ties by Vlad, Slim lifted the lid on his whole persona, revealing that he was basically just a fan mimicking the music he loved, rather than the gangster kingpin of Hamilton that he portrayed himself as.
For the most part on the street shit, like, I mean, I know people and I've been, in some situations, but I'm not like out here fucking killing people.
Do you have a criminal record at all?
Nah, I'm straight.
While most rappers would have tried to keep their image intact at all costs, Slim tossed this aside in a way that hip-hop hadn't seen before. As back when other rappers had been exposed for faking a hood image in the past, like Rick Ross's cosplay as a drug mogul, they normally still defended the lies. Instead, Slim fessed up, and in doing so, got the respect of some of the audience who heard enough fakery. This dude did what rappers should do. I'm not a killer, I'm a rapper. He's real about being fake. I gotta give him his props. He's a genius. He played the system, but in the months to come, it'd become real clear that he didn't play anyone other than himself. However, for the moment, Slim was still a big deal and everyone watched his big confession. To this day, it's still the 6th biggest interview in Vlad TV history. At first, it looked like Slim was handling the scandal pretty smoothly. He continued to rack up millions of views on tracks like Buck Buck and Facts. Plus, his collaborations with Worldstar on songs like Warning Shots and a remix of G Herbo's Who Run It were also getting decent views and positive reactions. But no matter what he tried, there was no replacement for the excitement that surrounded him during the days before the Vlad TV interview. And if you ask me, that's because the illusion was shattered for a generation of hip-hop fans who are still looking for authenticity from rappers, or at the very least, an attempt to keep up the image. Within 3 months of the interview, Slim was deemed to still be a big enough deal that he was invited back to Vlad TV for a follow-up. Rather than trying to double back, Slim clearly believed that he did the right thing.
I mean, for one, I just make music. Like, I don't really do this stuff, so obviously there's no point in lying about it. And also, lying about it is only gonna like bring me negative nonsense. It's not gonna, bring anything positive in my view. So I just didn't see the point in lying about it, really.
But it looks like Slim might have needed some of that negative nonsense, because where the original interview was one of the biggest hits Vlad ever had, the follow-up still hasn't cracked 1 million views to this day. When it came to interest in Slim, it should have been obvious to everyone that it never revolved around his rapping ability. It was just the bizarre sight of a white dude making drill music and talking about smoking his obs. But with Slim letting the world know that he was basically just role-playing as a gangster, the novelty was gone, and so too was a lot of the interest in him. Still, back then, Slim was either oblivious that the fall was coming, or was just burying his concerns in the sand. Because of the way he was acting, you'd think that he was a made man, burning lucrative record contracts and hanging up on powerful figures in hip-hop.
Little fun fact a lot of y'all don't know, I've been had offers from the same bullshit ass labels that be signing y'all's favorite rappers. And you know how I feel about them? Fuck a label, we getting independent money, bitch.
Even if hip-hop fans had moved on, the industry was still left startled by the viewing figures on Drill Time and clearly thought there must be something there. Remember, this was in 2015, the same year that Fetty Wap went viral for his hit song Trap Queen and then suddenly had a #1 album. At this time, things like this didn't just happen on a weekly basis. So, believing that he saw star power, Cash Money's own Birdman made a play for Slim, using King Yella as the mediator. And he claims that Slim literally hung up on Birdman.
Birdman wanted him on the phone. I got a whole conversation with Birdman right now. Thirsty for him. Slim Jesus hung up on the man in his face. Birdman tried to fly us out to LA.
This isn't even a joke. A phone call with him and King Yella actually leaked online where he made it clear how much he wanted Slim repping Cash Money.
Okay. I got the biggest artists in the world. We rotate that shit. Wayne, Drake, Nicki, we the biggest shit pop. And I got the biggest system. And I just think that he got an opportunity with what's going on, and we come with the right song, I know this shit could be big.
Baby was really risking it all for Slim Jesus. To be fair to Birdman, the internet still didn't understand how short-lived viral fame could be back then. All that he, and Slim too, saw was the numbers racking up, and the rapper suddenly being a big enough star that he could headline a tour.
The first time we actually did a headline, it was our show, it was crazy to me, because I realized I skipped so many steps. I jumped straight to we're getting paid to do 3 songs right now, opposed to where people do they've got crazy amounts of music and they're just opening for people still.
Slim Jesus quickly experienced the perks of going viral, but he also learned a tough lesson. Most viral stars don't have a solid foundation to last in the spotlight, especially when they move away from what initially grabbed everyone's attention. Without that key element, both the media and fans lose interest, leaving little appeal in what you've got coming next.
Look, y'all, I want to talk about something real quick. The next time I do an interview, or the next time you see me out in public and want to come up and ask me questions, do not ask me about the same old motherfucking questions about some street shit. One, I've been asked about that shit 300 times. Ask me something new. Two, what I do in my personal life, quite honestly, ain't none of y'all damn business. You know what you should be asking me about? Ask me about my music. Ask me about what projects I got coming soon.
Gradually, Slim was experiencing the transition into a meme, and it really didn't help when his status as a gangster took a further hit when he got punked on his first tour. During a show in Ontario, he got his mic snatched by a DJ known as Black Jesus, which was super embarrassing.
Support real hip hop, bitch.
Left standing there and incapable of doing anything about it, this was a real turning point for Slim because it made it clear just how vulnerable and sheltered he really was. And with that, the industry and his fellow MCs finally realized that he couldn't sustain this.
He might as well just give it up, man. Who gonna take him serious? Like, his own race not gonna take him serious because you doing our type of shit. You on this nigga shit. And if he trying to do what we doing, how the fuck is they gonna take him serious? He letting people do shit like that?
Suddenly, those viewer figures kept plummeting. Some people tuned in to gawk at whatever gun he was holding this time around, but no one was sticking around to the point they were buying records or buying tickets for his shows. Although he initially co-signed him, Lil Bibby later got to the heart of the issue, and that the minute he opened his mouth, he destroyed the image that kept everyone tuning in.
I think the best thing he could have did was not say nothing. No interviews, no shit. Left everybody wondering. That's what he should have did because that's what drew me into it. And I know once everybody found out, like, oh, he lied, you know, people don't respect that.
Whether it was stubbornness or just being delusional, Slim still maintained he did the right thing by revealing that all the thuggery was a lie.
Look, I'm gonna say it like this because I ain't gonna put too much on it, but that was like 2 years ago. I was like 18, had just got out of high school. I was just focused on nothing but recording music and shit. But that's like 2 years ago now. I mean, yeah, there's definitely some people that would still fuck with me, you know, but it's whatever. I had a job before I was 18. The rap shit took off and I ain't worked a day, you know, since then. I mean, I don't look at it as work because I love what I do.
Even if he needs to be commended for finding a way to make money as an independent artist, the way that people responded to his comments confirms that it was still a mistake, as now, he was stuck with a rep that he couldn't shake. And it really showed how he now was looked at as nothing but a joke, with users commenting things like, "For some reason, I can't watch this interview without laughing. There ain't no noise on that block but crickets." Just as you thought it couldn't get any worse for Slim, it did. In 2017, he released his mixtape, The Most Hated. Back when Slim first hit the scene, dropping a tape like this would have almost guaranteed coverage by big names like Pitchfork. But this time around, they just completely ignored the project. The only thing he did that year that got any kind of buzz was his remix to Tay K's The Race, which got a few million views.
What you re-up on, I smoke that in a day. Burning fat was get them swishers out my face.
But it wasn't enough to give him the kickstart he needed. Then when Slim dropped his first official solo album, Against All Odds, in 2019, the response was just as muted. Still, his social media channels showed the signs of what could have been and the impact he briefly made. Slim's 200,000 subscribers on YouTube and 20,000 monthly listeners on Spotify shows that there are still some people out there who would love to see another hit like Drill Time. But the likelihood of that lessens every year that he's been out of the spotlight. Reflecting on how his career unfolded, it's understandable as Slim Jesus feels a bit let down by the outcome. Although it wasn't something that was acceptable when he first exploded onto the scene, it's pretty common for rappers to let the mask slip, and there's a whole new generation of fans who seem to have no issue with a rapper making it up as they go along. Just look at someone like Lil Tecca, who felt so comfortable in lying about guns and living like a player that he admitted to it in his Genius video.
Having a gun don't make anyone gangster. So rapping about guns don't make you want to be gangster. You just rapping about guns. Like I rap about fucking bitches, and I have a whole girl. If you don't like what I'm talking about, go listen to someone else. It's that simple.
When Slim saw that, he was unsurprisingly pissed that he was basically chased out of the industry for less.
When I came out, my first interview, I said, look, I ain't out here trying to kill nobody. I'm here to make motherfucking music. Y'all motherfuckers try to crucify my ass. So my issue lies with y'all dumb motherfuckers, bro, that swear y'all hate my ass so much, bro. But I don't think y'all really know why the fuck you don't like me in the first place, bro. Deadass.
It's a strange legacy to have, but in 2023, accidentally normalizing cap rap is one of the biggest contributions to hip-hop. One user wrote, Slim Jesus was the first one and they killed his career. Now all rappers be using that intro, all guns are prop, and they still cool. Shaking my head. Others compared his rise to the likes of a duo like the Island Boys. In fact, because of how the clout rap wave got so played out, we have reached a point where some people have gone full circle on Slim and actually respect how he put his cards on the table straight away. By telling the truth, Slim can go through his life with a clear conscience that he didn't build a career on a lie. But when it comes down to it, you gotta wonder if he really believes he did the right thing.
All the niggas run out the door.
From being the first rapper to make millions of dollars through selling ringtones and utilizing internet for music distribution,
on the first rapper on Twitch, on the first rapper to get signed straight off the internet from high school to a record deal, to Jimmy Iovine and Interscope Records for over $1 million. Man, stop playing with me, what?
To now being seen as nothing more than an internet meme. Soulja Boy has gained a reputation as being a compulsive liar and starting beef with the entire industry for nothing more than a quick drop of clout. How did he put himself in this position? Was it because of his extensive drug use, that he simply felt underappreciated for his innovations? Or has Soulja Boy's career declined so drastically that he's desperate for publicity to help with his negative net worth and the debts he's accumulated? It's your boy Louaista, and today I wanted to tell you guys how Soulja Boy ruined his career. Throughout this video, you'll notice a key pattern. When Soulja Boy's career seems to be going downhill and his name is dropping in relevancy, he'll make up some type of lie, act outlandish, and then beef with another artist, all just to keep his name in the headlines. Seriously, Soulja Boy is known for beefing with damn near everybody. He even started the Soulja Boy trend after he would spaz out talking about the time he apparently shot a group of men walking into his home.
I hop out, I start shooting. Bow, 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 bow. Shot the nigga. Bow. Shot his ass. Bow, 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 bow. They run out the door.
Thanks to Soulja Boy's beef with Lil Yachty, Soulja Boy would post himself with India Love, who was thought to be dating Bo at the time. Following this, Soulja would post screenshots of Bo asking him to delete the photos. His response to this not only would make Soulja Boy post even more about it, but Bo would then recreate the Soulja Boy challenge, pushing their beef even further.
What gun did you use? Nigga, I had the motherfucking Draco, nigga. Nigga, having 100 shooters, nigga. 100 shooters in Atlanta, nigga.
Just when you thought Soulja Boy couldn't get any more insane with who he was firing shots at, he would infamously go on to start beef with the Migos.
Quavo, Migos, pull on your block with the Draco. Quavo, Migos, pull on your block with the Draco.
Ice-T.
You gotta be ashamed of yourself, nigga. Real talk. You gotta be ashamed of yourself. Old as you is.
NBA Youngboy.
Bring your pussy ass out the house, nigga. You can't come outside, nigga. Oh God, you on house arrest, nigga.
And tons of other beefs we'll discuss later in this video. One of the most viral moments of his career would come from a beef that he started with none other than the 6 God Drake. On his interview at the Breakfast Club that aired in January of 2019, one of the funniest Soulja Boy moments was born when he hilariously claimed credit for Drake's entire career.
Drake? Drake? The nigga that got bodied by Pusha T? The nigga that hiding his kid from the world, but his world wouldn't hide from the kid? RB Graham in a wheelchair? Drake? Y'all niggas better stop playing with me. Y'all talking about the light skin nigga from DeGeneres? Stop playing with me. Stop playing with me like I ain't teach Drake everything he knows. Y'all ain't hear Drake on with his first song? Tell me what's really going on. Drizzy Drake back in this thing already. What's happening? That's Soulja. That's my bar. Shit. He copied my whole fucking flow. Word for word, bar for bar.
But remember, this isn't the Soulja Boy we once knew. There was a time when his music stood out on its own without any need of extra attention or controversy. However, he's had his fair share of legal troubles, using each arrest as a stepping stone to boost his fame since 2011, where he was arrested after being caught with 3 firearms, 5 ounces of marijuana, and $46,000 of cash. Instead of dwelling on the situation, he would clap back and use this to transform his brand, essentially transitioning from the rapper who made songs for teenagers to enjoy to a real-life gang member actually in the hood. But this transition in branding wasn't all too successful, which was made evident after the amount of times he would be called out for being a fake gangster, such as this one viral clip where he was literally called out while filming an Instagram live.
Soulja ain't gonna catch no fame cause I'm worth too many M's, you dig? Hey, what's going on, man? They say Soulja ain't from the hood. Hey.
Get off me, though. Oh, man, that's like me, though. What's happening?
This would lead Soulja Boy to getting clowned all over social media, with comments such as, "Soulja Boy is fucking stupid." I mean, seriously, how dumb can you be? Going to the hood and pretending to be one of them? LMAO. So already, we've established Soulja Boy's game plan to remain relevant, but if it wasn't already apparent, Soulja Boy is known for being a complete liar. One of the first times he was caught red-handed was on Soulja Boy's 21st birthday, where he claimed he purchased a $55 million jet as a birthday present to himself. The jet cost $35 million, but Soulja Boy then spent an additional $20 million on extra features for his sky ride, including flat screen televisions, Brazilian hardwood cabinets, and Italian leather seats. Soulja Boy is also renovating the bathroom and giving the jet a paint job, adding his own logo. However, this claim was straight up disputed by his very own management, with Soulja Boy's spokesperson Greg Miller issuing a statement on behalf of the rapper, saying, "The elaborate rumors are not true." Although this would only keep Soulja Boy's name in the public mouth, with some users taking it to social media, writing, "Say it ain't so, I'm shocked. A rapper lying about their wealth and status? No way. Soulja Boy is an underrated liar, not gonna lie." It's clear that Soulja Boy's rap career is something that has been dead for a very long time, with the majority of his tweets struggling to break even 100 likes, averaging only 600 viewers on a Twitch stream, and having just one song break over 100,000 plays in the year 2023. It's astonishing, particularly when we consider the start of his career, when Soulja Boy had the attention of hundreds of millions with his music, and when he was also celebrated as a pioneering figure in rap for his early recognition of the internet's potential to boost his fame. That's because in 2005, the way to sell your music was incredibly different to now. Typically, you'd go around and try to sell your CDs in public. Yet, at the same time Soulja was finding his passion for music, he was also becoming more interested in the internet, which was only becoming more popular at the time. He was thinking of a way to leverage it to boost his music's performance simply from his bedroom. This is where he would come across a site called SoundClick, which was just an early version of SoundCloud, and was one of the first sites that gave artists a way to distribute their music without the need of a record label. One of Soulja's first songs ever released on SoundClick actually went #1 on the entire site, a comedic tune by the name of Doo Doo Head. Using this success, he branched out to MySpace, the internet's earliest version of social media, where he almost instantly blew up to over 1 million connections, which were basically followers. And 3 months after YouTube was released in February of 2005, Soulja was the first rapper to actually post consistently to YouTube and take it seriously. Matter of fact, his first video ever is still available on his channel today. As you can tell, Soulja Boy was incredibly smart at a super young age, and he literally predicted the sudden rise of the internet through apps like MySpace, YouTube, and SoundClick at a time when it was massively underestimated. I mean, he even predicted the rise of streaming games. Way back in 2008, when YouTube was just a few years old, Soulja Boy was posting videos on Halo 3.
Hey, Rap, Q, Jabbar, what's up?
What's up? I'm ready.
One of my bitches just called me who I used to fuck back in Halo 2.
Oh yeah.
She told me that this bitch down here is at the she said this bitch down here at the beach, man.
Alright, I'm ready.
In 2007, Soulja would release his biggest song of all time, almost predicting the perfect formula for music that is still recreated to this day for TikTok songs, which is a catchy beat, simple lyrics, and a dance to go along with it. You probably heard of the song Crank That.
You was like that right there. This way.
Here's my ankle.
Well, at one point, this song literally ruled the world. It was all over radio, MTV, and everyone, and I mean everyone, was cranking that Soulja Boy. The song would skyrocket to #1 on the Billboard 100, and it would go on to become one of the most sold ringtones ever back when they were really popular. He essentially revolutionized the way people saw music online after he realized you could monetize everything.
When did you make the decision to actually market it like you did, where you did the LimeWire thing and changed the song titles?
I wasn't on the radio, wasn't on TV. I didn't know how to get on TV. So all we had was the internet. When it come to LimeWire, they had a section on there to show you the most downloaded things on the platform. I just took the Crank That song and just renamed it Britney Spears and put it on LimeWire.
Now, monetizing everything would be a mindset that carried on with Soulja Boy over the years. And as you will see later in this video, it didn't always benefit him. But he would go on to follow up Crank That success with even more bangers, such as Turn On My Swag, Kiss Me Through the Phone, and Pretty Boy Swag, all of which are still some of the most viewed videos on his YouTube channel today, despite the fact he's still uploading music for nearly 15 years on it, which is another problem I want to discuss later in the video as well. At just 18 years old, Soulja Boy was generating over $7 million in just 1 year. Now, this is back in the year 2008, so if we adjust for inflation, it's now over 10 million. Although take this revenue that he's generated with a grain of salt, as Soulja Boy was about to completely tarnish his reputation in the years to come. As when his relevancy started dying out, Soulja Boy saw no limits in how to get his name back into the headlines. Now in 2014, Soulja Boy was showed the transformation of his image. He was no longer this teenage rapper who ruled the world with his dances, and now he was at the lowest point in his career. Instead of continuing to simply drop hits and bangers for his fans to enjoy, he suspiciously became more infatuated with becoming a professional actor, as he would start to portray the image of a gangster, which was very uncharacteristic for him to do. 2014 was the same year Soulja Boy would be arrested for the first time after he had a loaded handgun in his car while cruising around the streets of LA. He received probation in the case, which was reportedly extended in December of 2016 after he was arrested yet again and found to be in possession of another firearm.
I'm 26 now. That shit over with, boy. I'm shooting niggas, boy. I'm face shotting shit, head shotting shit. I'm knocking niggas the fuck out. All that, nigga. That shit over with, nigga.
He pleaded no contest in April of 2017 to 2 counts of felony weapon possession charges and 1 misdemeanor count of receiving stolen property. A year later, however, he would receive 5 years of probation and 240 days of community service for the crimes he committed over the previous years. Yet in 2019, the police searched his house to look into accusations that he had kidnapped and attacked a former girlfriend. During the search, they reportedly discovered ammunition, which was a breach of his probation terms, where he'd eventually serve a 240-day jail sentence.
Or to serve 240 days in the county jail with credit 20 actual plus 20 good time work time, so that a total of 40 days of credit. You were still obligated to perform the 265 days of community service.
So what drove Soulja Boy to adopt a street persona? He was already wealthy, surrounded by good company, and still relevant, far from being just a one-hit wonder. Moreover, he didn't have the same tough street experiences that influenced artists like Gucci Mane and Chief Keef. Well, this could be due to the evolution of hip-hop, with some of the most popular rappers at the time being Gucci Mane, Chief Keef, as well as Lil Wayne, Jeezy, among others, who were absolutely just dominating the industry. And it seemed that with Soulja Boy's relevancy steadily declining, he decided that he needed to be more street to re-attract attention in the music industry and bring his name back to the spotlight. It was here where Soulja Boy started beefing with literally everyone. Billboard once posted a list of his beefs that ranged from famous Dex, 50 Cent, Ice-T, Bow Wow, Chief Keef, Kodak Black, The Migos, and even Kanye West. He's known for not holding back, and his disputes often grab headlines. Surprisingly, he's also clashed with J. Cole recently, who's often seen as one of the more positive figures in rap. These are just some examples of the many artists he had altercations with, but possibly the most significant beef Soulja was involved in was when he would call out Tyga for having the most successful comeback of the year. Tyga would return to the mainstream after he released his song Taste, leading him to be regarded as the biggest comeback of 2018.
Tyga took everything in stride, he just stayed focused, and this year, in 2018, he's made the greatest comeback of all time. Who can you name that took that many L's and bounced back just like it was 2011 again?
Soulja Boy's answer to this? Well, he believed it was him who had the best comeback, since he was madly irrelevant and starting to create noise by pretty much acting like an idiot. He would start the feud by tweeting out some disrespectful comments about Tyga's baby mama, Black China, before then going onto Instagram Live to scream about what the public was saying.
I'm on fire, nigga. Nigga, I had the biggest comeback of 2018, nigga. Niggas up here talking about Tyga. Tyga? Huh? Tyga had the biggest. Man, get the fuck out of here. I had the biggest comeback, nigga. After that Chris Brown shit, after that Migos shit. Y'all tried to count me out, nigga.
Tyga responded by sharing some Spotify stats to prove Soulja Boy wrong, but Soulja Boy didn't stop, and he dragged this out for years. This clearly shows that Soulja Boy's pride was hurt when he didn't receive the recognition he felt like he deserved. This eventually led to a meltdown online, where he faced even more embarrassment as other rappers continued to mock him, such as Trippie Redd.
Tiger! Tiger! Man, you got me fucked up, nigga. You know I had the biggest comeback of 2018.
After Soulja Boy would appear on his infamous Breakfast Club episode that we discussed earlier, which now sits at over 19 million views, being the second most viewed video on their entire channel, he would fire more shots at Tyga and other rappers, confirming the entire industry was now against him.
The nigga that lost his bitch to Travis Scott?
Oh shit.
The nigga that Travis Scott nutted in the bitch and got her pregnant? Damn. He had the biggest comeback? Cause of what?
After firing shots at Tyga, he would then go for none other than Kanye West multiple times, claiming that he was not the Walt Disney or Steve Jobs of rap, but that Soulja is.
Niggas talking about Kanye. Nigga, I'm that nigga. I'm the nigga. Kanye came in here talking about I'm Walt Disney and what'd he say to you, Charlotte?
I'm Walt Disney, I'm Steve Jobs.
Nigga, you ain't none of that. You ain't none of that, bro. You kissed them folks' ass at Louis Vuitton and you kissed them folks' ass at Adidas and you came out with 2 pair of goofy ass tennis shoes.
Initially, this didn't cause that much backlash, and the interview had incredibly positive reviews from the audience. This interview changed my whole perspective on Soulja Boy because I'd done some research, and this man is right with 98% of the things he said. Soulja said, "They all laughed at me, and now they all doing exactly what I did." Straight facts. However, eventually, he would take it too far and turn the entire industry against him, essentially making it so that no one wanted to work with him, and the same fans who adored him to view him as nothing more than a sad joke. One of the cases that can be made for this transition happening was when he tweeted out he just signed a $400 million endorsement deal for the World Poker Fund. $400 million deal confirmed. I think they lowballed me though. I was thinking 2 or a billion. Now, many people were skeptical about this and literally no one believed it was true. And almost straight after this announcement, CNN would do some digging to find out that the World Poker Fund Holdings has a market capitalization of around $52 million, making it impossible to pay him out that much. World Poker Fund Holdings' own annual report lists losses over $400,000 in the previous year. So where was the $400 million coming from? Well, it turned out to be a complete lie, with his manager claiming he really kinda jumped the gun by using the $400 million figure. Even though his manager publicly stated this, Soulja Boy would still attempt to claim that he was being paid $400 million.
Now, you announced you had a $400 million deal with the World Poker Flight Gaming.
Google it.
The company said it turned out that it was just shares that were valued at $2.5 million.
Same thing. Well, millions is millions, baby.
This, combined with a long list of other lies he was making, proved that he just wasn't really trustworthy, meaning no one wanted to buy his products or get too involved with Soulja, as they didn't know what was real or what was fake. At the end of 2018, he continued to add salt to the wound after his attempt at releasing the Soulja game, which immediately made headlines for being terrible. The game console was strikingly similar to the Nintendo Switch and was advertised as capable of playing Pokemon and Mario games, which is in fact against the law if you don't have consent. A couple of weeks later, he would announce more products, such as the Soulja Boy Mini and the Soulja Boy Fuse, and these completely flopped, with each console drawing comparisons to a counterfeit version of the original brands, which was precisely the case.
So yes, this is as bad in most ways that I thought it would be. It is overpriced, it is not a good product, and you need to avoid this at all costs.
Less than a month after release, every product was pulled from being sold online, after Nintendo threatened him with a huge lawsuit. He was also pushing the Soulja watch, the Soulja phone, and even the Soulja headphones at the same time. And it's safe to assume that these products sold little to none. As the world was rapidly churning against Soulja, it was quickly becoming apparent Soulja was only in the game for a quick and easy cash in, preferring quantity over quality. But the backlash he received did not make him hesitate to lie or start drama to promote his newest business endeavor. That was revealed to be one of the most evilest scams. Before delving into this, it's important to note there is this little thing called SafeMoon, which was a cryptocurrency heavily promoted by prominent social media influencers, including Jake Paul, Lil Yachty, NBA player Josh Hart, and of course, Soulja Boy. And they all posted roughly the same thing to promote this new crypto, with Soulja Boy posting, "Found an interesting product at Safe Mars, looks moonworthy." Now, this project actually looked exciting at first, with the audiences of these celebrities investing their hard hard-earned money into this new vision. But incredibly quickly, things would take a drastic turn. Key employees would leave the company, and the price of the coin would drop over 85%, leading two investors to file class action lawsuits against SafeMoon and the celebrity promoters. One of these being Soulja Boy. And although he didn't have to directly pay any money from this lawsuit, he paid with his reputation. People like this have no soul, only in it for themselves. Everything this dude sells is a scam. Have people not learned from all of the other times he's done shady stuff? YouTube investigator CoffeeZilla also exposed Soulja and many others who promoted the scam on his channel with a video that now has over 400,000 views.
Now, of course, who benefited from this? Not the investors, but instead SafeMoon and the influencers who promoted it. I don't think they knew what they were promoting. I don't think they cared as long as they were getting paid. Now, the lawsuit anticipates this, saying, quote, they knew or should have known that the liquidity pools were designed in a way that allowed for the possibility of the liquidity pool being drained by defendants.
Soulja Boy's missteps have tarnished his reputation, brand, and identity, revealing a lack of honesty. His rush for quick profits turned him from a music marketing innovator into an imitation of a gangster, despite his wealth and arrests that suggested a hardened image. While he did recently release hits like Rick and Morty and She Make It Clap, which became popular on TikTok, they were nothing more than short-term, fleeting trends. The simple freestyles that people made to these tracks garnered even more attention, such as Tory Lanez, leading to his fading relevance once more.
Today I'm in here with somebody who I've seen their entire career from beginning to end, or not end, but from the beginning. And
1 minute, you're at top of the game, achieving fame and success beyond your wildest dreams. The next, everyone's mocking your attempts to keep your career on track as you become a walking meme. This is the problem that a rapper named YBN Nahmir faces. Even though he's only 23 years old, he's been put through the ringer in this game to the point that he's considered throwing in the towel and even relied on substance abuse to cope with his traumatic time in the industry. But how did he get here, and is there any way back? Hi, I'm Louaista. I make weekly video documentaries of things I'm into, so subscribe if you enjoy. And today we're looking at the self-destruction of YBN Nahmir. But before we can analyze how things went so wrong, we need to first take a look at when he had the world in his hands. Back in 2017, YBN Nahmir exploded onto the scene with a song called Rubbing Off the Paint. If you remember those days, you'll know that this was one of the biggest underground smashes of the year and still has people flocking back to it for a nostalgia hit to this day.
I won't never change, rubbing off the paint, smoking dang.
But rather than just being a hit song, the track was the world's introduction to a new rap crew that looked to be making major moves. The group was YBN, and where rap collectives are formed through friendship or growing up in the same hood, this group was forged on the mean streets of GTA's Los Santos.
Shit, I had Grand Theft Auto 3 when I was 3. I don't know, I got an Xbox 360 and I just started meeting up with people, and shit, we made YBN.
Soon, YBN was formed, with the addition of Texas rapper Almighty J becoming the next important piece to the puzzle. Interestingly, these two didn't get along at first and spent months dissing each other through their headsets, only for Nahmir to end up dragging Jay back from the brink of a life-altering decision.
Like, I always talk to them over the game, and then I started fucking with them on the computer. So it was just like, after that, I blew up. Then I was like, damn, I know Jay. I ain't talked to Jay in like a year. Let me talk to this nigga. He hitting me up. He see me blowing up and shit. Holla at Jay. I'm like, fool, what's up? What you finna do? He like, nigga, my mom finna send me to the army, nigga. I'm finna go to the military. I'm like, what? I'm like, oh, hell no, f that, come to Alabama. So he just leave without his mom's permission.
Looking back at where their relationship would go, it's crazy to think that it was Nahmir who actually guided Jay towards entering the rap game officially. But maybe that little bit of animosity should have been a warning sign for things to come. Ran by Nahmir and his friend Glizzy with a whole host of other rappers and creatives under their umbrella, Nahmir kept making moves, even landing a coveted Lyrical Lemonade video co-sign with Bounce Out with that in January of 2018. By summer, he'd secure a place in the XXL freshman class, and back then, everybody wanted a piece of him.
Since I came out with Rubbing Off the Paint, you know, there's been other artists that's like been co-signing me and helping me out, you know, like Bryson Tiller, he made a remix to my song. Drake, he shouted me out on his Instagram. Chris Brown, he posted my video like right when it came out.
Adding to the momentum of their crew was their newest addition, Cordae. However, this would be the first mistake that Nahmir made in his rise to the top. But right before we talk about how Cordae became a nightmare for Nahmir, let's take a moment for a word from our sponsor. Aura. Everyone watching this has a phone, which means that we have all experienced the annoying feeling of receiving a spam call. Well, it turns out some data brokers are literally selling our info to these annoying spammers. But don't worry, you have the right to make them stop. That's where Aura comes in. You can test out Aura for free for 2 weeks by visiting my special link, aura.com/Louaista. Aura is not just about stopping spam calls, they also offer a bunch of other tools to shield you and your loved ones from hidden online dangers. Just imagine combining antivirus, VPN, parental controls, password management, identity theft protection, and more into one seamless package. That's literally what Aura does. And to top it all off, setting up an account is also extremely easy. Everything you need for online safety all in one place at a price that makes sense. So you have a choice. Either let those data brokers keep profiting off your personal info, or take a stand with Aura. Head over to aura.com/Louaista to begin your 2-week free trial. You'll also find the link in the description down below. Lastly, I just want to give a big thanks to Aura for supporting us, and now let's get back into the video. After hearing a track from Corday, then known as Entendre, and his brother Simba, Namir agreed to meet up with him in LA, and soon he joined the YBN crew. But over time, the platform provided by Namir would go on to help Corday to achieve Grammy nominations, co-signs from Dr. Dre, and features with Eminem, Anderson .Paak, and Pusha T. At one point, bro was even named the next J. Cole, and some people even thought he was better than him. But back then, he was just another rapper in the shadow of Namir. Around the time that Corday came aboard, this is when Namir started to lose control of the narrative surrounding his music and the content of his bars. Besides Corday being seen as the better rapper, Namir encountered another problem, which was the fact that he was seemingly a fake gangster. If you've ever heard one of his classic tracks or heard one of his music videos, you'll know that Namir leaned into the role of a gangster rapper. The only problem was that in interviews, Namir made it known that he was a pretty hardcore gamer as a kid, not a gangbanger. And even as his fame increased, he didn't really steer away from the hours he'd spent running around the virtual trap.
Niggas not trying to see me in GTA 5. All that shit, assault rifles only, all that shit free aim, bitch.
Parma says it seemed at the time this would be the first inkling of a weakness that he showed to the world. And once they had it, they ran with it. Particularly when he tried to retell his own life history as if he made it from the trenches.
I'm from Birmingham, Alabama. It's hot, like, you know, so I had to get up out of there. I'm in LA with it right now. I only hang with people that's like older than me. I was out there, but I was cool, like, you feel me? I was smooth. I know a bunch of niggas that didn't die, know a bunch of niggas that's in jail. I'm talking about niggas life sentences in jail. But it was really smooth. Like, I ain't really had to worry about shit because I know my niggas had me, and like, niggas wouldn't fuck.
This came off as inauthentic to his audience, and it would become one of the main reasons Namir started getting clowned on the internet. Users joked by writing, "Low-key, I met his homie that was serving life. We busted him out the plane from a prison. Shit was crazy. Hey Namir, ain't it a blessing we made it out all those GTA missions? From gamer to fake gangster." He probably didn't know this at the time, but unfortunately, this represented a sign of the trolling and hate to come. As Corday continued to rise with every new track he dropped, and became the group's real breakout star when his debut album, The Lost Boy, became both a critical and commercial smash, both Namir and Almighty J were left floundering. By this point, Almighty J was best known for his short-lived relationship with Black China, while for Namir, he was getting to the end of his rope with the rap game. However, he did give fans some hope of a brighter future when his track Appa Stoppa with 21 Savage became one of the original viral TikTok tracks, going #1 on the platform. Afterwards, he basically thanked 21 for giving his career a second wind in a time where he couldn't do it single-handedly, and finally had some major turbulence come his way. For starters, he saw this album receive persistent delays, meaning that every 3 years after his initial buzz, fans were still starved of a debut album. In a fast-moving world like hip-hop, that might as well be a lifetime, and some fans already checked out before it could drop. In the meantime, one of the rappers from his collective was making big enough waves to secure a feature alongside Jack Harlow on Eminem's song Killer, and soon what once seemed like a budding empire would soon crumble before his eyes. In August of 2020, Namir would hit send on a tweet that would rock the hip-hop world and forever change his life. He wrote, "They left this YBN shit in the gutter. Remember that, I'll turn it up myself." Clarifying to a fan that it's only me kid, Namir suggested that his YBN brothers had abandoned the ship, but over time, he'd grow to regret how he handled it.
It be hella shit in the background, but at the end of the day, we all brothers. We all gonna say something that's gonna f up the image of this shit. we all gonna around and do something that's gonna up the image of this shit. It's always gonna be something with a group. And I fucked up by saying that shit too. I know that hurt their feelings by saying that. You never know. They could lash out on me. They lashed out on me before. I lashed out on them before. So it's like, it is what it is.
Left looking like the villain when in reality he was just hurt, Namir felt like he'd been shortchanged by the industry. It seemed to him that the industry had taken advantage of their youthful inexperience when they inked their first contract, which ended up causing a split within their group.
The old niggas in the background, you gotta remember, it's always somebody that'll come around, fill your head up, and it over.
Struggling to get himself back on track, Namir's issues would only continue to get worse when the internet just kept piling on him for everything he did. On October 2nd of 2020, for example, a YouTuber by the name of Hello Yassine posted a screenshot that claimed, YBN Namir is really struggling. After his Instagram account had shared what was clearly paid promo for an online marketing agency, in a way that a lot of people saw as defensive, Namir instantly clapped back, declaring, "This is how dumb this generation is. Who wouldn't make a simple Instagram post for $5,000? I guess I'm broke, guys. Stay blessed, child." And this kind of scrutiny isn't exactly new. Back in 2018, he asked his followers why people hated him so much. But by this point, it was clear that it was really starting to get to him. He literally had to sit across a table from Adam22 as he said that he had watched his entire career from beginning to end, to the horror and amusement of the internet.
Today I'm in here with somebody who I've seen their entire career from beginning to end, or not end, but from the beginning. And, you know, is
deflated by what had happened, he once again decided to wave the white flag and let the haters potentially chase him out of the game. After my album, I really just want to be done. Tired of the fake dudes, fake streams, weak ass conflict of interest, everything. I'm gonna give y'all the best music ever, then I'm gone. In hindsight, there's a chance that YBN Namir maybe regrets that he didn't do just that, as even as he tried to retire, he got ratioed and trolled by people posting pics of GTA claiming that this was his hood. It was times like these where he basically became an internet laughing stock, and fans would say anything to provoke another embarrassing response out of him. However, there was light at the end of the tunnel for Namir. At 20 years old, Namir had assets and money in the bank that he really could have done anything else with his life. Armed with a unique audience in the hip-hop sphere with his background in gaming, Namir started a Twitch channel. Initially, his numbers were promising, showing potential for success in this new venture. Instead of running from his youth spent mastering gang warfare in GTA, he could have embraced it and, more importantly, profited from it. Basically, he could have walked away into the sunset and left hip-hop behind while still making a bag if he was willing to put the hours into becoming a top streamer. But instead, he stuck it out. And amazingly, things managed to get worse when he finally released his debut album.
But the album's supposed to be coming.
Yep, 2021.
Is there a name?
Visionland.
Why is that name?
It's my whole life.
For long years after his come up, Namir was finally ready to release his long-awaited debut album. So long-awaited that by the time it dropped, most people hadn't been regularly bumping him for at least 12 months, if not more. Sadly for YBN Namir, this meant that before he even dropped the project, people were already declaring it dead on arrival. One user posted on Reddit saying, YBN Namir first week sales predictions, he finna go triple aluminum. With expectations like that and audience anticipation at an all-time low, it's no surprise that when the project did drop in March of 2021, it led to sales of just 4K. For comparison, Smoke Perp, who's widely deemed as a rapper with one of the most intense downfalls in hip-hop history, got absolutely destroyed by the internet when he sold 5K first week. So for Namir, this must have been a crushing blow. Back when YBN were at the peak of their powers, their first mixtape peaked at number 21, eventually being certified gold in the US with over 500,000 sales. Now, he couldn't even get into 5 figures with a studio project that had him as the headlining artist. With this record flopping and refusing to chart, this should have been the lowest moment of his career. But somehow, things were about to get even worse, as the internet began to get merciless with YBN Namir upon hearing the news. One user wrote, "I can outsell YBN Namir with this tweet. YBN Namir got some awful friends. Everybody in the studio just letting him make Soul Train." This last tweet is referencing one of the worst tracks off the album. And soon, it becomes so notorious that it would actually become the best performing track on the whole record by a mile.
If I gave you all my love, I say would that make you happy, baby?
What you've just had the misfortune of hearing is Soul Train. With over 6.4 million views on YouTube, it's technically the most viewed track he's had since Apostapa with 21 Savage, and there's no signs of it losing that status anytime soon. But with that amount of exposure also came a near historic like to dislike ratio, not to mention a whole host of hilariously harsh reactions.
Oh, hell no. Bro, I'm scared to put my headphones back on. Bro, I hear the trash without hearing the trash. Why is this nigga talking like that? Bro, it sounds like somebody pulling your nuts.
This song is nothing short of a miracle. A friend of mine heard this song and was able to get out of his wheelchair to walk out the room. Other songs such as Wake Up received similar treatment, although not to this extent. Initially, Namir tried to take it in stride and promised to regroup and bring back the sound of the old days. It took a lot for Visionland to come out. I'm back on that old YBN shit though. Watch how I make the world shut the f up. But it's safe to say that after Soul Train, the damage was done. Because when people already expected it to be awful, all it took was the news that it housed a track as downright terrible as that for them to join and pile on.
I don't think Namir dropped the worst project this year, but if you look online, that's what people are trying to say. But what contributes to people doing that is just like Soul Train joint. Every time somebody points out that it's getting crazy dislikes, it gets 20,000 more. Because on the internet, people follow the narrative.
And the internet did follow. Hell, even some of his fellow artists did. Most notably, Lil Yachty, who said, Soul Train is fire. He then followed this up later saying, shaking my head, sorry, I couldn't even let that tweet breathe. And then proceeded to show a calendar referencing the fact that it was April Fool's Day. Lil Boat wasn't even done yet. After Namir tried to take control of the meme cycle by calling it the best song of 2021, Yachty was quick to remind him that it wasn't getting views for the right reasons. No cap, bro, might have the most dislikes of the year. As if things couldn't get any harder to deal with, even one of his former YBN brothers, Almighty J, came in to kick him when he was down.
I mean, that's I'm gonna keep it 100, bro. That shit ass, bro.
Trolled into submission, the very same day that Lil Boat hit him with the reality check, he announced that he'd be stepping back. I'm gonna take a cool little break from everything and everybody. At this point, it seemed like Namir was really struggling to stay afloat. After spending years as the internet's punching bag, something changed inside him and altered the way that he carried himself. Soon, we'd stop seeing the Namir that was more angry, unstable, and vengeful. And over time, the reasons behind a lot of his erratic behavior and embarrassing conduct would finally come into focus. So as I discussed earlier, YBN Namir was never taken seriously as a gangster rapper. As he's revealed in interviews, the most thuggish thing that's ever really happened in his life was when the guns being waved in the music video for Rubbing Off the Paint led him to have to finish his classes at high school online. After the release of Visionland, Namir made a noticeable shift to harden his public persona. However, controversy arose when he was accused of false flagging or falsely claiming gang affiliations. This came to a head when he declared on Instagram that he was repping Crips, despite previously showing ties to GD, a group that's heavily associated with the Bloods, which led to a lot of backlash. After he tried explaining the transition in an Instagram live.
How you went from GD to Crip? How I went from GD to Crip? It happened.
And within weeks of that tough talk getting underway, he found himself in another beef, this time with none other than Almighty J. It started with Jay trying to capitalize on the celebrity boxing wave by claiming he wanted to fight Namir, with Namir responding by saying,
So when y'all see Cud hurt with all them black eyes, niggas ain't hit him with no bottle this time. Tell nigga drop a location in Houston, we gonna pop out. What? We gonna get it done right here and now.
To which Jay claimed that he was once again trying to portray a fake image.
You don't pop nigga. You went live and said you whoop nigga. You don't whoop nigga. You went live and said nigga know how you get down.
Although this just seemed like a surefire way to up their relevance after both of their albums flopped, Namir was soon telling everyone that he was going to get active on Jay. Once again, the rest of the world simply wasn't buying it, with Namir suddenly talking like he had the body count of King Von and making Jay, who's younger than him, seem like the mature one. Even people like academics that had previously tried to shoot him some bail now had no choice but to come down on him.
I'm gonna be honest,
Namir, you look horrible here. You look horrible here. You look like someone who's self-destructing and spiraling when it looks like you're lashing out on somebody.
At some point, it got so bad that Namir was basically a parody of himself, repping cities he wasn't even originally from while arguing with trolls via voice notes.
You're from Fort Worth, bro. Let's be honest, nigga. I'm from North Long Beach. Like, nigga, do you filthy, like, really beat your... Nigga, all that little lifting weights and all that is out. Like, that do not matter. You really good, bro. And then shoot you in your face right after, cuz, like, come to Fort Worth and beat your ass and shoot your mama house up, dude. Be honest with yourself.
Hearing Namir tell someone else to be honest with themselves seems very hypocritical by now, because the more and more he tried to perpetuate this gangster image, the more he got clowned by anyone with actual street credentials, with someone even claiming that Namir is Slim Jesus, minus the admitting everything is a gimmick part. Without any real context, Namir's behavior just seemed straight up bizarre. In a matter of 4 years, he went from a rapper who had a unique flow and sound that looked like it might have some real longevity to it, to just another MC who'd let the industry and the pressures of living up to an image essentially destroy them. In the process, he left fans going back to his old hits and wondering just where it could have all gone wrong. 2017, rubbing off the paint. 2021, rubbing off the potential. But soon, Namir would make an admission to the world that made his years of erratic antics seem a little easier to understand. In 2022, Namir opened up about his struggles with alcoholism, detailing how he'd been struggling for 3 years and how it's changed him to the point that he'd lost so many loved ones. After he got it out of his system, it seemed like Namir managed to get on something close to a positive track again. Suddenly, all the bravado was gone and a more humble, honest version of the rapper re-emerged in interviews. He even acknowledged that everything he had been through online had gotten to him.
I'm not the type of person to just, oh yeah, I'm not gonna check my YouTube comments or Instagram. I check all that shit. And I'm like, damn, I really saying this? I was just on my motherfucking side. I'll be like, damn, I be feeling hurt in the motherfucking house. But it's just how life go. Like, it's just how this shit go. Like, it's not your fault, but you just being you. And then they can come right back. And that's the part of maintaining and keeping your goal structure.
That same year, he was reminded that even if hip-hop's online world had pretty much written him off, the industry actually hadn't. To the surprise of everyone, Namir inked a new deal with Def Jam, becoming the first person since 2006 to make the jump across the aisle after being on the Atlantic roster. Since then, he's been steadily dropping music, even catching the audience's attention with tracks like Bows, sounding like a throwback to the days he was hungry and giving fans hope for the future. If he keeps going with this flow, he might come back. But addiction doesn't often give him that easy, and he's recently revealed that he's heading back to rehab. This time to hopefully get the demons off him once and for all. Rehab soon, he tweeted recently. Understanding your addiction and admitting to it is the first step. Pray for me on this hard journey. I'm not out here doing hardcore drugs, he continued. I'm addicted to alcohol. I just need a little help, that's all. I pop perks here and there, smoke some weed, normal shit, but I do feel my body failing. I gotta be here for the people that are here for me in the long run. I wanna be sober. Since then, those tweets have disappeared, and after being clowned on the internet so many times, it's easy to see why Namir thought twice about this moment of vulnerability.
I told my nigga Dex we gonna be rich forever, man. And that ain't nothing.
And that ain't nothing.
When Famous Dex first started blowing up in 2017, he never knew the timeline of events that would unfortunately happen only a few years later. One moment, he was at the top of the game. But soon, everything went wrong, and his relevance in hip-hop drastically declined. So today, we're gonna provide a full explanation of why things took a turn for the worse. And it all started with an incident that was captured on a security camera. It's your boy Louaista, and if you guys like weekly video documentaries like this one, don't forget to subscribe. It's the year 2015, and a new rapper named Famous Dex is suddenly hitting everyone's radar. Standout hits like Hoes Mad, and Drip From My Walk.
I get the drip from my walk. I get the drip from my walk.
Had a teenager who was previously involved in the well-known but chaotic streets of Chirac to finally seeing a light at the end of the tunnel.
Drip From My Walk song. I did that song. I heard it on the radio in Chicago. Broke out tears. I said, God, here we come. Here we come. And once I heard it on the radio, I'm like, it's no joke no more. I can really change my family life. I can change my life. Let's do it.
Within just 1 year, Dex went from being a nobody who had multiple arrests ranging from robbery, burglary, cannabis possession, and more, to an artist with massive star power potential who can sell records for a living rather than what he used to sell, such as drugs, to get by. In 2016, Dex's life would change forever when the popular Atlanta rapper Rich the Kid signed him to his Rich Forever label. Dex viewed this moment as his ticket to success, and he even went as far as to compare it to the time where a young Drake signed to Lil Wayne.
Wayne signed Drake. Look at Drake and Wayne. People better stop playing with me, bro. I don't play, bro. I'm a dog, bro. You know what I'm saying? For real, bro. On some real shit. So me and bro know what we here for.
Sadly, little did Dexter know that this new milestone would also mark the beginning of his downfall. After having a phenomenal year in 2016, Dex continued doing what he did best. He was dropping more hits, guest appearances, and performances than ever before, and was developing into that kind of artist that was difficult to avoid. However, just as you would think that his career was on the up and up, he would also get entangled with a ton of controversy. For starters, a video surfaced in September of 2016 showing famous Dex putting the beats on his girlfriend at the time. The 42-second clip that I cannot show you on YouTube shows famous Dex following his girlfriend into what looks to be a hotel hallway and constantly throws it down on his girlfriend. The rapper even goes as far as to continue even after she hits the ground and doubles back after leaving. The whole situation garnered a lot of attention, and famous Dex had to sit back and watch as YouTubers covered the situation, news outlets called him an abuser, and we even had people calling for his shows to be canceled. And when he issued a response, Dex did seem somewhat remorseful for his actions. However, some people didn't like the fact that he seemed to be more concerned with his personal life being exposed without his consent.
This is my personal life. That ain't supposed to have been out. Somebody recorded that. You know what I'm saying? That's my personal business. People go through that in life, but you don't put your hands on no female at all. I have two daughters. I love them. You know what I'm saying?
Due to this footage surfacing, he missed out on a ton of potential bags, with sponsors like Puma backing out of their deal, and Dex also got skipped over the 2017 XXL freshman class, which at the time was a huge promotion for rappers. And although Dex was seemingly unbothered by being left off,
everybody that's representing me, y'all, please don't stop disrespecting XXL. Please, just stop disrespecting XXL. Congratulate them folks, man. It's life, y'all. What about next year?
His tone quickly changed when the chief editor of XXL said the reason she took him off the list in an interview.
So basically, famous Dex didn't make it because of that video of him beating up the girl.
I mean, I guess if you want to put it that way, listen.
This rubbed Dex the wrong way, especially since fellow rapper XXXTentacion, who was also blowing up at the time, was not taken off the list, despite the fact that he was having a similar issue pertaining to a female, with the only difference being that it wasn't caught on camera.
So that's why I didn't make XXL, because that video of my girl, that's the reason why you could come up with that? That lady, that fucking lady right there, ma'am, you too disrespectful. Bitch, she just had my son. Fuck you talking about, you fat bitch. You could at least say congratulations in that interview, bitch.
After the incident ran its course on social media, it seemed like famous Dex was genuinely affected by it. And due to all the negative press, he released a video where he seemed like he had changed for the better and was ready to experience more growth in his career.
You know, not just me put my hands on the female, me losing my mom, me being new to his music stuff. It was a lot of pressure on me, so I just kind of blanked out. And I just want to be forgetting about it, you know what I'm saying?
But there was still one thing that kept holding him back from changing into the man he wanted to be, which was addiction. Anyone who has watched Dex's music videos where he has multiple bottles of scissor, or heard his lyrics where he constantly reminds you how high he is, knows that famous Dex had a serious drug problem, and was also known for being extremely intoxicated while streaming live on platforms like Instagram. In one popular incident, Dex literally fell asleep while he was live, which was seemingly the effects of the insane amounts of narcotics he was ingesting. With users writing, "Please get him help," and "Your favorite rapper needs to stay off them opioids," it seemed like the hip-hop community was trying to bring light to this unfortunate situation. However, to others, it seemed like the perfect moment to clown him, with fellow rappers such as Trippie Redd releasing his own version of falling asleep on live. But to Dex, this was a very real problem.
I've seen a lot of studio sessions where engineers are pissed. I mean, pissed. when Dex so high, he nods off, and he'll be sleeping 5-6 hours. So the engineer, he just sitting there with like nothing to do.
Dex's issues with substance abuse showed all over his catalog as well, and may have contributed to what many deem as one of the worst bars by any artist in hip-hop history, where he said he would ape a woman.
Posing my pants like a skater, bands on my feet like a skater. I see your bitch and I take her. I catch your bitch and I
And of course, this gave way to more negative publicity for the rapper. Yet, when confronted with questions relating to his health, he'd always managed to shoo people off, saying things like, "Only you know you."
For once, I'm a human being, and I work my ass off, but don't let the world trick you and be fooled. I always know, because only you know you. Not my manager, not anybody. You know you. You know what I'm saying?
But at this point, nobody was buying his antics anymore, especially after what he did to a fan while high at one of his shows. In October of 2018, articles began surfacing saying that Dex allegedly pulled a gun on students after the concert he was playing at the university was canceled because of his stage diving. In a video posted to social media, a man appearing to be Dex can be seen waving a gun at a group of students who had surrounded his car following the canceled show on Friday night. Despite all of the problems and drama, famous Dex still kept his head up, and one can argue that in the midst of all the controversy, he was still putting out quality music. His songs Japan and Pick It Up featuring A$AP Rocky were making waves throughout the genre in 2018 and combined for nearly 150 million views together on YouTube. However, the success he was receiving only seemed to do more harm than good. For one, it seemingly began to inflate his ego, which wasn't good, especially considering it would only accelerate when he would get loaded off of substances. This led to him doing things like airing out his boss, Rich the Kid, on Instagram Live and discussing topics that were most likely better to be communicated privately.
Not rich forever. I am signed to 300. Rich the Kid, selfish ass, is trying to sell Rich Forever 4. You're not trying to get me and Jay Chris shit. You don't do shit for me and Jay Chris.
Then, in early 2019, Famous Dex found himself in a series of back and forth arguments with Soulja Boy, after getting mad that Soulja Boy claimed he was one of the first people to help Dex get his first foot in the game.
I put Famous Dex on, bro. You know what I'm saying? I was the first artist to fuck with him in LA, bro. You know what I'm saying? He flew to LA, came and stayed at my house. He met Rich the Kid at my house. Soulja Boy never in his life ever changed shit of my life.
I ain't help you, right? Then why the fuck is your bitch ass been in my DMs since I came home from jail? I don't even respond to you, nigga.
This led to a hilarious but also cringy Instagram Live where the two confronted each other.
You can't come to Chicago no more, bro. You nigga, a bitch, nigga. That fact, nigga. Hey, stop doing coke, nigga. I want to beat your ass, nigga.
But comedy aside, one thing that was for certain was that Famous Dex wasn't mentally there. In literally every clip of him that surfaced, he was heavily intoxicated, causing him to make a fool of himself constantly on social media. It became abundantly clear he needed help in the latter half of 2019, where he would suffer a life-threatening seizure on stage while performing. This incident got a lot of people concerned about him, and you would think that somebody in his camp would urge him to take a break and get better. Instead, he returned nearly a year later to drop his album titled Diana, which only led him to fall deeper into a downward spiral, as the project would become a massive flop and only sell 4,000 copies in its first week. This was kinda sad since the album was also named after his late mother, who passed away from breast cancer a few years back. But instead of taking it to the chin and getting back into the lab, Dex couldn't get out of his own way. After the record came out, he got himself arrested 3 times between October and November of 2020 for domestic violence and unlawful firearm possession. A SWAT team even had to get involved in one of the domestic violence incidents where the victim had cuts all over her body. From here, Famous Dex would continue to appear more inebriated more and more often, and when confronted again by one of his fans concerning his drug use, Dex would respond in an even more unhinged manner.
I would never stop the drugs. You're fucking stupid. I just fucked a bitch with a big booty.
With Dex appearing incoherent and going off the rails every time he was out in public, it would get increasingly sad. But when this image of Dex looking like straight up death went viral, it finally prompted widespread concern from everyone in hip hop. including fellow rapper Alot Choppa, who was urging his label to do something about it. Y'all see Famous Dex obviously on drugs too heavy. Can y'all at least try surrounding that man around somebody with his best interest? Help dude out. Or somebody already in his ear, uplift dude. He needing it. Which at first, Dex appreciated, but it eventually got to the point where he was sick of everyone worrying about him and decided to go off on everyone, especially DJ Academics, who was the first to blow the whistle on Famous Dex's fragile state.
Don't nobody say, oh, congratulations when I went certified gold for my album. Don't nobody be saying none of that, all that congratulations about being a proud father, all that. But y'all so worried about me. Whatever y'all worried about, get the fuck off my dick. DJ Academic, you's a fucking lame. Stay off my dick, you fucking lame ass dude. If I ever see you, I will smack the fuck out you. I swear to God, my son. Stay off my dick, bro.
Eventually, Famous Dex got checked into rehab in December of 2020, but would check himself out only a month later and seemingly go back to his old ways. He was even handed a 365-day prison sentence for breaching a restraining order issued by one of his victims the previous year. Now, fortunately, Famous Dex did get released after 9 days due to overcrowding, and everyone thought he was going to do the same BS as before. But sometimes, it takes hitting rock bottom to find your way back to the light. This was certainly the case for Famous Dex, because in those 9 days that he spent in prison, Dex would prove that it was a moment of reflection, as he appeared on IG Live shortly after, talking positively about his sobriety and blaming some of his addictions on depression from losing his mom.
How I feel to be depressed when you lost your mom? Do you know how I feel to have a lot of pressure on you when your family depended on you when you came from nothing? That's why I had a drug problem. I'm gonna share my story because I feel like it's supposed to be shared. I was putting drugs before my kids. I was putting drugs before my career. I was putting drugs before my family, myself, and I just lost it. But I'm happy that I can say this now because I'm not going through this. I'm not going through this drug problem no more. So
despite Dex's best efforts to overcome his addictions, he faced setbacks, including more and more arrests in January of 2022 for violating a restraining order. Once again, that man could not stay out of jail. Even after declaring that he had been sober for 5 months in June, he faced another arrest that month. Determined not to let addiction win, after a reflective 3-month stint in LA County Jail, Dex immediately returned to rehab, which became a turning point in his battle.
So when I went to jail and I went to rehab, I bumped my head and I say, the quicker God give it to me, he'll take it from me. I can't play with it. I can't play with it.
And after a few months, Dex was back to releasing bangers on songs like Where's Dexter, featuring his Rich Forever family, Rich the Kid and Critch.
She wanna hang with Rich forever. She texting her friend like, where's Dexter? I'm fucking.
With the song performing better than anything he put out since 2019. However, Dex eventually parted ways with his label as he claimed the deal was predatory. But it does seem that whatever issues they had were resolved peacefully.
No, I don't have beef with Rich. I'm not even about to dress it on live because y'all know Rich changed my life. I'm just not Rich forever no more. I'm independent.
After a long period of suffering, Dex managed to overcome his demons that all too often come along with fame and fortune. Looking back at everything that happened, we can at least appreciate that Dex now puts the blame on no one but himself for all that has happened.
No, I ain't have no yes men's around. It was me. It was me, brother, because I can support my habit. Come from nothing to this, I can support my habit. So it's like, fuck you, nigga. I can. What?
And now that he's out on the other side, he can appreciate not only what he has, but what he almost lost.
Mentally, I'm happy. I'm happy, brother. I haven't been happy in so long.
Yo, for real, man, for all them haters out there, man. I don't want to hear all this shit. Designer fell off. Designer never fell nowhere.
Within 9 years of becoming a huge star, Designer hasn't just fallen off, but has reached the point where you're more likely to see him in the news for having a mental breakdown, exposing himself on a flight, or accusing Kanye of copying his designs, than you are to hear about him releasing new music. Left with a reputation of having one of the most dramatic career demises in hip-hop, people are still wondering how it all went so wrong so quickly. So how did a kid from Bed-Stuy go from having the world in the palm of his hands to landing himself himself into a mental health facility. It's your boy Louaista, and today we're gonna be talking about how the music industry broke Designer. But first, let's take a look at his rise to see just how far he had to fall. Born in Brooklyn, Sidney Royal Selby was named after his grandfather, who was a famous blues musician. With that talent in his blood, he started rapping at the age of 15 under the name of Dezolo before he switched it up to his name Designer. In December of 2016, he released his first track under this new alias, Zombie Walk. Straight away, his deep, gravelly voice turned heads, with the comparison to another rapper starting immediately, a rapper you probably know by the name of Future. Just 13 days after he unveiled Zombie Walk, he was about to change his life forever, in some senses for the better, in others for worst. Rhyming over a Meek Mill / Ace Hood type beat that was produced by an unknown English kid named Menace, Designer unveiled a track by the name of Panda, and almost immediately it made him a star. Just as it was tearing up the streets of New York, this song was also making its way into the halls of record companies who are always looking for the next big thing. Among those was Steven Victor of Good Music, who put the song into the orbit of Kanye West. With 11 record labels courting him, he decided to sign to Ye's Good Music and Def Jam in February of 2016, just 2 months after his song hit the airwaves. Later down the line, Designer revealed that he turned down securing bigger bags from other labels just to align himself with an influential artist like Kanye, whom he felt could take him to the next level.
Did they offer the most amount of money, or was it just, I want to rock with Kanye?
It was just, yeah, it was definitely the seeing his movement. You feel what I'm saying? I ain't care that I ain't have all the money. I just wanted to make the best out of the movement. You think I'm saying? And that's what got that diamond. That's what, because I never seen it for the cash. You feel what I'm saying? I just wanted to be able to create a movement where I could be able to jump on stage and make people mind spit, feel it good, inspire others, tap in, help communities, and really do this how I wanted to do it.
In some ways, he was right, because by the end of 2016, Panda would already be 4 times platinum, and in due course, it would go diamond in terms of worldwide sales. But a big reason for that came down to the fact that Ye pretty much co-opted the track for his own album. On Ye's The Life of Pablo, his newly signed artist got 2 features. One came on Freestyle 4, while the other was Father Stretch My Hands Part 2. And if you heard that track, it was basically just Panda with an added Ye verse.
It's lit, man. Definitely felt good, bro. Felt good. Seeing that shit inspired, bro. Like, in the car when he played it, he was like, yo, man, how you feel about it? It's like, that shit hard, man. Because he didn't want to do too much on it. I feel like Ye didn't even want to do too much on it. He wanted to just, yo, let me say this point, and let's let bro get his shine. I really him. I want to give him that.
At just 18 years old, Designer became the first rapper from New York in a decade to have a #1 single. The song's success caught the attention of some major stars, and soon, rappers like Meek Mill, T-Pain, and Fabulous remixed the song, making it explode his name into stardom even more. The endorsement of some established stars would have felt good, but maybe not as good as the life-changing windfall that the song would bring within a year of its release.
Now, you bought the beat for Panda for $200, right? How much has that record made thus far?
I made well over 10 million.
Damn!
Through the success of Panda, Designer became one of just 19 rappers at that time to have their first appearance on the billboards eventually reach #1. However, that wasn't necessarily the best thing, particularly because it was his first commercial single, as when it comes to artists who pulled off that feat, it didn't exactly put him in the company of all-time greats. Instead, it put him in line with novelty acts like Snow, Criss Cross, and Mark Wahlberg. Landing at #1 on your first attempt is crazy, and it means that the expectations on your shoulders are massive. It's worth remembering that it took until 2016 for Drake to top the charts with One Dance, and this was the track that would actually replace Panda at #1 after Designer's 2-week run at the top. In the wake of making such a splash, the pressure was on Designer to not be a one-hit wonder, and at first, it looked like he might pull it off and have a lengthy, successful career, as his first EP, titled New English, landed at #22 on the charts. But with Panda on the track list, it seems like the presence might have padded out those numbers, as no other track on the project made any major mark. After immediately landing on the XXL freshman class of 2016, he used his freestyle to preview a new track called Timmy Turner.
Timmy Turner, he been wishing for a burner. The key lay by he walking. You know that it's on the furnace for bitch beat.
This song was everywhere when it came out, and alongside another track by the name of Outlet, it gave Designer 2 more appearances on the charts. With that, people thought he might really have something. But unfortunately, they were about to be his last examples of success within the music industry. Because even while he was at the peak of his powers, Designer's presence in the industry came at a price. Because even as he tried to carve out his own path, his vocal style meant that he was in the shadow of another artist. From the moment Panda dropped, he was met by endless allegations that he was a Future clone. Although when you hear Designer speak, it seemed obvious that it was just how he sounded even without autotune, it didn't stop the endless comparisons from coming his way.
It is what it is. People gonna try to compare me. It is what it is. It's day-to-day shit. But hey, listen, I know I am Designer. You know what I'm saying? That man, people know. I ain't got no diss on that man. They know my disrespect to him. Man, that man be God bless, man. Keep doing his thing. Hitting him up in charge. Man, that man keep doing his thing, but I'm Designer, baby.
Even though Designer maintained that he was a fan of Future's music, this didn't prevent Future from throwing a bit of shade in Designer's direction. This happened when Future encountered a less than enthusiastic crowd in Designer's hometown of New York. Following this, Future's associates joined in. Designer faced criticism from artists signed to Future's Free Bands label, including Lil Donald and Doughboy. Lil Donald notably released a diss track titled F Panda, directly targeting Designer's hit song.
I ain't never been to Atlanta in this motherfucking life. Somebody got broads down here.
He later went on to tweet, "F him, we FBG over this way." Warned by Donald that he couldn't come to Atlanta because they had guns for him down there, Designer was faced with hate from the moment he popped out. Yet at the same time, he did what most 18-year-olds who had suddenly achieved their wildest dreams would do. He used substances to cope with the pressure. Alongside being caught with drugs in the Lincoln Tunnel by the cops, he also threw up on stage mid-performance. Although Designer claimed that this was the result of no sleep and booking tons of shows.
You get no sleep, bro, and you book probably 4 times a night, bro. Bro, I was on the road at that time, just stupid every night, bro. It was no sleep, you know what I mean? So
soon, the dialogue around Designer would churn, or to be more exact, would stay fixated around his one hit. Whether it was him revealing that he didn't actually have broads in Atlanta, anywhere other than online, or the track being parodied by Kevin Hart in a kids film, everyone remained focused on his big hit rather than looking to what he had coming out. Still, his time in good music had really just began, and considering that he was only entering his 20s, he believed he could regroup and had major plans for the future.
Now I got the time to calm down. I ain't doing the movies. I've been doing movies, no sleep, non-stop in the studio, making sure my album right, making sure I can stay here another 20 years. You know what I'm saying?
But even though Designer wanted to have a decades-long career, the reality was that the industry and fans had other plans for him. For years on end, things were pretty quiet on the new music front from Designer. Despite seeing himself as a superstar, it seemed like the early confidence that Kanye had in him to drop music had declined. And within just a couple of years, he was struggling to get anything out at all. Without the outlets of music, Designer turned to social media to get his frustrations across, and over the years, Instagram would give way to some of his most infamous moments that either left fans confused or just concerned about his frame of mind. As he sat on the shelf, talk quickly turned to Designer's fall-off. Just over a year in the game, it seemed like he was already fighting against the kind of accusations that once they emerge, can be very hard to get rid of.
No, for real, man, for all the haters out there, man. I don't want to hear all this shit. Designer fell off. Designer never fell nowhere. You know what I'm saying? I fell into a motherfucking mansion. I just bought in LA. You know what I'm saying? Obviously, you see only a couple records. I bought a fucking mansion. It's not about the money. It's not. I just want people to be noticed, man. You feel me? It's this notice, it's greatness really here. This ain't no bullshit. I'm up every night working. This ain't a joke. Kanye ain't signing bullshit.
Back then, Designer used Ye's cosign as a sign of the greatness that he had to offer to the game. After all, when he signed him around the Life of Pablo era, West was still universally respected. But by 2019, he was one of many people who'd grown tired of Kanye's antics and basically implied that he wasn't getting the help he desired.
Nobody that's doing this shit for me. I signed to Kanye West, the biggest that in the world. Y'all niggas think he's the genius. I niggas think all that nigga shit. Well, the mean nigga, that nigga's crazy. And the mean I've been doing shit by myself.
With his 2018 EP, Life of Designer, peaking at 161 on the billboards, the project was a commercial flop. While for his fans, it contained good tracks like Price Tag, but the only issue is that everyone was sleeping on them as they had written him off already. Although he just kept grinding whenever he got the green light to actually drop music, Designer just couldn't overcome the stigma of being a one-hit wonder. And at some point, it began to affect his relationships with Good to the point that in 2020, he had to escape.
I'm definitely been in the studio, man, around the world, man. You know, so I haven't been trying to like follow too many waves, you know what I mean? It's really sticking to my own, you know what I mean? Still with the situation, I had to get out that good music shit. I just felt uncomfortable with, you know what I mean? It just.
Considering how focused he seemed in that interview, it marked the first time that fans thought he was capable of a comeback, with some even contemplating how he could do it. This actually made me happy to see this after people were clowning him. If Designer don't start rapping on drill beats, he's gonna miss out on a comeback. He could easily jump on the new NYC wave. But as positive as he seemed at first, it quickly became clear that he couldn't fully let go of the trauma that he experienced at Good Music. And instead of focusing on the future, Designer continued to long for success and excitement of his early career. Just look at his track letter to Ye from December of 2021, where he painted signing to the label as the greatest days of his life. Madison Square Garden, it first started. I'm up on the big screen, and I'm 17. I'm living that life. Seems like a movie scene. Standing next to Kanye, next to Pusha T. 2016, we was a big team. Performance at Summer Jam, we was the dream team. Sadly, it appears that Designer's initial suspicions might have been accurate, with his early successes potentially representing the pinnacle of his career. He later delved deeper into the reasons as to why he decided to step back from the spotlight. During an interview with DJ Vlad, Designer revealed that he wasn't in the right headspace during his time at Good because his father had serious health problems. But rather than opening up about it, the pressures of the industry made him bury it until it came out in other ways.
You know what I'm saying? So it was just like, you know what I mean? I wanted Ye to talk to, and it was hard to speak on it, you know what I'm saying? So, you know, I wound up just like, I don't know, man. I just was going through, I had like a young emotion stage at that time, but I was having so much fun, bro. I couldn't express myself the way what was going on in my crib to my label mates. And maybe I should never try to run my emotion in the game, but it was just something I would just you know, I was young. I never was taught not to keep your emotions out the game, because I was coming from a place where not too many people made it, bro. And I just wanted to have somebody that, you know what I mean, like that big brother stuff at the same time as being in the label, you know what I mean? Like, not just like, hey, yo, Designer, yeah, he making us these millions, but
Basically, as an 18-year-old kid who had suddenly had a huge net worth and an audience who were waiting on more, Designer didn't have the tools or maturity to express the extent of what he was feeling or navigate the industry alone. So instead, he got resentful and lashed out. He felt that when a serious situation happened with his dad, no one at the label cared, including Kanye. They were only concerned about the money he was bringing in. I understand why he left. I respect it. Now flying without a safety net as an independent artist, Designer tried to kickstart his career. But the mental scars that he picked up and the chip that the industry kicking him to the side had left on his shoulder meant that he'd fall even further. By 2022, Designer was dropping music more steadily, but he still couldn't escape the future clone narrative in the comment. Despite everything, it seemed like listeners had broadly moved on. Even though the tracks he dropped still average around 1 million views on YouTube, and he has around 4 million monthly listeners on Spotify to this day, he still can't overcome what he achieved in the past. And in recent years, it seems like this uphill battle is taking a toll on his mental state. This was made clear when he emotionally quit rap after the loss of Takeoff.
This version of me is done. It's done. Y'all wanted it, it's over. Y'all wanted it, it's over. I can't hold the tea, I can't go Quay, I can't go Offset, I can't go none of these. I can't live like this no more.
Although he was torn apart by the loss of Takeoff, it seems like this was just the final straw for Designer. Left struggling to make people listen for years, the trauma had all come to a head, but still, he walked back the claims that he'd be quitting the industry as music was his therapy. But this wasn't the only sign of that frustration. Just a few months before Take's death, Designer hopped on Instagram, where he was known to act chaotically, to complain that he couldn't score a feature from ESTG.
Artists try to charge me $75,000 ESTG, bro. Yo, you're garbage. You is hot garbage. You can't perform like me. You can't never make a song like anybody in New York City. You're trash, bro. You're trash. You know what you are? That's what I'm doing right now. Shitty. You feel me? Stop playing with me. For real, for real. Y'all ain't never saw what I saw. That's on my mother. Still trap your little gold records. Kick all them chains on your neck, boy. For real. Cause you a slave to the game.
Coming off like a bitter veteran, Designer backpedaled by the end of the clip, call a truce in a way that made it clear that he wasn't really in the right headspace.
Hey, yo, my boy, man. I'm Kizzy, man. Let's leave this shit, you know what I mean? Let's keep this shit hip-hop, man. Real. Let's leave this shit up to the fans, man. Think about dropping on the same day. Let's drop on the same day. Go viral.
But if that seemed erratic, it was nothing compared to what was to come in 2023. On a flight back from Tokyo in April of that year, Designer allegedly began to expose himself in front of flight attendants and reportedly touched himself in the seat. He was constantly told to stop, and he was eventually taken to the back of the plane. Once he was on the ground, he was arrested by the FBI and charged with indecent exposure. Once he came to his senses and the news started to break, he took to IG to reveal that he had been struggling mentally and that he was ashamed of his actions. In addition, he claimed that he was prescribed medicine while in Thailand that he hadn't been taking. Faced with the offender status, and after he obscenely and indecently exposed genitalia in a public place, Designer was eventually sentenced to 2 years probation, 120 hours of community service, and a $5,000 fine. Although the rumors were that the sentence was even worse, his lawyer said that the misdemeanor conviction is not one that will cause him to have to register as a sex offender. Embarrassing as this was, it was a small mercy, as if he was actually branded with that title, his career would formally be dead in the water. Shortly after all this went down, he did the best thing he could do and checked into a mental health facility, dropping the sequel to Timmy Turner just before he went in. Sorry, I can't promote it the way I like cause I'm off the grid, but I just want to give you some new music while I take time away to become a better me, he said in a statement. I'm going through a tough time right now, but I won't let my struggles define who I am. I will come back stronger and make more music that connects with all of you on a deeper level. For those of you who are dealing with any mental health issues, it's okay to ask for help. Now, hopefully on the mend, Designer has a chance to work out what he really wants. Does he really want to keep chasing the same success that he once had? Or is he just going to make music for himself and let whatever happens, happen? Whatever is the case, one thing that's for sure is that becoming successful so young wasn't everything he'd wished for. In fact, it was a gift and a curse. And as academics explained after the plane incident went down, Designer is a textbook example of getting too much too soon.
I always tell you, there's like a syndrome of rappers who get to fame really quickly, and it's via like maybe one hit. I kind of want to call it the one-hit wonder theory, where that high that probably lasts for like 2 or 3 years, that dopamine rush is so crazy that after that run is over and life is treating you like you're not that guy anymore, mentally it's hard to adjust to everything going on, because sometimes these guys still have money, but sometimes that fame and euphoria that they get from all of that is just not there anymore. I don't know if that has anything to do with it, but I guarantee, like, we gotta think about this. I guarantee when Designer was in the motherfucking hood and broke his shit, he wouldn't have mental problems. I don't think so.
Although he may have millions in the bank, the music industry put Designer through the ringer. So let's just hope that even if he doesn't have the success that he once achieved, that he can at least be happy in the years to come.
I gotta stay on my path. Niggas was saying I fell off when I was in high school.
At one point, people legitimately thought that Chance the Rapper was going to be the biggest star in hip hop since Drake. He even had a rare presidential seal of approval.
Chance, you are an outstanding role model. Because of you, countless young people will grow up believing in themselves, fulfilling their God-given potential, and then reaching back, lifting up other people along the way.
At the height of his powers, he was making history by winning Grammys as an independent artist, and had streaming services like Apple Music offering insane bags to have his projects on their platforms as exclusives. So how, in just a few short years, did he go from this to becoming viewed as a rapper with the biggest fall off of all time? It's your boy Louaista, and today we're gonna be investigating how Chance the Rapper squandered his potential. Chancellor Bennett always seemed destined for something greater. Unlike most rappers who emerged from the city of Chicago, Chance didn't grow up in the projects and developed his knack for music during poetry sessions in high school. After he got suspended for puffing on that devil's lettuce, Chance used this time wisely to work on his first big project. The result was 10 Day, a mixtape that dropped in 2012 and quickly made him famous in Chicago as it started to get attention from avid rap fans. Straight away, Chance's unique style and delivery made him stand out in a marketplace that was beginning to associate Chicago with gritty rap rather than the more creative type of music that Kanye West was making back in the day when he was still sporting pink polos and backpacks. Around this time, Chance was rolling with the Save Money crew, which featured a whole host of Chi-Town's hottest rappers and creatives who all wanted to push the envelope with their music. We're talking Chance, Vic Mensa, Tokyo, Joey Purp, and many more.
For real, like the reason why this
It's so cracking for us right now is honestly because of like the young folks in Chicago that are really coming out to these shows and are supporting us. Thank you to all of them. Get down with the movement. We definitely on the come up and we got a lot of music coming for y'all. So.
Seriously, the collective fall off of this crew is wild, and it really needs to be studied for future generations. Because at one point in time, they all had labels chasing them, but no one attracted more attention than Chance the Rapper. And by the time he dropped his second mixtape, Acid Rap, in 2013, the project was downloaded more than 50,000 times on DatPiff in just one day. Now, this is back when streaming services weren't even a thing, so it was really impressive for a newcomer in the game to be doing these kinds of numbers. With that kind of attention, the label saw $, and soon everyone was chasing him. According to an interview with Billboard just after its release, he had already been flown out to meetings with labels such as Columbia, Republic, Def Jam, Shady Records, and so many more. Yet rather than signing, Chance stuck with his small, tight-knit crew that he came up with, including his manager, Pat Cochran. Remember this name because he'll play a huge role in the latter half of this video when we discuss his fall off. At the time, they had a simple philosophy about how to navigate the game. Me and Chance have always had a chip on our shoulder. Like, we can do this and it doesn't take much. Just don't be an idiot. Although they didn't sign with a label, they did strike a deal with a superstar CAA agent named Kara Lewis, who added Chance to a roster that includes Kanye West and Eminem, to name a few. This meant that he was basically an independent artist with a major label PR machine behind him. With his setup, Chance was ready to make an extraordinary and unmatched rise to the top of the rap game, as by the time he dropped his third mixtape, Coloring Book, he was seen as one of the biggest rappers in the game, all without releasing an actual album. Soon, he was getting adjusted to his newfound fame, which he expressed in a Rolling Stone interview, saying, "I don't really have control over my direct impression on people anymore. I used to be the person putting my CD in people's hands, but I'm kind of a mainstream artist now, not by choice, not by what I make or anything, but just by that ripple effect." Unveiled in May of 2016, Coloring Book has represented the peak of Chance's success. Paid $500,000 by Apple Music for exclusive rights to the project, Coloring Book had features from Wayne, 2 Chainz, Kanye, Young Thug, and a whole host of other huge names in the culture. And at that point, it seemed like everyone was really in his corner. Everyone loves Chance, everyone wants to work with him. Why? Because he's spreading love and positive vibes. Whether it was manifestation or just momentum, Chance's blessings just kept coming. And when he brought home 2 Grammys for Best New Artist and Best Rap Album in 2017, he made history as the first streaming-only artist to do that. At just 23 years old, Chance had the world at his feet, and people started making some pretty big claims.
Drake album better be fire, man. This thing, the way nigga told my Chance, Chance might be the one, man. It don't even matter if you like him or not. Chance he's setting it up right now. He's setting it up, he's gonna be the guy. Give it like...
But you guys...
In hindsight, this seems like Academics was tweaking, but there was a moment where it seemed like Drake might have been threatened by Chance. For one, he tried to undermine him on his song called Draft Day, spitting, "If I leave this shit to Chance, I'd have picked a name like Chance the Rapper." While it did seem like a quick sidebar, it was much deeper at the time. Plus, Drake is well known for going out of his way to work with a new artist that's bubbling up. But for Chance, that didn't happen. And for some reason, Drake has always kept his distance from him since sending that shot in 2014. Anointed by the industry as next up, it really felt like when Chance spit, "I met Kanye West, I'm never going to fail," during his guest appearance on Ultra Lightbeam, that he was telling the truth. But after all that's happened in the past couple of years, people view that line as more ironic than anything. That's because in the aftermath of Coloring Book, Chance kept capitalizing on that period in his career. After making a rumored $6 million off his 3 hats, he began to engage in charity.
I made $6 million in 1 year off these hats, yo. Woo. Yeah. I'm buying these hats.
Then why did I pay for the
$3?
Eventually donating $1 million to mental wellness charities in Chicago. But even with all the good he was doing, his image began to infuriate people. To preface this, it's important to note that hip-hop is quite a cynical genre where anything seen as being too squeaky clean is viewed with suspicion or is seen as corny. Just look at the issues that everyone from Logic to YouTube rappers like Dax have all encountered once they had a label behind them. Well, for Chance, he had to deal with this coming from all fronts, including an artist he once collaborated with named Wale, who tweeted out a message which everyone immediately thought was about Chance the Rapper. Some of these politicians, rappers, have some amazing PR. Good two shoes, all-American boys, holier than thou swag. And he wasn't the only one. After Chance debuted his track First World Problems on a late-night TV show,
"Gotta stop. I see what Chance is doing. Enough of the Apollo shit where you go out there and you sing about Jesus and we can't boo you. What the f is he talking about? It's too positive. I'm on some Wale shit, man. The tone of voice. Come on. Yesterday I told my daughter if I woke up that she would blow up, and then I went to the store. That nigga better go back to Chicago. I want a G Herbo feature. I don't want to hear your fucking guitar strings. Get this collab the out of here.
Joe Budden decided he had enough of Chance's positivity. Now, considering how much Chance was up at the time, comments like these from Budden and Wale, both men who were gifted MCs but never quite got all the acclaim from the mainstream that Channel received, could be seen as hating. But over time, it began to spill over into his audience as well. It's hard to criticize someone for having a positive image and generally being happy, but his "I'm such a good and positive person" image is kind of annoying. At this point, Chance still had a spotless reputation. Sure, he had his struggles with drugs, but he was pretty open about using them in his music. Meanwhile, he'd pretty much avoided any kind of beef. But as the good guy act began to wear on people, Budden actually predicted what was about to go down in his future.
If more people share that sentiment, if you make enough enemies, we're gonna start to hear some stories. Now, I'm not saying people will believe them. I think some stories are gonna start coming out. You have to bob and weave and fight some of this off. You can't just ignore all of it. But if enough people start sharing this sentiment, you're gonna have to address it. Let's see.
Just as Budden had theorized, there came a point where all the negativity would boil over. Not to mention how he eventually crossed someone close to him in the process. And in the fallout, Chance would shed some of that good guy image that had previously protected him from critics. After nearly a decade in the game, Chance finally revealed his debut album, The Big Day, in July of 2019. After fans and critics had been excited to see what he did next, the result wasn't just a letdown, but pretty cringe in its delivery, with the whole project basically being a conceptual album about how much he loves his wife. Although it debuted at number 2 on the charts and is therefore technically his most successful project, it was also the turning point where it all went wrong. First, the critics churned on him.
I did not love a single song from this album, not one single track. There were moments where I caught a breath, but it just did not pan out. Genuinely feeling like a strong 0 on this record. It's like a strong 0 to a light 1.
Then the fans came along, and at this point, he got memed into oblivion. Suddenly experiencing the same internet community that once uplifted him deciding that he'd slip up, Chance didn't handle the criticism well at all. And in a now deleted tweet, Chance expressed how the negative feedback on the album got to him, writing, "I got this crazy feeling that people want me to delete myself. That's not my vibe at all, but I feel the push. And I feel like even more than that, some people want me to feel ashamed. Shame is heavy. And feeling shame for something that you were super prideful about is super heavy." Rather than garnering sympathy from his fans, this kind of response just left people confused at why he was trying to guilt trip them into enjoying his music. Just because he dropped a mediocre album doesn't mean I want him to delete himself. Even though this tactic didn't exactly pay, he bizarrely stuck with it, comparing himself to civil rights leaders in the process.
There's a spiritual warfare going on beyond just social media or music or whatever. You could just be making a joke or a comment, playing along with the meme. You don't ever really think about the person that's being, commented on. Like I was just saying about the spiritual warfare, like it can push you to a certain point. Everybody handles things differently. Now, I'm somebody that's very deeply rooted in my faith. And I'm not saying that to say that negates mental health issues. I wanted to just call out that spirit. Calling Martin Luther King directly like, yo, self.
Well, Martin Luther King didn't have Twitter.
It's not a fantastical idea that people want you to self-destruct. I'm not calling myself Martin Luther King before that becomes the headline.
At every turn, he also just seemed unwilling to acknowledge the shortcomings of The Big Day. Sticking to his guns, that talk of a fall-off was premature.
I could do one or two things. I could either agree with it or I could live my life. If I agree with it, then that means the Breakfast Club fell off, because y'all don't have people that fell off sitting in your chair. I gotta stay on my path. Because we're saying I fell off when I was in high school. Your last tape was better. I'm like, I'm 15. I could joke about it. It is tough, but it's like, I don't know. What can I say?
What can you do?
Tell people my feelings are hurt.
Standing his ground, just as he had when the labels tried to sign him, Chance clearly thought that if he could stay on his path, then it would all go his way. But it looked like he acquired a little bit of an ego, to the point that he wasn't taking advice from anyone else either. And soon, taking his own route would not only lead him to realize just how much the audience were rejecting what he was selling now, but would also lead to one of his long-term allies to abandon him. As an independent rapper, live shows were always important to Chance, and once he dropped the album, he scheduled the big tour. A 35-date journey across America. The tour was scheduled to take Chance into 2020, but it would be canceled after just 5 dates. Initially, alarm bells started to ring when he was offering 2-for-1 deals, a tall tale sign of a tour that's not selling well. So by the time he was taking time off to spend with his family, fans already pretty much felt like they were being deceived, and critics thought that it was obvious what he was doing.
Yo, y'all believe them fake numbers. When I saw Chance the Rapper tried to book Madison Square Garden solo, I knew it was over. So when you start believing these numbers, cool, let's go book this venue. We can't sell it. Oh, we can't sell this one either. Okay, let's cancel the tour and let's blame it on we're gonna go spend time with our family.
As usual, Chance tried to control the narrative, but that was all about to go out the window once his former ally and manager, Pat Cochran, lifted the lid on what really went down. With Pat claiming that he owed over $2.5 million of unreimbursed expenses supporting and promoting Bennett's career, he also lifted the lid on what went down with both the album and tour. According to Cochran, he expressed serious concern with the projected release date Bennett had unilaterally announced for the album, and cited numerous distractions and artistic compromises that inevitably resulted from time wasted in the studio, all of which contributed to a lackluster album evidenced by historically low ticket sales. In one final dagger, the manager's lawsuit also claimed that Bennett ultimately blamed Cochran for the judgment rendered by his fan base, rather than accept that his own lack of dedication had doomed the project. While that lawsuit is still ongoing to this very day, and Chance has countersued, the real issue was what it did to the illusion of what Chance's camp was really like. And looking back, some people feel like there were already signs of this behavior from Chance, including trying to stamp out negative reviews.
You saw these antics whenever Chance would receive criticism of his work. It seemed to be almost censorship in a way. And I remember something like this happening with MTV not long ago after he received some pretty harsh words about one of his albums. I remember him having some heavy involvement in getting that article taken down. And that really rubbed me the wrong way, because if you are free to say whatever you want to say in your music, people are free to say whatever they want to say about your music. So when I saw that, I was like, wow, here is an independent act who should know what it feels like to be muzzled by the music industry, should know what it feels like to be chained up by music labels, purposefully censoring a journalist's work.
Left with a dwindling fan base and forced to face those who were left as they tried to figure out if he was still a great role model they once believed him to be, Chance has gone from a top star to someone who rap fans simply aren't checking for anymore. But is there any way back? Ever since the Big Day fiasco, it feels like Chance has been trying to secure his future in other avenues of entertainment. But while roles in The Lion King and appearing as a coach in The Voice would have gotten him a nice bag, it once again left his fans in the cold. He seems to be primarily shifting to acting and fashion. Kinda sucks when you're more interested in hearing new music. He shifted to music and acting because of the state of his music career. If Big Day was better received, I guarantee he would have dropped a lot more since. Facing a world that no longer supports him as it once did, the situation has completely reversed. Previously, fans were fiending for new music from Chance. However, the disappointment with the Big Day has led to a shift in attitude, where now they tend to dismiss his new music before it's even released. When he recently announced that he's planning to drop a new album in 2024, after his 5-year hiatus from making music, fans commented things like, "Keep that shit." And it's funny how people will shit on it before they even hear it. It's not just the fans though. Now, his former supporters, who once considered him a great, have reached the point where they're done with his image and don't see any way back for him now that the image of him is cemented in place.
When niggas start acting like they're goody two-shoes and we should love their music, hip-hop has always been celebrating the person who's imperfect, the person who came from nothing, who made it to something, the person who listened, who never had a silver spoon in his mouth, the person who made mistakes, the person who has a redemption arc, the person who we know ain't. Come on, man. That's why when niggas heard that Chance the Rapper album, I love my wife. My wife is best. My wife eat my ass. I love my wife. I pray to God every day. God, I love you. I love you. Hey, man, trash. Get out of here, nigga.
Now, 4 years removed from the release of The Big Day, Chance is still teasing his next move. At the moment, his upcoming album, Starline Gallery, is taking a long time to drop, and even though it has been in the works for numerous years, Chance has said that the holdup is because he isn't exactly satisfied yet.
Starline is something that is it's something that's so beautiful and I'm so proud of in its current state, but it's just not
where I wanted to be at. You know what I mean?
In all fairness, it's hard to blame him for perfectionism after what he went through with the big day. But it's also important to remember that no culture moves as fast as hip-hop, and 4 years might as well be a lifetime. And with Chance dropping out of people's playlists every month, he really needs to act now, or the last hopes of a comeback might just disappear for good.
Meek, you're just getting out of prison. How does it feel to be part of the system?
I feel like a free slave.
With impressive sales and #1 records in his catalog, it's fair to say that Meek Mill was once considered one of the biggest artists in the game. Now, rappers losing their spotlight isn't anything unusual. We have seen countless artists rise and fall for many different reasons over the years, but what makes Meek's journey from the top of the music industry to a lower level of fame so intriguing is not that he lost his ability to produce quality music, but instead, it was simply the fact that he became an internet laughingstock, and people haven't let up on scrutinizing or mocking every single thing he does. How did this happen? Especially for a rapper like Meek Mill, whose career began as a respected street artist and was raised in one of the grittiest neighborhoods of Philadelphia. My name is Louaista, and today we're investigating all of the events that led Meek Mill to getting clowned out of his career. Capable of spitting bars which depicted him in those rough areas of the city of brotherly love, Meek's early work felt raw, rugged, and essential at a time when not many street artists were popping off.
Look, the summer nights can even turn cold, and the streets of Philly when niggas don't even get to turn old. My heart pumping to a turn gold. You niggas stuck in neutral, I'm riding like fuck it, it's a long road.
And even to this day, people still reminisce to the times when he was dropping classic mixtapes, or even his debut studio album, Dreams and Nightmares, which was home to one of the greatest intros of all time.
Times like this, the rhyme like this, so I had to grind like that.
His potential was evident for all to see, so much so that it's hard to believe that it went so wrong from there. But if we're to look back at when things began to get out of his grasp, it arguably started with a rapper who's about as far removed from the streets of Philly as possible. If we were to pinpoint the moment where Meek went from a formidable MC to a figure of ridicule, it's fair that beefing with Drake is when things went from good to bad. As everyone, including myself, has covered extensively, Meek and Drake had a collaborative relationship until a track by the name of Rico, which dropped on Meek Mill's 2015 album, Dreams Worth More Than Money. After Meek took exception to a line about the girl of your dreams, which he interpreted to be about his then girlfriend Nicki Minaj, a beef ensued when Meek decided to out Drizzy for having a ghostwriter. But ghostwriter or not, he was about to get smoked when it came time for diss tracks to drop. On Back to Back and Charged Up, Meek pretty much got bodied in front of the whole world to see by Drake. To add insult to injury, Drizzy then detailed on his song Summer 16 that one night when they were both in the Four Seasons, Meek and Nicki had the room below his suite. To capitalize on this, he played Back to Back over and over again, with Meek doing nothing about it. Considering Meek was known as the hard-edged rapper from Philly, this wasn't a good look. But what didn't help is that there was a domino effect to getting clowned by Drizzy that even his then MMG label mate Wale got involved in.
I honestly think, you know, he brought like a pencil to a gunfight. He didn't bring a knife, like a pencil. You know what I'm saying? You piece of paper. Try to paper cut him to death. Like, you can't compete with somebody that got them type of relationship.
In response, Meek didn't aim at Wale meaningfully. Instead, he went to Twitter, a place that would soon become a routine source of mockery for him, to basically say that he got his feelings hurt. Wale just ain't gonna tweet a thing about my album. He's been hating on me for a long time now. Don't even text me, cornball. Alongside coming across as overly sensitive, the fallout from the Drake beef continued to have a ripple effect on his career, because every time he tried to stick his neck out and reassert himself, he just got destroyed publicly time and time again. When he decided to fixate on Drake's alleged ghostwriter, Quentin Miller, and even ordered his goons to put the beats on him at one point, it just seemed like a complete overkill to most people. Still unwilling to take the L and simply move on, Meek then implanted himself into the Joe Budden and Drake beef, where he referred to Budden as a crackhead. In typical fashion, Joe clapped back with a simple but effective putdown, and basically won the beef by letting the world know that he was simply too elite of a spitter to go blow for blow with Meek. Whereas when 50 Cent waded into the whole scenario, he seemed to bypass Meek's talents and go straight at his intelligence. When 50 Cent was asked about how Meek was dealing with his beef with Drake, he mentioned that Meek Mill made a questionable move by starting trouble with AR Ab. AR-Ab is not just a rapper from Philadelphia like Meek Mill, but he's also known for being involved in some serious criminal activities that has him locked up in prison for the foreseeable future. Drake had mentioned AR-Ab in Back to Back, and Meek Mill's decision to target him was seen by 50 Cent as a bad move, suggesting it wasn't smart to stir up issues with someone so notorious.
It turned into the kid being on stage saying fuck AR-Ab. And I didn't understand it when he did that. I was like, it's a special kind of stupid going on over here. Now you just took something that completely was non-threatening with Drake and this one and turned it into something that could potentially turn into you bumping in Philly.
True.
You know, he's really not that bright. That kid is not that bright. Look, the easiest thing you could do is bring other people into the statements that you're saying, right? While you write music.
Over time, Meek would backpedal to the point that he would even collaborate with Drake again, making this the first of several mishaps that he would make when it came to public relations over the years. However, while Drake and Meek eventually managed to patch things up, the same really can't be said for him and Academics. This long-running feud started when Meek first became aware of Ac's content and his existence. Academics never reported kindly when it came to Meek, often calling his albums a flop and that he was steadily becoming irrelevant.
You spent all that money and still didn't hit over 100. This is sad.
It's important to mention that Ak is a diehard fan of Drake, and the fact that Drake and Meek had a feud in the past could certainly fuel his hatred towards him. But once he realized Academics had been covering his music on his account, he declared it a mumble rap promotion page. Ak isn't exactly loved by everyone, but even those who strongly dislike him realized that Meek was going overboard. Meek playing with himself with this shit. If it's really a mumble rap promo page, then why bother caring about it? Meek mostly just comes off as salty here. Surprisingly, Meek didn't catch on to the fact that targeting Ak, a hip-hop blogger, wouldn't really bring him any benefits. Despite this, he continued to go after Ak whenever the opportunity arose, such as the time when he tweeted this in June of 2020, saying, "Academics is canceled because he's a bad police and our culture doesn't need them." He also gassed a lot of beefs that got people killed and hurt and never donated $1 to the culture. We gon' holla at you next run, champ. While some agreed with Meek, others found it amusing that he believed he was in a position to target Ak and didn't hesitate to share their thoughts. People letting a blogger get them this mad? You know you can't cancel nobody, weak Mills. As time went on, each interaction between Meek and Ak seemed to backfire on Meek, only reinforcing the idea that he is no longer a figure to be feared or respected. And when he essentially suggested that he was going to place a bounty on Ak's head, the blogger didn't hesitate to remind him that the whole thing was ridiculous coming from a platinum-selling artist.
Stop snitching on yourself. Stop telling the world you're greenlighting people and just do what you have to do. Because right now, like, when you say green lighting, I send that to the police. I'm gonna be honest with you. Oh, yo, are you green lit? Wait, Meek Mill just told me in front of the world I'm green lit? Okay, here's the cops. Hey, Meek Mill, that's his account, that's his people. He say I'm green lit. Are you dumb?
From that initial interaction onwards, Meek made an influential enemy who would be ready to pounce whenever he slipped up. As a result, whether Meek is weirdly eating fries from his legs by the pool, hanging from bamboo sticks, or allegedly paying for posts from blogs to try and boost his lackluster sales, Ak has always been there to catalog his many errors, including when he went for one of the most controversial figures in hip-hop in what should have been a home run, only to lose out again. A longtime friend of Academics, former king troll of hip-hop and verified snitch, Tekashi 6ix9ine's journey has taken a severe downturn in recent years, and yet, the man who had ratted on everyone in the 9 Trey Bloods somehow still got one over on Meek when they were beefing, only further cementing the sense that he was not to be taken seriously. After a series of back-and-forth exchanges, the situation escalated when they encountered each other in Atlanta. This led to a heated argument happening entirely behind their security teams.
That's a fact, you That's a fact, you Hey, you security! This is security? That's Look, shut up! Shut up! And you with a cop! We out, nigga! Look, you take, and you with police! And you with police! Look, that cop! That cop!
It didn't look good for either of them, but for Meek, who was seen as a real gangster, it especially hurt his image, which was already taking a lot of hits. For many people who supported him before, this moment seemed like a turning point. Meek became an L after this shit. I'm sorry, I can't fuck with Meek after this. For others, it was a sign that Meek had some growing up to do.
We gotta stop putting people in positions that they're not ready to be in. I feel like a lot of the shit that Meek has going on, he was kind of pushed into it. Any wrong move and you could become the villain.
Right. Meek should have ran from that situation, and the internet would have killed him and said, look at Meek running. Like, no matter what, Meek was gonna lose in that situation.
This brings us to a critical aspect of Meek's career. For years, he seems to be caught in somewhat of an identity crisis where he can't decide whether or not he wants to be a street rapper or a motivational figure. This uncertainty in his choices often makes it easier for fans to criticize him. Obviously, in his younger days, no one expected Meek to be a socially aware rapper, but following his incarceration in 2017 from a parole violation, the man that re-emerged seemed to be different. After being released from jail, Meek became a campaigner for change, teaming up with Michael Rubin, who also wouldn't make things any easier for Meek in the long run. As you'll see later, Meek launched the Reform Alliance, an organization which fought to change how the prison system and sentencing operated. This was a far cry from street beef, and it looked like Meek had really turned a corner.
I come from being in prison just 7 days ago, what I call history, because I know it's a lot of voiceless men and people I personally know from being in prison, sitting next to them every day, who are dependent on me. And I feel like God has given me a great platform to help many others and make Philadelphia, Pennsylvania, and the world a better place.
However, just months after it appeared he had a new focus and brand direction, he was back to speaking recklessly. One example of this is when he got himself banned from the area by a local artist named Poundside Pop. Rather than continuing to preach the virtues of peace or rising above it, Meek tweeted, "We run the hood. The fuck is you saying? LOL." At a time where he should have been moved on from worrying about running Philly to running his own businesses like his mentor Jay-Z, Meek had still talked tough whenever the opportunity arrived. And at the age of 36, it's not necessarily a good look.
Niggas ain't fucking with me, man. I be hearing a lot of people talking and shit like that. It's really like that. Like if I go out in my hood, it's really like that. We really not. I don't want to entertain of. We say we got 500 murders a year. That means it's a lot of killers in our neighborhood. When I come out in Philadelphia, I'm like super safe. You know what I mean? It's not nothing to promote. And if I come out, we bring real street niggas together from city to city.
Yet, as Wayno noted on Everyday Struggle, this wasn't a lesson Mill seemed willing to learn, and it meant that his own Dream Chasers label couldn't take off as it should.
I wish that Meek would see that he's like, I wouldn't say above things, but certain things he just gotta stay out of. You know what I mean? As an artist, as a person in the game. A lot of them don't want to leave the streets alone because, yeah, it's a lot of bullshit that comes with it, but the streets is a mentality. I felt like I understood Meek's intent, but realistically, I think that Meek just need to leave a lot of shit alone because a lot of artists don't want to sign with Meek. And I don't know for what reason, but I don't, we haven't seen Meek as the artist that breaks artists. I think he needs to just create some detachment between him and the streets.
Rather than just being a statement without evidence, Wayno's words would come true when it was revealed Roddy Ricch happily discarded his ties to Meek once he got big. To preface this, it's important to note that Roddy Ricch was once speculated to be on Meek Mill's Dream Chaser label, to the point that he was even spotted wearing a DC chain. Roddy Ricch had a vague affiliation to Meek back in his early days. However, as time passed on, Roddy's connection to Meek began to fade. And he has since stated that if he were to sign with any artist's label, it would have been Nipsey Hussle's, as he felt Nipsey did more for him than Meek ever did. Still, Meek continued to assert that Roddy was taken from him by Atlantic Records, and that he had been blackballed during one of his infamous Twitter rants. In response, Roddy, who is 11 years younger than Meek, explained that this wasn't the right way to go about business.
My only situation with him, he know this, so I can say whatever I want to say. One thing you're not gonna ever hear me do, I'm a real nigga. I don't speak on shit with niggas. I explain this to him. Please, let's not speak on our business and situations. Can't even call each other on the phone.
Essentially cut out of the Roddy Ricch story, this isn't even the only time that his label basically threw Meek to the side. Even when he was deep into his career and should have been seen as a fully fledged star when he released 2021's Expensive Pain, they still treated him like any other artist they had just signed. So why would they do this? Well, due to how Meek is treated these days and how much the fanbase's perception of him has changed over the years, they can do so with no consequences. Besides, his sales figures have kept declining to the point that even when he and Rick Ross dropped a long-awaited collaborative album in 2023, it peaked at number 23 on the charts and barely sold 31,000 units. Robbed of that kind of hunger his fanbase used to have for new music, Meek is still trying to keep the buzz alive. But unfortunately, the way he goes about it also plays into how he's treated like a punchline by so much of the hip-hop audience. But rather than sticking to his guns and doing what he wants to do, Meek cares far too much what people think. This was especially clear in June of 2023 when Meek took to Twitter to basically ask if he fell off. Who thinks I fell off or don't really think I got it with rapping anymore? I for real need answers and tell the truth because I'm not taking it personal. I need to hear how people think before I do what I do. A social experiment. With fans ultimately agreeing that his music doesn't hit as it used to in recent years, this intense search for validation left both fans and hip-hop commentators such as Charlemagne the God to clown him even more.
Why do you care what people on social media think? Why do people need validation from social media? And by the way, Meek, you can't get on social media and ask a question like that because nobody's there to give you serious answers.
Not at all.
Cut it out.
I would say probably 80% is going to be BS and they just going to be attacking you because they can.
And when you consider how brutally Kanye West disrespected Meek, it's obvious that the big dogs in the game also don't see him in the same light because of everything he's done to make himself a target for clowning. For example, look how Kanye reacted when Meek tried to call him out for wearing a White Lives Matter t-shirt amidst the George Floyd riots.
And I put White Lives Matter on a t-shirt. Oh, you know what? Let's go get celebrities. Let's go get Puff Daddy. Let's get Dave Chappelle. Let's go get Meek Mills. What made somebody think Meek Mills could say something to me?
Latest journey, so.
No, this is the funniest thing of everything. Yo, man, I'm about to start crying, laughing, man. Somebody thought Meek Mills. No, I'm literally in tears.
Although he didn't respond to these claims, it didn't make any impact because at the end of the day, Ye and Meek are seen as in two different leagues, not only creatively, but financially. As Ye has no shortage of slip-ups on his record, the one thing you can't say is that he isn't true to himself. Meanwhile, the past few years have resulted in Meek being viewed as a toy for billionaires who like to boost their credibility by dealing with hip-hop, as was the case for Michael Rubin. As I mentioned earlier, Meek has been linked up with Michael Rubin for a long time. Since then, he's added Robert Kraft to his list of exceptionally wealthy friends. But that doesn't explain the way that he gets treated by these guys. Considering that Michael Rubin should really be treating him like an equal partner in their organization, Meek, the former gangster from Philly, has allowed himself to be mocked by these people too. Posting pictures of the toilet bowl after the Rubin white party like a sorority girl on wine coolers, to the many, many pictures of them embracing very tightly, the relationship with Rubin might have done wonders for his advocacy, but not for his reputation.
You're gonna get another drunken hug tonight. I don't care what anyone says. You're getting a drunken hug. You too. You too. Drunken hugs are coming tonight.
Hey yo, freaky ass billionaires. Are they sharing a blanket? To make things worse, it doesn't seem like the address book is being put to work either. With Baby also getting his reputation destroyed by staying around Rubin, it was presumed they were to acquire game. But by the looks of it, this isn't the case whatsoever, as Meek still can't bring his projects to life.
Meek said this on Threads. He said, yo, where's that person in Silicon Valley that will work with people like myself with influence and build this social media music-based app where you go to hear new music, watch exclusive interviews and content? Where, if you sign up, you may get new content from your favorite artists and sports players. I think I would do sports and entertainment. Meek science. Now, if you're hanging around 15 billionaires and you still tweeting like this trying to find that nigga, what the fuck are these billionaires doing? What are they doing for you?
They hugs.
I think Meek may have meant to send this in the group chat. I'll be like, yo, Meek, why are you asking the general internet this? Meek should be going to Mike Rubin and say, listen, no more drunken hugs. I don't want you to try to rub my leg no more, brother. What I want you to do is that I have this idea for an app. Y'all are using me for my social equity and my cultural coolness. Yo, let's do business.
Between all of the mistreatment he's received both in rap and within the most exclusive sectors of society, it's now created a scenario where no matter what he does now, it's always tainted by his public persona away from the mic. As a result of this, it doesn't matter what he does, the go-to response is to mock him. For instance, Meek wasn't even given any leeway when his team made it to the Super Bowl. Although Dreams and Nightmares was a bit of an unofficial anthem for the Eagles, his decision to celebrate them making it to the big game with a freestyle over Hit 'Em Up just led to even more trolling. Bro could have just congratulated the team and moved on, always doing the most. I refuse to believe Meek Mill is a real person. Aside from that, one of the biggest factors that continues to damage Meek's credibility is that things just aren't well thought out. Screaming in fast food restaurants aside, this is a guy who will ask how African people hear his music. or announce his love for Candace Owens, even after she spent months dissing him for going to jail, and not expect to get any backlash because he doesn't calculate his moves at all. Likewise, when he tries to assert himself, like when he recently revealed that he charges $250K for a feature, all people did was wonder how this was possible in 2024. We can name 1,000 better ways to spend $250K other than a Meek Mill verse. Seen as the butt of every joke, it's reached a point where he can't even kick an abuser off his label without getting blasted for it. Once footage surfaced of Dream Chasers' artist, Vori, literally threatening to kill his girlfriend, Meek Mill took swift and decisive action to remove him from the label ranks. As, let's face it, the last thing Meek needs is even more bad publicity or reason to be torn down by the general public. But even with Vori behaving in such a deplorable way on camera, people were still not willing to take Meek's side or stand with him in the action he took. Dude always preaching about some bullshit. Bro, we don't even care if you're from Philly. Vori is better than Meek. This ain't 2012. No longer seen as a top tier artist, nor a cultural figure of note, it's fair to say that Meek's mishandling of his public image and the scrapes he's gotten himself into have really done considerable damage to his career. To make matters worse, it was recently revealed that Meek was one of the redacted names listed in a new sexual lawsuit against Sean Diddy Combs, leading many to believe the rapper is gay. This has sparked numerous memes all across social media, as Meek's response to the drama was to say anything but admit it was false.
I don't think Meek is gay. I do not think Meek is gay. But he is incredibly bad at proving he's straight.
However, Meek tried to be smart in this situation and put out a 5-song album in an attempt to capitalize off the publicity. Sadly, it would backfire. And as stated in this post by his enemy, Academics, the results weren't looking too well.
Does Ray Shremmerd really do the numbers they do without those Sway Lee hooks?
No, but I think they have a good duality between him and Slim Jimmy.
From dropping absolute bangers like No Flex Zone and Black Beatles to becoming so irrelevant that nobody was even aware of their last album dropping. The story of Ray Shremmerd's downfall is a perfect example of how egos can easily rip a group apart, no matter how close the parties involved were to each other. Cause as you may know, Slim Jimmy and Sway Lee were just two broke brothers from Tupelo, Mississippi with big dreams, and an unbreakable bond who would constantly support each other through thick and thin.
This is a crazy story. One time he took the bully of the neighborhood's girlfriend, right? And I'm the one who had to fight him.
Even if it meant being thrown out of their mama's house for constantly skipping school to record, they were willing to do anything it took to make it to the mainstream. As time went on, the brothers teamed up with a group known as Them Outta Straight Boys in the late 2010s, dropping music that sounded similar to that of Soulja Boy or LMFAO. Left with no option but to keep trying to make their dreams a reality, the brothers lived in a house with no heat, no gas, and they kept working day after day trying to get someone to pay attention to their music.
We was living in this little abandoned house, and we wasn't gonna be sad in no abandoned house because that's just gonna make worse. So we just, making music, inviting friends over, inviting girls over, partying, loud music.
Sway Lee even claimed that at one point they were so down bad that his ex ended up leaving him for a truck driver. Despite the fact that they had a relatively difficult come up, the two remained adamant on not doing music for money, but rather it was to simply have fun. But in 2013, everything changed. Through sheer persistence and hard work, they somehow managed to grab the attention of Mike Will Made It, who helped them ink a deal with Eardrummers Entertainment. So the brothers packed up their belongings and started a new life in Atlanta without a second thought.
When they heard us and they gave us like an opportunity to leave Tupelo, Mississippi and just come to Atlanta and just keep making songs off their beats. What we had, we left our crib and everything.
Yeah.
And just took the risk.
After coining the name Ray Shremmerd by putting a creative spin on Eardrummers, the two would go on to release their debut project titled Shrem Life on January 6th, 2015. And 2 songs off this album called No Flex Zone and No Type absolutely exploded into the mainstream. 2 songs that combined for a whopping 1.3 billion views on YouTube alone. Now, later in this video, we'll discuss how hits like these were actually a double-edged sword and would also play a role in their downfall. But it was here where they immediately caught the attention of the masses, precisely because it, quote, didn't sound like anything else. The album hit the ground running, landing at number 5 on the Billboard charts, instantly making them the life of every party playlist. Next thing you know, the two were everywhere. Cover of The Fader, interviews with Nardwuar, Breakfast Club, Tim Westwood, world tours, you name it. They went from being complete nobodies the year prior to having their songs played all over the radio, with both critics and fans idolizing them like crazy. Of course, like many overnight stars, they also had their fair share of criticism.
Raul Smith. What the fuck is this? Seriously? What the actual fuck is this? Is this what you kids call rap music nowadays? This shit is garbage, man.
However, for the most part, they remained positive and would constantly maintain the focus of just keeping it simple, making what they thought was good music.
Yeah, we just making great music. We ain't trying to make mathematical music or nothing like that. We just dropping music that's just gonna make you be like, damn.
By the time they dropped their Shrem Life 2 project in 2016, it looked like nothing could stop them. Or more accurately, that they could stop the whole world with a track like Black Beatles, which gained massive popularity as it became synonymous with the Mannequin Challenge.
That girl is a real crowd, please.
Not only did the track secure its place as their debut #1 single, but they were one of the first artists to really showcase how songs can absolutely explode if you couple it with some kind of stupid trend on social media. And mind you, this was literally a decade before TikTok even became a thing.
And we started like the whole challenge era.
Oh yeah, the viral
maybe
challenge
kicked off the
thing.
TikTok video wave, you know what I'm saying? Before TikTok. Yeah, pre-TikTok.
We made TikTok.
It's no exaggeration to say that at that point in time, Ray Shremmerd were one of the hottest things in hip-hop. And between 2014 and 2018, they never released a single that went less than gold over time. That's pretty insane. And with that kind of track record, it seemed unimaginable that they would ever part ways. However, the same reasons they rose so meteorically were the same reasons their empire began to crash and burn. The first problem Ray Shremmerd began to encounter was something known as the sidekick effect. This is something that a YouTuber by the name of Babalam described perfectly.
A phenomenon by which a rapper duo, usually labeled loosely as a collective or frequent unofficial collaborators, rise to fame together in a meteoric fashion due to their strong chemistry. However, as one artist eventually starts to outpace the other in streams or fame, the other tends to be almost forgotten entirely.
When you think back to any song that you can remember from the duo, it's one thing and one thing only: Sway Lee's hooks. It was Sway's hook that became a staple amongst the Mannequin Challenge videos, which made Black Beatles a #1 smash worldwide. And the same can be said for songs like No Type and No Flex Zone, all of which Slim Jimmy's verses are pretty forgettable. And unfortunately for Ray Shremmerd, this is where the problems began. One user summed it up good when he wrote, "With all honesty, we know Sway Lee is the star of Ray Shrem, and he gave Mike Will a lot more buzz in hip-hop ever since No Flex Zone came out. Slim Jimmy is important, but Sway Lee is the main success here." While some fans truly did enjoy Slim Jimmy's presence, the intensity of this chatter ramped up to the point that they began lashing out against it in interviews. For instance, in 2016, Slim Jimmy spoke to Complex about the forces that he felt were out to destroy their bond and tear them apart. "The whole industry is going to do shit to separate us. We got separate tracks because we can both rap." After Black Beatles came out, the secret was out that Sway Lee had the melodies that had the power to move major units. Without even trying, he ended up as a co-writer on one of the biggest smashes of Beyonce's career. After giving the idea to Mike Will Made It, suddenly, Sway had his first Grammy nomination, and that's a feat that Ray Shremmerd have still never managed to this day. But that was only a drop in the ocean compared to the love Sway would get for his work on Unforgettable featuring French Montana. Billed the Song of the Summer almost the second it came out, Sway Lee completely carried this track, and it became one of the most iconic moments of his entire career, with some joking that without Sway, the song would just be forgettable. While the Beyonce assist was relatively low-key, having Sway's hook playing from speakers all over the world made him a star, in a way that he was removed from the Ray Shremmerd name. Suddenly, Sway had his own Wikipedia page, while Slim still doesn't have one to this day. With Unforgettable taking over the world, the talk turned back to the possibility of Sway breaking out on his own, with notable figures in the commentary space such as Joe Budden saying,
"Hey Slim Jim, hate to break it to you, buddy.
In any group,
y'all are separating."
However, the boys continued to maintain that there were no issues between them that had led to this, even confronting Joe Budden face to face for his comments.
This is what you said. Jimmy, Sway gonna leave you. This is how you was talking. When Sway leave you, you just gonna flop. Man, you got me, man, all the way messed up. We brothers though, you know what I'm saying? So like,
This ain't the first time people done said that about me. This been going on for a long time.
With everything that was about to come, revisiting that moment seems like Sway was maybe a little too quiet. As from here, Sway would be a go-to guy from hooks, while Jimmy had to fend off accusations of jealousy. In interviews, he tried to stress that it wasn't his lil bro's success that bothered him, but the world's perspective on how he should feel about it. If people see me out and I have a stank face on, they think I'm mad because of that. But I'm mad because they want me to be mad. I'm always singing Unforgettable when it comes on in the club, but people look at me like, is it okay if I dance to this? There's no competition, we're brothers. At the end of the day, we're getting a bag. Now, Jimmy might have felt like this at the time, but around that same period, Sway's mind was likely set on greener pastures, to the point that he wasn't even reserving his biggest tracks as collabs between him and his brother anymore, and was looking for big names like Justin Bieber to fulfill the role he was looking for. But considering that Sway Lee clearly wanted to carve out his own musical identity at this point, it was no surprise that their third album, Shrem Life 3, was a little different in terms of structure. Dropped on May 4th, 2018, the boys dropped an entire 3-disc album. One filled with Ray Shremmer tracks, one made up of solely Sway Lee songs, and another where Slim Jimmy took center stage. The result felt like a compromise, and it made for one of the most inconsistent bodies of work in their catalog. While it seemed like the fact that they managed to drop an album together meant that they were on the same page, it would soon become clear that it didn't do anything to soothe the mounting unease between Jimmy and Sway. In January of 2019, just 7 months before their third album dropping, Slim Jimmy took to Twitter for an explosive series of posts. Delivered just hours after they had wrapped up a performance in Australia with Nicki Minaj, Jimmy spoke out and formally left the group, saying things like he's not Shrem Life and that he's gonna sink or swim by himself. Even going as far as to retweet a fan who claimed that he was giving the haters what they wanted, and responded to someone who said that it had happened because Sway left him off another hit. It basically showed that after years of the world acting like he played second fiddle to his younger brother, Jimmy had enough. When a tweet from the duo's official account said that they were still together after all, he dismissed it. It didn't take long for Jimmy's posts to all be deleted, but there was something broken at that moment that the label nor Sway Lee could quite cover up. Even after he told the world that only real ones know what was really going on between them, as well as the fact that they were going to be brothers forever, what definitely didn't help was how the world responded to the news of Jimmy's departure, where everyone seemed like they just didn't care he left. Slim Jimmy is like cardboard in a roll of toilet paper. It's not totally necessary, but I don't mind that it's there. I think he feels as if he's in Sway's shadow. Even other rappers such as Trippie Redd replied to an IG post covering the story where he wrote, "He finally realized we only listening to Sway's parts, LMAO." Just months after that incident, and with no sign of Shrem Life 4 dropping, Sway Lee would go on to release Sunflower with Post Malone, which was yet again another record-breaking hit, and became Sway's first track as a soloist to hit #1. Since then, it's gone on to have the 4th highest streams in Spotify history with nearly 3 billion. This would be another notch that would lead the industry and fans making a case for Sway Lee as king of the hooks, as not only being one of the most valuable guest spots in the genre, but once again, the driving force behind Ray Shremmer's success. Once again, it felt like Jimmy was being collectively kicked while he was down. At the same time, he would still return to Twitter again to cite that he and Jimmy were good and that more solo work was on the way, as well as the long-awaited Shrem Life 4. But as we would learn, this was a half-truth at best. Whether he had intentionally did it or not, Sway Lee left his brother struggling to get any semblance of credit for everything they had achieved. Meanwhile, he reaped the rewards of that time period where it seemed like everything he touched just turned to gold, as Jimmy's life began spiraling out of control. Over time, he had numerous scrapes with the law, including his involvement in a brawl where a man was stabbed and he was seen fleeing covered in blood. Later in 2022, he was arrested on domestic battery charges, with his baby mama posting receipts online. While this was all going down, Sway Lee's solo album still failed to materialize, and some of his singles like Sextasy never really took off, even with the help of a Drake feature. In fact, that one spawned a legendary meme from Joe Budden.
Hey Sway Lee, hear me and hear me good, nigga. I'm here to double down. That shit is a 2-pack of ass. The fuck are you talking about? That shit stinks.
With tracks like these failing to launch, it looked like Sway's hopes of releasing Human Nature, which he once built as a revolutionary project, were dwindling.
It's gonna be huge, like
I'm breaking all the rules. I'm breaking all the boundaries. You know what I'm saying? I'm just like making my own song formats and everything. Like doing some production on there and everything. Got crazy features. Like some of my favorite artists are on there. So.
But soon, music would be the furthest thing from either of the brothers' minds when tragedy would strike. After horrific news broke that Sway Lee's dad passed away, and you'll never guess who pulled the trigger.
My dad, my pops. Yeah, he passed away recently. I have 3 brothers. Allegedly, the police say my youngest brother, he shot my dad, like, killed my dad, like. And it's like my brother killed my dad. It's like unbelievable, like you can't even imagine, like it's like something out of a movie, you know? I'm still dealing with it, like I don't even know how to deal with it all the way completely, like. It's traumatic, like, but it's like, it just put like fury inside you. It put like fire inside you.
Left to grieve their father and all the pain that came with their family being destroyed like that, Sway Lee's output slowed down to just random features, while Slim Jimmy remained inactive. Eventually, the two would regroup and reunite publicly, finally dropping Scrim Life 4 in April of 2023. But looking at the less than stellar reviews, the absence of a hit song, and a chart position peaking at number 28, it seemed like the peak of their musical career might be behind them. The album performed worse than any of their previous works in terms of first week sales, and that unique spark and excitement that used to define their music isn't as vibrant as it once was.
It is the most terrible race remembered project yet. I am feeling a light 2 on it.
During the promo circuit for the album, Sway basically acted like his solo run didn't ever threaten to eclipse Ray Shremmerd, and that it was always about the duo.
No matter what I do, like I always think about Ray Shremmerd, you know what I'm saying? I want to be Ray Shremmerd, like, you know what I'm saying? But even when I'm branching off doing other things, it's like I'm always coming home to Ray Shremmerd, you know what I'm saying? Like Ray Shremmerd's my baby, my bass, like shit, me and bro, we rocking, we came out the hood together.
As for Jimmy, the time away from the spotlight gave him time to reflect on the sense that Sway was more important to the group than he was. And for a while, Jimmy totally believed this to be the case too.
I felt like I wasn't carrying my weight as an artist, and I'm very critical of myself, you know what I'm saying? I never even felt like it was a thing of importance because I'm not in competition with him. Like I done made it from nothing. We came from Mississippi, like we came from nothing. We made it so far away.
Even if the industry was happy to leave his brother to slowly sink into obscurity, Sway Lee wasn't going to do that. And not enough credit is given to him for standing by his brother's side. Maybe it was regret over what had happened, his father's death putting things into perspective, or Sway realizing that the brand was simply stronger together. They're back together for better or worse. At the moment, both of them are talking about solo projects, but the buzz for those is way lower than it would have been in previous years.
Dirty bras.
French
Montana. What up, French?
How you doing, my brother? French Montana is often viewed as one of the biggest jokes in hip-hop. How did he put himself in this position? Well, his actions range from having an inflated ego to being exposed for some shady business tactics. However, the first time he began getting clowned by the internet began when he just so happened to release one of the biggest hits of his career. After his album Excuse My French did not perform as good as he thought it would, French went back to his mixtape grind for 4 years before finally returning with 2017's Jungle Rules. This time, he managed to nudge himself up to the number 3 spot on the charts and land his biggest ever single with the release of Unforgettable featuring Sway Lee. But in typical French fashion, the producer One Mind later revealed that the single was actually meant for Drake's Views album before it found its way to him. And a common theme that you're gonna notice throughout this video is that French has this weird tendency to overstate how important he is to a track, which is exactly what led to his conflict with Sway Lee after French said this during an interview.
One of the best A&R ears. Do you think Unforgettable came to me like that before it went out? It was nothing like that before it went out. It didn't have no structure. I had to sit there like a scientist and put it together.
After claiming he was basically the one who made that song, it prompted a response from Sway on Instagram, simply reading cap. If you haven't heard the song, just know that basically everyone likes it for Sway Lee's part only. And even after Sway's comment, French still tried to act like he was the most crucial component to the song.
I love Sway Lee. No problem with him. He never did nothing to me, actually. All I was saying, my brother, was if you have the original version, and I put my verse on it in certain places, that means I structured the song, right? Yeah. What I'm saying wrong.
He took it as if you were trying to take credit for the record. Like, it was bare, it was naked.
I never took credit for the record. How much I take credit for the song? Every show I did, he's there with me.
As expected, people didn't accept this whatsoever and thought the idea that French was the selling point of anything was laughable. Nobody listens to a song because French is a part of it. I've never heard anybody say play that new French. To be honest, the song is more like Sway Lee featuring French Montana. Although he technically was at the peak of his career at that point, French somehow continued to keep taking L after L. For starters, he was infamously photoshopped out of the Three Kings picture with Kendrick, Jay-Z, and Nas by his own label boss, Diddy. After the fact, Puff acted like he didn't even know what happened.
You know, I take a lot of pictures with a lot of different celebrities because we're just all family and stuff. And sometimes my photography editor, he doesn't let me know when he's like taking people out of the pictures. I just found out about this. There were people that were taken away that didn't deserve to be taken away. I had nothing to do with it. My friends haven't been talking to me for like 2 weeks.
But people already got the message. Whether or not French ever really let him feel some type of way about it is unclear. But this wouldn't be the only time that interacting with Kendrick Lamar would make him a laughingstock. In fact, it could be argued that the next time was the turning point, where clowning French Montana became a norm in the hip-hop community, as he started dissing K-Dot for the dumbest reason. It all started when French had a chat with Complex News' Speedy Mormon on April 18th, 2020. During that conversation, French claimed that he could outshine Kendrick in a versus battle following a question about who he could face off against after his viral hit battle with Tory Lanez.
Honestly, I could go against anybody. Honestly, you could put somebody like Kendrick Lamar next to me on the same stage in a festival. I might outshine him, not because I'm a better rapper, it's just I got more hits.
This led to a firestorm amongst hip-hop fans.
French is bugging the fuck out. He does not have more hit records than Kendrick Lamar. The Billboard entries is not the only thing that qualifies you for a hit. There's tons of hit records that never made it to Billboard, that weren't #1 on Billboard, that is some of the biggest influential music of our life.
And instead of simply taking back what he said, French would double down, tweeting, "If we talking about anthems, me versus Kendrick hit for hit, I believe I can go neck to neck. I've been making hits for a long time. I love Kendrick. That's not just for Kendrick, that's to anybody they put in front of me." And again, the internet and other rappers in the industry flat out couldn't believe what they were hearing.
Stupid. He said he got more hits than Kendrick Lamar. Fool. The man said he got more hits than me and Kendrick. Bro, yo, drinking more hits than no motherfucking Kendrick, and you ain't damn sure ain't got more hits or anthems than me. You smoke hard, why you tripping? You on real dope.
As for the fans, they thought it was utterly laughable, and that French owed more of his career to networking than anything he did on the mic. If French Montana didn't have features, he wouldn't have a career. This led French going on a tirade of posts trying to prove his point.
I feel like I got more hits, and I wouldn't have said unless I did my homework. I never said I was a better artist than Kendrick. We was just talking songs. People just went out of line with it. I made it out of Africa. Then I came to the Mecca of hip hop in New York and made it out of New York as one of the top artists from New York till now. If I didn't have this attitude, I would have never made it nowhere. Like, I believe I'm this shit.
Still, to say he got completely clowned would be an understatement.
But you know what else is unnecessary? French Montana's catalog. Because I say Pop That is one of his best songs ever, but it literally relies on the feature from a Drake, from a Wayne, from a Rick Ross. But Kendrick has literally had 48 songs make it onto the Billboard Hot 100. French Montana has had 17. His last most successful hit, I believe, was the unforgettable joint with Sway Lee, which is ironic because French Montana's performance on that track was pretty forgettable.
And although there were some people who backed up what he was saying, it was clear that for French, this was perhaps the worst thing he could have said. And rather than being a statement he made at the top of his game, it actually came just months after he was caught for faking streams on his songs. In an in-depth thread on Twitter, one user revealed that many people had complained about finding French's 2020 single, Writing on the Wall, with Post Malone and Cardi B on their Spotify account without their consent. The song was released on September 27th, 2019, and it wasn't very successful despite having 2 popular rappers featured in it. It charted for 5 weeks. This is where it gets weird. Apparently the reason it's charting again is because it's currently popular on TikTok. Then why is it only rising on Spotify? The difference between Spotify and Apple Music is astounding. 21 on Spotify, by 1,192 on Apple. Rather than respond to the allegations without any facts to dispel the rumors, French just got in his feelings about it. In fact, he jumped on a fan theory that 50 Cent was to blame for the rumors, as the two had a long-standing feud at the time, and 50 was on a trolling rampage against him.
Yeah, you sensitive dinosaur. I got all under your skin. Every post on your page is about me. When that hate don't work, they start telling lies, baby. Go keep buying my streams and telling them I'm faking streams. I checked on it. They all coming from New York. I did my homework. Damn you, man.
With this scandal, French went from someone that people couldn't always comprehend the success of to being accused of actively taking shortcuts to keep himself in the charts. Between this issue and the whole Kendrick situation, French had a rough start to 2020, and as the decade progressed, it only kept getting worse. A year and a half after the streaming scandal, French returned to the game with a new project titled They Got Amnesia, and as the title suggested, French was out to prove that hip-hop had overlooked what he had truly given to the game, and that they should remember what he achieved.
So you often get into these internet back and forths with, trolls and whatnot.
Yeah.
Saying you can't rap, you ain't got heat, the only hits you got is collab. In what ways does that faze you?
I think that a lot of people don't know that I got 21 mixtapes. You know what I'm saying? Like, a lot of people don't know that. A lot of people just hear what the radio gives them and things like that. There's a difference between fans and just, people that just jump from one person to another.
But instead, it prompted a trend where people were asked to name 5 French songs without a feature in Squid Game style fashion. As this meme took off, people had plenty of fun at the Moroccan rapper's expense. Man, I'll just do it myself. So this is it, huh? And eventually, French had enough and decided to respond to the controversy with a list of his own. Rather than bring the discussion to a halt, the fact that he had to do it himself wasn't a good look. And basically, all he proved was that no one apart from French Montana could actually pull it off and escape with their life. As a result of these continued L's, French's public persona was at an all-time low. It even got so bad that when he became one of the many rappers who caught up with YK Osiris and demanded their cash back from him, he somehow still came out worse in the eyes of the public. Being clowned by French is rock bottom. Rather than being at the top of the game as he envisioned, French hasn't had a top 10 album since 2017's Jungle Rules, and the album They Got Amnesia landed at number 51. Meanwhile, the last time he had a single reach the Hot 100 was when he teamed up with Diddy and The Weeknd for Another One of Me on his label boss's record. Prior to that, it was none other than the infamous Writing on the Wall. With new stars emerging all the time and French not getting any younger, the window was running out. And as Mac and Cheese 5 was about to drop in 2024, French knew that he had to take drastic action to turn the tide, even if he had to use every single trick in the book. But all that it has done is result in the hip-hop audience finally deciding that he's nothing more than a chart-obsessed rapper who cares more about certifications than actually delivering quality output. That's because when the album dropped, some people claimed that the album was, once again, being shoved in their face by platforms like Spotify.
Somebody posted Spotify, shit was like, all right, this has to stop. And literally, when he opened the screen, it was just all French Montana.
There was also the fact that he released 5 different versions of the project, as well as a deluxe version, which totaled 125 tracks on the album.
Why did it drop 6 or 7 versions of the same album?
On the same day.
On the same day. You got the regular version, you drop the clean version, you drop the instrumental, you drop the slowed down, you drop the sped up, you drop the acapella, and then you drop one with all of them combined, 126 tracks.
Nope.
All right, no. Dog, what are we doing?
With each track accompanied by sped up and slowed down versions, it was clear that French was trying to appeal to TikTok audiences in the least organic way possible. And that really is a horrible way to approach the hip hop game where everything you do is under the microscope. This looks like a cry for help. Like, damn, you must really need streams. French has been tricking the algorithms for decades now. For French, this was simply good business, with the rapper taking his cues from an unlikely source of inspiration.
Taylor Swift dropped 8 versions of the album of her album. I'm just learning to hustle from them. I dropped five versions. My fans always love my beats, so I dropped the instrumental. I dropped the acapella for all the DJs. I like blending, and I dropped clean. I dropped the spread up one because of TikTok. I dropped the chopped and screwed, so people stop asking me for all different type of versions. And I guess all those songs equaled up to 126 songs. Because I was watching everybody doing it. I was watching JT and a bunch of other people that had big records, and I seen them just put out instrumentals and all that. I'm like, yo, like, how come it's so easy to find this? And when I went on their page, And I see they had like 6 different versions. I was like, yo, they genius.
Although he claimed that everyone's doing it, the truth is that they really aren't. Can you imagine any other top tier rappers doing this? Would Kendrick ever drop sped up versions of any of his tracks? There's no way. Besides, with features from Kanye West, Lil Wayne, Rick Ross, Lil Durk, and many more rap elites, it's clear that French threw everything at the wall on this project. And yet, he still didn't have enough faith in it to let the music speak for itself. And rather than being seen as a visionary, French's decision was basically seen as everything wrong with today's industry and even turned off his own supporters. While this brazen strategy certainly didn't pay off in terms of reforming hip-hop's view of him, what's crazy is that French still didn't think he stacked the odds enough in his favor. And as the project was rolled out, he was accused of running a sales scam with discount Mac and Cheese 5 vinyls. When Mac and Cheese 5 initially came out, it was moving a surprisingly high number of units, and the word was that a lot of them were coming from direct-to-consumer sales. This came from $5 vinyl records of the project that French was selling on his website. And if any of you watching this purchase records, you'll know that price point is crazy. But initially, at least, it looked like the gamble had paid off, as it was being reported that French was likely to debut at number 3 on the Billboard charts with sales of upwards of 56,000. And considering how They Got Amnesia performed, that would be pretty crazy and would really be a second win for French's career. But now, it appears that on a record where he unironically dropped bars like, yeah, you sold 100 million, but they all features. Most of my plaques, I'm the feature. And when Hove took a break, I had the city for a decade. Culture top 3, we done started up the wave. French had been straight up scamming his own fans to boost sales. This comes after a user named 99 Vinyl on X wrote a tweet stating, "Booster sales fraud? French Montana sold vinyl records on his site for $5 pre-orders back in January. With all the albums needed to be shipped on release date to count towards sales, it seems almost everyone that purchased it has had it delivered to a random address." This seems to be the case of fake shipping confirmations in order to boost sales numbers for the album. Although French nor his team haven't responded to these claims, all the evidence you need to verify them is Mac and Cheese 5's revised place on the charts. Rather than debuting at number 3 with 56K, the record topped out at number 14 with all of the fraudulent sales. After doing so much, French still achieved so little. And with that, people finally had enough. That's the shit you gotta pull when you suck and no one wants to listen to your shit. Such an irrelevant fraud, grasping at the little bit of fame he's got. Not surprised that all the vinyls are a total scheme.